like to hold a mic. Welcome. Today is Wednesday, June the 22nd, 2022. This is a regular meeting of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. And we are starting off our meeting today with the proclamation to one of our favorites. I'm sorry to say that to everybody else, but she's one of our favorites. So Cindy, would you please, I'm going to sit and read, but you get to come up and stand next to Mr. Ely so you can be up front and on camera. Oh, you're going to sit down? Oh.
I think we're all going to stand up.
I'll sit down with you. I need to be on mic. This is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County. I got to get around the flowers there.
We don't have to look at each other.
I know, they're bigger than me. I mean, what, do you want to take them over to her?
Sure.
These are beautiful, by the way.
Those are beautiful.
I know, they're beautiful.
Thank you.
Pickens County, Colorado, honoring Cindy Hubin. Whereas Cindy Hubin has held her position as the watchful caretaker of growth management in Aspen and Pickens County for nearly 4 decades. And whereas it will be difficult to replace Cindy Hubin. Oh, look, I'm already. Because of her vast institutional knowledge, her vision, innovation, tenacity, and deeply rooted affection for her community and its environment. And whereas Cindy Hubin has lived and breathed land use planning and zoning for so long that her name has become synonymous with growth management in our community. And whereas growth management hasn't always been a popular topic, and Cindy Hubin has used her Southern charm and her long-range vision to help maintain an open dialogue even during the most contentious debates. And whereas the rural and remote zoning designation was nurtured with Cindy Hubin's grit and determination and embraced by elected officials who have long trusted her advice. And whereas over her nearly 40-year career, Cindy Hubin has now earned the right to just enjoy the rural and remote by taking long walks and bicycle rides in the backcountry she has worked so hard to preserve. Only if you're walking Gato with your cat. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pickens County Commissioners and the people of Pickens County wish to thank Cindy Hubin for her dedicated service and wish her the best in her well-deserved retirement. Dated this 22nd day of June 2002. Cindy.
Thank you.
But wait,
I know, not
there's
Greg.
more.
Oh, no.
So our scribe, Pat Bingham, came out of retirement to construct a limerick,
Oh, my gosh.
which I'm going to work my way
Oh
through.
my
So
gosh.
here we go, and forgive me if I stumble. She arrived at a time when Old Aspen was being written into top 10 songs. Do you think it's because of John Denver that people came here in throngs? Miss Hubin had the vision to see it from her perch at City Hall, that something must be done to protect it, or we'd have vast Pickens County sprawl. Her Southern charm came in handy at meetings. She'd state her position in a gentle Alabama drawl. From the public she'd often take beatings that she'd shake off with a kindly, "Thanks, y'all." If it weren't for the lovely Miss Hubin, we would likely have missed the boat. We'd have mansions with pools lined with stupid instead of rural and remote. Ample crystal clear water and clear blue skies are environmental issues she fought for on the side. Not in her job description, but always in her heart, Miss Hubin has held these values from the start. It's spooky to think who'll replace her. Will they stand as firm in their convictions as she? Will they love it here the way that she has? Will they fight for what they believe? The future is uncertain and the political climate is windy. One thing's for sure, there's only one Cindy. After nearly 40 years in the county seat, it's time for Cindy to give herself a treat. May she relax and wander and have more fun than that and take long leashed walks through the woods with her cat.
I didn't know that was in there.
Pat Bingham, everybody.
That was so
Before we let you say a few words, we have a rather significant gift over
nice.
here.
Oh, my gosh.
I do think
Is it what I think it
I
is?
do think it's bigger than me. It is a well-used and recycled dry board.
Yay!
We wanted one. I'm not sure what she's going to do with it. But
I can't think
on
without a
enough.
whiteboard. I love
So,
it.
but you're going to have only a little space to think unless you want to erase all the great things people
I'll have to take
And
pictures
if
of it.
anybody would like to sign, we will have it here for the day.
Oh,
Right, Karen? So if anybody else.
that is so sweet.
Now the floor is yours, ma'am. You get to say a few words.
Oh, I really haven't rehearsed this at all, but you guys, thank you, everybody. And I can't believe it, but it really did go fast. I mean, 37 years went pretty darn fast, and all the things that we've had to do here. I mean, everybody's been a part of it, and it's been wonderful, and I've been very fortunate to have such great bosses and such great staff to work with, and there are people that are not that far behind me on my staff in terms of years and experience and great institutional knowledge, and I really appreciate everybody being here for me, and this is my community, and I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere, so thank you.
Thank you.
Glad to hear it.
I'm going to open this up for anybody who would like to say a few words about Cindy.
I would.
Oh, that's
Great.
scary.
I want to follow up on the limerick. That was Pat's limerick,
I
but
want a copy.
you
That's
get a copy of
awesome.
this, yes. I remember the moment I met Cindy, and it was in 1993. I remember the house. I don't remember what she was wearing, but I remember hearing her voice and this intelligent, kind, gentle, polite person. And she was with Ellen also in Carlisle, and I met the three of you at the same time. And I'm just amazed. I don't know if Ellen's here today, but she's probably somewhere following you fairly closely too, right? I just want to say the impact you made then and have continued, the good work you've done in this community and for our valley will be remembered for decades, if not centuries. And I'm just so grateful to have met you then and to be able to have worked with you the last 5 years.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Francie.
The first person that I talked to almost after I got elected was Cindy, and we had a long phone call. It was COVID. And she cried during the call explaining the whole growth management history, the horrible thing that had happened a couple of years ago, and her efforts in it. And it was Cindy who made me realize, oh, this is definitely where I want to be, because if I could work with somebody like that, who cares that much and knows that much, her institutional knowledge is really amazing, then this is where I want to be. And anything that we as commissioners could do to carry on your legacy, we will do.
And I have to say that Francie and I worked that way for quite a while without meeting one another. And then, gosh, we went up to the Frying Pan, and I picked Francie up at a parking lot in BOCC so that we could go up together to the Frying Pan. And we stood up, she just got in the car, and then we got out of the car at the Frying Pan Caucus, and we both stood next to each other, and we went, she goes, "You're tall." "You're little." So that was pretty much fun.
And we discovered we had more in common than just the county.
Thank you. Kelly?
Oh,
John, I've got you. You'll be next.
Well, Cindy, I've only had 4 years to work with you, and it has been like killer fun. And it's just such an honor. And, I'm glad that you're my friend. And so we get to really just focus on the fun and still have our, I think, very vibrant and, tough-minded chats about the future and what we want to see. And I know your passion lives on with you, and I hope it lives on with me. And if there was a Picken County Hall of Fame, I think you'd be in it.
Oh.
And maybe we should have one, and you should be the inaugural member of it. Because the character of this community is so wholly, I think, a part of your legacy and what you've defended over 37 years. So thank you.
John, I'm gonna go to Steve, and then I'll go to John Peacock.
Thank you. I remember sort of the first time I met Cindy, I don't remember exactly, but it was in your capacity of being the Director of Community Development. And I remember very much struggling with our conservationism on our ranch, trying to be the, create something that would work for us within what the county had in the land use code at that time. And we were just struggling with Dale working on it, Suzanne working on it, different people. And it was Cindy who came up with the brilliant solution to it, which was just a new way to do things, which was using rezoning part of the land to rural and remote, and then getting TDRs to be able to sell, so our family could get some money out of the deal. And it was Cindy who came up with that idea. And that's sort of gone by the wayside now because the county's gotten better at doing conservation easements, but that was the first big ranch that did that.
But all of that was such an evolution, and I appreciate the fact that this county is so creative and able to be open to that kind of creativity, because with your trust as a board, we've been able to create open space master plans through collaboration with open space and trails and the land use code, and the attorneys working hard on making us legal and sticking to it. And we've been able to do some very homegrown creative things here that are unique to us. And so I've so often thanked my lucky stars for where I landed.
And I can think of some memories of things you either said or that we did. One was the southern parties at Suzanne Castro's, and I hope we can do those forever.
Definitely.
So we were kind of the token northerners or token Yankees at the southern party.
How did you get in there?
Well, now both my mom and dad are related to Robert E. Lee, so I figure that even though we lived in the north, we were close to
Be careful
northern
there.
Virginia. So, and the other thing is, and I don't know how many people know that Cindy is one of the few people who went into the Redstone Castle and camped out overnight, like a vagabond, looking for a place out of the rain. And I'd love to hear the whole story of that sometime, but.
It's been fun.
And I think it was probably when there were broken windows and all. It was a pretty derelict kind of a place.
We actually
probably.
had an invitation.
Okay, I'm gonna turn to John Peacock.
Thank you, Patty. And Cindy, I'm sorry I can't be there in the room with you today. I have another family obligation that brought me about 700 miles north. So words are going to fail me in terms of the gratitude I feel for the opportunity to have worked with you for the last 11 years now. It's really rare to find somebody with Cindy's passion for community, knowledge of her job, and ability to just have fun and be charming, even in the most difficult of conversations. And Cindy, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to just serve with you. And you've been an inspiration. I've learned a lot from you, and I'm really sad to see you go.
Okay, Rich?
Thank you, John.
Yeah, just real quickly, I remember meeting Cindy for the first time. John had asked me to come in and do an organizational assessment, and I sat in the room a couple hours with you, and I admired how upfront and bold you were, and I was exhausted after that 2 hours. But my favorite memory is whenever you and I walked over to the Aspen Institute, whenever we were getting ready for an advisory board meeting with the airport, and just your knowledge and your ability just to have such an easy conversation and talk to me about the history and some of your personal relationship with this community. So, and Cindy, you just got to know from an organizational standpoint, you serve on our executive team. You are such a inspiration as a leader. You are just very passionate about your staff and about this organization, and we have enjoyed that, and we're really going to miss that leadership. So thank you so much for all that you've done.
Don't we have to approve her resignation? We could deny this whole thing.
That's what I'm gonna tell her, that we're not approving it. But, Dale, I think you wanted to say a few words?
Sure.
You need to come up so you're on mic.
This
please.
is unbelievable, you guys. I feel like I'm having my way.
You're just being recognized as royalty.
A good deed goes unnoticed, right? Well, I arrived about a third of the way into Cindy's tenure in the county, and I took this job at Open Space, and I was warned by some outsiders that there was this great balkanization between the Open Space Department and everything else at Pitkin County. And so I entered the fray with a little bit of trepidation. But right away, Cindy invited me to start collaborating with ComDev in a way that my predecessor here had not. And with John's help, too, we created this whole new way of doing conservation easements that actually fits what a county has to offer much more completely than the way they're normally done in most places. And we started with your dad. And then worked our way to Connie Harvey and Billy Grange and Bill Fales and Sunfire Ranch and so on and so forth. There's a huge chunk of the landscape, several thousand acres, that just through that process wouldn't be protected the way it is without Cindy's assistance and vision and collaboration. But it goes way beyond that. The two departments are now totally intertwined, actually kind of really intertwined, but
By marriage.
They had a baby.
Married those two departments.
and there's a lot of other little things that I can name that we've created to help both departments pursue their mission and the county pursue its mission with environmental protection and so forth. And my favorite memory also had to do with the Aspen Institute. I forget what we were going to, but we decided to walk down there from up here,
No, we had
and
our bikes.
somehow or another we got sopping wet on the way. I think we were
We had
waiting.
our bikes.
Were
We had to wade across the
We
river.
waded across the river. So we show up for this function with anybody else. You know, you'd walk in feeling a little bit sheepish, but Cindy just walked right in. We're both dripping water. And we made it all work just great.
Well, there's a
So-
novel coming out here pretty soon.
So there we go. So thank you, Cindy. It's been a lot of fun.
Dale, it's been fun. It's really been fun.
Is there anyone else who would like to say a few words? Mr. Butera? Oh, John Ely, I'll get you after.
Thank you.
Nice to see you, sir. Would you please give your name so the public knows who we have before us?
I'm sorry?
Just give your name.
Dick Butera. So, it's rare that we citizens are given a chance to speak publicly about a government employee. And today is special. This is something I have never had the chance to do, and for the first time in my 60-year career, as a real estate developer, I need to tell all of you who are listening about a very special Pitkin County employee. It's Cindy. 18 years ago, I had a rather complex planning issue that needed to be resolved. And that's the first time I met Cindy. After dealing with multiple planning directors from Hawaii to Florida over the years, I was shocked and pleasantly surprised to find that this person was different. Yes, different. Cindy was not only completely competent in every aspect of my problem, but she was looking for a solution. She was listening. She was kind. She was sensitive to my feelings. She recognized my sense of urgency, and we solved the problem to everyone's satisfaction. Then I watched her from the sidelines from then until now for these many years, managing in her calm manner to understand the interest of this board and many previous boards, to calm her staff as they dealt with the COVID crisis, to listen to all who came in front of her with their issues, to deal with each one with fairness and without bias. And most of all, dealing with all of us with the utmost integrity. Yes, unwavering integrity. Very rare in today's tumultuous world, and it will be difficult for her replacement to fill these enormous shoes. They won't, but hopefully that person will realize that they will be standing on the shoulders of a giant. And try to imitate her to the best of their ability. People have been complaining about their governments for thousands of years, and they surely do so here in Pitkin County. But you very rarely ever heard a complaint about Cindy. Thank you, Sydney. Our community is so much better because you decided years ago to plant yourself here and help solve our many problems. Godspeed, Cindy.
Lovely. Cindy, would you like a tissue?
Sure.
Because I'm hogging them all over here. Mr. Ely, I believe you're next. Where do you begin?
Where to begin?
I know.
We've been
John.
through it all, haven't we?
We have. Yeah. We're like brother and sister, you guys. Unbelievable.
I know. And it was so fast.
It was.
I always figured out another couple of years, but
You do.
I mean, I don't know what it'll be like when I don't have my partner or chief collaborator, conspirator to work with. It'll be quite the break. Yeah, we'll talk. And I'll be telling whoever, this is the way it used to be. This is what you gotta do. I'll miss you a lot.
I knew I'd get you, Leslie. Anyone else before I say a few words and please.
We can call it good.
I just feel like it's fate that I'm supposed to be here. I'm Lindsay LaFaro. I'm the director of the Buddy Program. I'm here for the liquor permit, but and I didn't even look at the agenda, so I didn't know this was happening. But I can't sit there without saying that I know Cindy has done so much in her work, but Cindy was a big buddy for many, many years to Jesse, who's still in this community, and they still have an amazing relationship. I remember being in a meeting one day talking about Cindy and Jesse's relationship. Cindy had just gone to Mexico to be with Jesse's family and to learn where her family was from and to be a part of that. And we all were like, she's so good as a mentor. Like, we can't even tell other mentors how good she is because they'll feel badly that they're not doing as much as Cindy's doing. And every time we run into each other, we still have this great connection and relationship, and I just couldn't sit there and not say how much Cindy has done outside her work and outside her regular 9 to 5 for this community, and I know she'll continue to do that. So thank you for letting me say something.
I think you should add to that, I believe it was when Jessie graduated from college. Cindy gave her a treat of a lifetime and took her to, I think it was Europe.
But she kind of took me. She knew how to travel with little code bars, and we got all over the place. Yeah. So.
Yeah, they had quite a run, and you still do. They're still really close, so that was really special. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to me. I first met Cindy. Well, Cindy and I first worked together when I was on planning and zoning in the late 1990s. before I ran for office for my first term. And I drove Cindy and Lance Clark absolutely crazy with questions and more information and wanting to figure things out. And Lance would say, great question, ask it at the meeting. I went, but I want to know the answer first before I ask the question. So it went round and around and around. And then when I got elected, I continued to drive Cindy crazy for 20 years I've been in office. So Cindy and I have been through a lot with our families, with our parents, and with our moms. And I love you. I'm going to miss you. And I know where you live.
Good.
Within walking distance.
It's in walking distance.
Wine in each other's porches.
Yeah. So, Cindy, you're awesome. You're amazing. You're going to be missed, but we do know where to find you. And you know where to find us.
Yes.
Okay.
And I might be one of those people in the audience going,
Oh, you mean you're going to drive me crazy?
We have several citizen board openings. You can just
I know.
we'll just put your name in.
Yeah, Friday's the
There you go.
deadline for the application, so we'll make sure you get a copy of it.
you guys, thank you for this. Oh my gosh, I just want a recording of everything so I can play it back every day.
Well, I think we can handle that. Yes.
And we are celebrating Cindy publicly on July 18th at the Rio Grande Park from 4 to 7. So then we can roast her in a lesson.
There'll be margaritas.
Do we need a liquor license? Oh, we won't tell the city. No, we won't tell the city. It's a special occasion. No,
Applications and extent.
Guys, thank you.
love you. Thank you.
Do I have to come back for short-term rentals?
Yeah. Yes.
Cindy, you're
We're
still
not done
on the
with you yet.
payroll until I think the
Oh
first.
my gosh, look at this. Amazing. I don't know how I'm going to take all my presents.
So we'll see you in about 4 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Here.
Awesome.
All right. Phew. So we're gonna move on.
But
to-
now, can we all go home?
Yeah, we're done for the day. So we are moving on in our agenda. So do we have any additions or deletions? I believe we do. Mr. Ely, are you handling this?
There's one amendment to be made to the agenda, and that is an addition. It has to do with an application for a special event liquor license that has been applied for by the Buddy Program for their annual event. The application was appropriately noticed, but inadvertently omitted from the agenda, so if the board would please entertain a motion to add that as a third numbered item to the agenda. And we can
So
move on
moved.
from there.
I would make a motion to add that.
It's on mine.
Do I have a second?
Second.
But we still have to notice it on there. So I have a motion, I have a second, and I also want to note that this is a one-reading public hearing, so anybody who wishing to speak on this item will do it when it comes up on our agenda. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, great. We are moving to public comments. This is a section on our agenda for members of the public wishing to speak on items that are not on today's agenda. And if there's anyone in the room here, just let me know and we'll have you come up. And Andrew, is there anybody we might have on this beautiful Zoom meeting? Are there any members, anyone that is online and wishes to speak on items not on today's agenda, please star 9, right? Raise your hand. We'll give it a few minutes. Do we see anybody there, Andrew? I don't think so. All right, I'm going to bring it back to the board. So now it's an opportunity for the board to make commissioner comments. Are there any members of the board wishing to speak? Wow.
Thanks for open discussion. I will just remind people, we are in a primary election. Election day is next Tuesday. You have 6 days left to vote. Early voting is currently happening in this building. You can come in and vote, or you can pick up a a mail ballot and take it home and do some research. And polls are open 7 to 7 on election day, as well as ordinary business hours, I think 8:30 to 4:30, Monday through Friday and next Monday. So please take advantage of this opportunity to participate in our very important primary elections. We have, county primary races that are on all ballots, as well as statewide races, congressional races, Senate races. And it is really important to participate now. And we will have a lively November election as well. So thanks.
I think we have been encouraged not to mail in any longer.
They
So
should
we
be
have to
brought
drop
in.
them
There's
off.
a drop box out in front of the building, the Pickens County Administration and Sheriff's Department building. It is secure. There's a camera on it for security reasons. It's there 24/7, so if you're here and you cannot, that's the place to drop your ballot at this time.
And you can drop it at, you can drop it in Carbondale or Basalt. It will get to Pickens County as long as it's dropped by 7 p.m.
You can drop it in
on election
Carbondale?
day. Yep.
They sort them out, and then we have an exchange program.
Yeah.
We get-
Where in Carbondale? Does anybody
I
know?
would have to look. Usually they're at the library there. But
Oh,
And then the other thing, you can still register to vote. Can you still register? You can come in on,
Yes.
even on the day of election and register to vote. Bring your proper identification with you. Steve, thank you, Kelly.
Thank you, Patty. The western United States is in the throes of the worst drought that has happened in centuries. And they calculate right now that the Colorado River Basin will be somewhere between 2 and 4 million acre feet short of water this year. Anybody who can save a gallon of water by watering your lawn less, in my case, we're gonna turn our ditch off early and just hope it rains. Because if we don't do that sort of thing, the irrigating water rights are very likely to just be shut off by a decree of the federal government if things get very much worse than they are right now. Everyone really needs to develop a new water ethic to conserve water, to use it wisely, not to waste any water, and try to keep it in our rivers so it will flow downstream to the Colorado River. It's the best thing we can do with our water as much as possible. And I urge everybody who's involved in agriculture to try to come up with more ways to use water efficiently to not overwater your crops. People with lawns it's better to do one deep watering like once every week than to do shallow waterings all the time, because most of that water ends up just evaporating. So just keep that in mind when you're using water, to use it wisely and try to send it down the river, because it's really dire circumstances are happening right now in this country. The water going down into California and Arizona and northern Mexico irrigates a whole lot of the vegetables that we eat in the United States. And they are talking about following fields in the Imperial Valley right now. The Imperial Valley has a water right, I think, for over 3 million acre feet of water, but they're not going to be getting that water, and so just keep that in mind. Thank you.
And, Greg, please.
Just to follow up, I was just thinking, while we're talking about landscaping, while we have landscapers and architects and people coming to build and landscape their properties, it's really seriously time to think about using more water-friendly plants, and it's maybe eliminate the bluegrass lawn from your plans, or the vanity pond, the things like that. I think are probably, it's probably a good idea to start suggesting that your clients not use amenities like that, because it just seems so wasteful. I did want to add one small thing there, and that was just regarding the Community Growth Advisory Committee. We've brought it up before. The applications for that close on Friday, Is that right?
Friday, 4:30.
We want the community to understand that these are very important committees. People become cynical about them, but we rely heavily on the input from these advisory committees, and this may be the most important one yet. So tell people who are concerned about our community and the future of our community that this may be their opportunity to get involved, and to please do not hesitate. It's a great way to serve the community. So Friday is the last day. pitkincounty.com will get you to the Community Growth Advisory Committee sign up. Shouldn't be too hard to find on the website. Thanks.
You just put it in your search and it pulls it up.
It'll come up if you search it. Yep. Thanks.
Great. I'm just going to kind of tag on to the water issue, but with fire. So when we have droughts and we have less water, we also have more risk of fire. Wildfires, house fires, any kind of fires. So please keep in mind when you're camping or driving and you're taking your raft to float somewhere where you can find water, make sure your train isn't dragging along the highway, because those sparks do cause, they just did down on I-70, to cause multiple highway fires from a chain dragging, they believe. Also, when you're camping, just keep an eye. Right now, there's no fire bans, but I expect to be having fire bans be instituted at any time. So just be aware of that, and just be safe out there, because you know, we have a lot of fuel in our forests, fuel around our homes. So mitigation, being prepared to go with the go bag, just in case, and have a family evacuation plan is a great idea, and people need to do it now, not when we have to be evacuated. And as our emergency manager would say, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So let's all be prepared out there and be safe. Anybody else? We're going to move on to a rather brief agenda we have ahead of us here today.
Yeah, right.
I'm being very sarcastic. The first item on our agenda is a consent item, single reading. It's minutes of the BOCC regular meeting on June the 8th, 2022. And it's approval of the 2021 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. Does the board wish to pull any of these off the consent?
The
Steve?
comprehensive financial report.
Okay, so we'll pull that one off. So I do have the minutes from the 8th, and I made a few corrections, just some little things with Julia. So they're ready to go if we have an approval.
I move to approve.
Thank you.
Second?
I have a motion by Francie, a second by Steve. Seeing no comment, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. And Steve, you wanted to discuss. Liz, do you want to come forward just in case Steve has a question?
So I would like to have a full reading of the comprehensive financial report.
It's 189 pages, so we'll be done.
I'm trying to push everything else off.
So, we had a discussion about this yesterday, and we had presented in pretty great depth to the board yesterday, but just for the public's benefit, could you just, in a couple of paragraphs worth of words, describe what the comprehensive financial report is?
Yeah, so they've recently changed the title, and it used to be the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, and they've changed it to now be the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. So they're both the same thing, but just in case you're not sure, those are two of the same thing. We will be uploading it onto the Pickens County website as soon as it's approved here it was on the consent, but we'll be uploading it there. For anybody who is interested, that is the the audited financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2021. And yes, we are already midway through 2022, so that's how long it takes us to kind of close our books. It takes about 6 months typically. Those financial reports, it's about 180 pages, I think, is what we saw yesterday, and it has a lot of information on it for the annual fiscal year of 2021. It has a fund financial statement for every fund that the county has, listed by that fund, and then it also has what we call consolidating financial statements. So it has basically the whole Pickens County consolidated into a couple pages. So you can kind of see how the county is doing overall with its position. There is also, I'll kind of point you to a couple of the areas that I think the public would find most useful. The MD&A, or the Management's Discussion and Analysis, is Section B of the ACFR. And that is kind of like a review with charts and graphs and paragraphs. So it's not like a huge amount of numbers. It's a lot of more just kind of analysis of what happened over the course of the year. The transmittal letter, which is in, it's at the very, very beginning. So the transmittal letter has information about kind of just what we see going on in the county and what kind of the future aspects and prospects are that we are seeing at the moment. And then the stats section, or the statistical section, is Section K, and that has a lot of information that Greg pointed out yesterday in the meeting about, you can see information about various departments, like the number of emplanements for the airport, the number of miles of trail that Open Space and Trails maintains, the number of books in the library, has all that information in there, along with other stats that people might find interesting, like the population and the growth of the population over the course of 10 years, and the sales tax numbers over the course of 10 years, property tax. It has everything over the course of 10 years, or else compared now and 10 years ago. So it's kind of really interesting to see the growth and the changes to not only our revenue and expenses, but just other things, employers, property tax payers, that information. Is that what you're looking for? Okay.
Absolutely. And
Great.
that's some good pointers for the public, any members of the public are interested, and I think some of them probably will
Yeah.
go to those sections that you pointed out, and
Yeah.
just to hold our feet to the fire a little and just check. So you basically have been balancing the checkbook of Picken County in a very detailed manner, much more than a household checking account would be done, but.
Yeah, so we do that all internally, and then we have our external auditors who also review everything, and that Paul was on our meeting yesterday, but we also have external auditors who review all that as well each year.
Okay, thanks, Liz.
Yeah.
Fancy.
Just a really quick little editing thing. My name is spelled wrong on page 27.
I am so sorry. I will fix that.
No big deal.
It was spelled out on the Redstone design guidelines. That's later. Yeah.
Okay? Hopefully the auditor won't catch that,
So
because
do
we
we
want
need
to
to
get
make a
that 40
motion to
years of.
approve?
One second.
Oh.
So 39 years we've received, what, it's a,
Yeah, so we submit our financial, our whole book, the financial statements, to the GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association. It's a national organization, and they have been reviewing our statements for 39 years now. This submittal that we actually are just doing now will be our 40th year if we're able to get the what is it called? The Certificate of Achievement
for
Yes,
excellence
thank you.
in financial reporting.
Yes, so if we get the one for our fiscal year 2021, then that will be our 40th year in a row of getting that.
and you will let us know when we receive that certificate?
We will, but it could be this last year when we did it, it took them about 10 months to get it to us.
So we will be patient.
So it might be next year by the time we
We're
get
working
that
on the
to
next
you.
report.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other comments from the board or questions?
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year ended December 31st, 2021.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Steve, a second by Greg. Any further comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 And thank you, Liz. You did an amazing job, and the whole department did.
Yep.
And we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we'll be seeing you soon for budgets or something, maybe? All right, so we are now moving to the item we added to our agenda. It's a special event liquor license for the Buddy Program.
Hey, did we approve the minutes? Just on that?
Yes.
We did.
No, we approved the minutes before we went to. So we have, I don't know who's, there's Jeanette. Hi, Jeanette. Hi. So we have approved this to be amended to our agenda. So it is before us. The board has the AIS and has access to the information on the website. So Jeanette, if you'd please give us a brief presentation, and we do have a representative from the Buddy program here with us today.
Sure. And thank you, Patty, for your help with this, and thank you to the board for allowing us to move past this technical issue that we had happen and have this public hearing go forward. I'm sure the Buddy program really appreciates it, and I know Lindsay is in the room. This is the program has applied for a special event liquor license, which is their annual fundraising event that happens every year, and this is the same, and it's been many years that this has happened. The event is July 9th, and the hours are from 6 to 11 p.m. I'll just do this really briefly. The applicant has applied for a special event permit through community development. It's my understanding that that will be issued in time for the event. As I said, a special event liquor license has been issued for this function for the past several years, and there have never been any issues associated. So what I'd like to do, and what I typically do, is turn the time over to Lindsay now and let her give you more information on the event. Maybe she can let people know where tickets are available and any of that information. So,
Great.
Again, thank you. Over to Lindsay.
Does anybody have questions for Jeanette? Lindsay, come on up to the mic there. That'd be great.
Thanks. I just want to clarify the event is Friday, July 8th. We are hosting it at Lenny Boogie Wine Glasses Ranch again on McLean Flats. He's very generously allowing us to do that. It is our biggest fundraiser of the year. We're so fortunate to have so many amazing supporters, and you all have always been a big part of that in making sure we're dotting the I's and crossing the T's and doing it all the right way. So thank you. We are expecting around 350 patrons. The event has decreased in size, which was, I will say, a gift from COVID, that we are able to do it and still maintain the strong fundraising numbers. So I don't know if you all have questions for me, but.
Ticket availability, are there still tickets available?
There are still tickets available. Buddyprogram.org is the best place to go to get those, or you can call the office, 970-920-2130.
920-2130?
Yep.
Perfect.
I was
Greg?
just going to say thank you, and thank you for your kind words about Cindy earlier. And I was going to ask, is there going to be like a Cindy Hubin's drink available at
We
this
might
event?
have to make one for her. And her
Cookie named after her?
Maybe we get her there and honor her there. So I was really happy to be part of that unexpectedly. So thank
No,
you.
it was nice. It was nice. Your words were very, very kind and very
Oh, good.
sweet.
Good.
Yes, she's amazing.
She-
So any other questions here?
I just want to say it's nice to see you, Lindsay. I do hear about you from time to time from my sister.
Working
and
closely with
she
Cynthia.
is just loving the Buddy program.
Oh, good. Well, thank you. We're happy to have her on our team.
Okay. Seeing any other questions or concerns? Oh, it's a public hearing. Yes, thank you. I was caught up in all the comments we've been receiving all day. This whole day is a public hearing. This is a public hearing. It's a one reading public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to comment on this item on our agenda? If you're online, please hit *9 to raise your hand. Gosh, I'm so sorry.
Must be Cindy's flowers.
No, it was the fact I chose to have my breakfast outside on the front porch, and it was a little polleny out there today. Everything's in bloom in my yard. It's gorgeous. Okay, seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'd be happy to make the motion to approve the application for a special event liquor license for the Buddy program for July 8th.
Thank you.
I'll second. I do have questions.
Yeah.
I'll second. Thank you. Are you looking for a new property? Isn't that property under
That's
up
a
for
great
sale?
question. Boogie's property.
Just to put it out there, I
Yes,
guess.
yes.
You know?
Boogie's property is on the market, and we're just kind of taking things one year at a time. The event used to be over 500 individuals, and so it is a lot easier to find a different space for 300 plus than it would have been for 500. So that was another reason we made that decision to shrink it a little bit. So yes, if anyone's out there and has an amazing lawn that they'd like us to tent for about a week and raise some great money to do good in this community, we would be happy to talk to them.
Okay.
We don't have a plan B right now.
Okay, I wanted to
Thank you.
let you pitch that. Okay.
Yeah.
I think we need to ask Boogie to put that in as a term of sale.
He has said that he will put it in as a term of sale. I guess it's
yeah.
up to the buyer if they would accept that term or
I
not.
have a feeling we could work on that.
We could probably work on it. Yeah.
All right, any other questions? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, thank you. Thanks,
Great,
nice to
thank
see
you all. Thank you very much.
And have fun.
Yes.
All right, now we are moving on to individual consideration items, first reading set for public hearing on July the 13th. First item is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving second quarter budget supplemental requests. We have Connie Baker. So the public knows we did review this at our work session, item by item. So Connie, if you want to give us a brief, if anything has changed or been added, or
Okay, yes, good afternoon. This budget resolution would increase the county's 2022 budgeted expenditures by $9,098,884, offset by an increase in revenue of $587,295, and that makes a net budget increase of $8,511,589. There are quite a number of requests included in this from many different county departments, and as Patty mentioned, the board reviewed this just last week in a work session, spending about an hour and a half with staff going over all of the different requests. I can speak to the different requests if the board would like, or for sake of time, we can just summarize and whatever the board would prefer.
I would just like the public to have a little idea as to why this amount is so much, based on some grants and issues
Yeah.
of significant dollar value.
About 68% of that amount is for the airport. The largest request in this is $6 million for the airport airfield pavement rehabilitation, which is the project that actually has just been wrapped up at the airport. And that also includes passenger boarding ramps. So that's the largest request included here. There's also the last request in the packet for an inflation stipend for employees this year, and that's also a larger request for all county funds. It's just a little over $1 million, $1,082,000. And this would be as a stopgap measure for employees until we can perform a compensation and classification study, which is being done, and we hope to put it as part of our 2023 budget proposal. In the meantime, though, staff has been dealing with the very high cost of housing and inflation, and so this is a small amount for employees to hopefully help retain staff and also recruit staff for the remainder of 2022.
Thank you. Did you want to do anything more briefly, or the board have any specific? Oh, John, did you have a comment, or are you just visiting us?
No, sorry, I just thought if there was going to be follow-up questions,
Okay.
I would
Okay.
make sure you knew I was here.
Thank you. Thanks, Kelly. Okay, Connie, if you wanted to just add some more information, please, go ahead.
Sure. Other requests that are in this packet are for airport terminal roof repairs. In the general fund, there are a number of requests. In the sheriff's office, there was an increase in their costs for body-worn and in-car camera systems, which is being required by the state. Dispatch had two requests. One is for emergency fire and police protocol software, which will aid dispatchers in performing their job. And that's a net zero request with no impact to the general fund because the E911 fund will contribute the amount of the cost of that software. Dispatch is also requesting a new ongoing position, an IT administrator. And There's no additional cost in 2022 as budget savings from position vacancies will more than cover the amount of that position for half of a year. But going forward, the cost of that position will be split among all of the public safety agencies that support dispatch. Picken County's share is just slightly over 38% of the cost, so roughly $57,000 coming up in 2023. The manager's office, there's a request for the next phase of the Criminal Justice Center study. For the BOCC, there's a contribution to CORE for the Coal Basin NEPA. There's grassroots TV coverage, which was just an omission in the 2022 budget. And then in the attorney's office, an increase in the outside legal counsel in their professional services line item. In the Open Space and Trails Fund, Deer Creek Housing Rehabilitation, and that was also presented to the Open Space and Trails Board. In the Human Services Fund, a food feasibility study looking at a food hub for local farmers and nonprofits, and Open Space has already appropriated funds for this study, and Human Services is now contributing to that. In the Healthy Community Fund, there's a request to increase the grant amount for recovery resources in order to get them up to the $75,000 that they need for a 50% match for an ESG grant in order to perform the space renovations for the homeless center in the Health and Human Services building. In the Translator Fund, they have budgeted for a solar array on Upper Red Mountain. What was not included in the budget was the 50% of the cost that DOLA is covering, so that's a net zero request. In the Capital Fund, there's an increase in cost for the generator at the Southside facility. This will serve as backup power for the backup dispatch center. There's an increase in cost, and then also transferring the existing budget from the translator and radio funds into the Capital Fund. There's an increase in cost for the courthouse renovation project. $250,000 for the roof and a lift for the district courtrooms, and also a contingency of $28,000 for the judicial district wiring and cabling in the courtrooms, which may or may not be necessary, but it's a placeholder in case it's needed. There's a transfer from the general fund to the capital fund to cover these additional costs. In the housing fund, there are a number of housing units that need some repairs that are beyond what was budgeted. Some are small dollar amounts, but the one unit at Hunter Creek has a larger cost, a total of about $40,000 due to more extensive damage from flood and mold mitigation that was needed. In the rent fund, there's an increase of $11,000 for the annual contribution to CORE. In the Redstone Ranch Road General Improvement District Fund, there's $10,000 budgeted for an increase of $10,000 to their budget in order to repay half of the loan that the general fund made to Redstone Ranch last year. And then the final request, as I mentioned, is the inflation relief stipend. So those are all of the requests included.
Does the board have any questions for Connie? So this is a first reading, set for a second reading, public hearing at our meeting on July the 13th. So I'll bring it back to the board.
I'd make a motion to approve. We've seen it and feel pretty comfortable with it. I'd just make a motion now to approve.
Great. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion by Greg, a second by Steve. Any further questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thanks, Connie, very much.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is a first reading set for public hearing again on July the 13th. It's a ordinance of the Board of Commissioners authorizing the Glacier lease agreement. And I think we have Dale and Gary here. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello. I'm Gary Tenenbaum, Director of Picken County Open Space, and I am here with
Dale Will, the Special Projects Director for Open Space and Trail.
Ooh. So, we're here today to talk about an interesting, innovative way to kind of manage an issue that we've had with Glacier property. And I'm bringing up a map right now, and I need to share it.
So this screen isn't showing like grassroots screen. for some reason.
Yeah, and I don't know, we have,
Okay. Great.
and we have Lynn Siegel, and I don't know who, does anybody know who that is, or?
Yeah, for our application.
next step.
here.
Okay, I didn't know we,
Chicken coop.
oh,
Okay.
oh, that's Siegel, and I just didn't know why we were having him on the whole meeting, but that's okay.
You get lots of people, lots of screens. Even though all 5 of you are here. It's kind of cool to see.
I am.
So Glacier Open Space, you know, it's one of those properties that we've had a great partnership with Eagle County. We purchased 2 big properties in Eagle County, and you know, on Glacier, we've been managing the properties now since 2015. And when we purchased the property and did the management plan, you know, there's a private parcel that actually you can see, we call it the flagpole, but there's a neighbor, and back in the days of when the Glaciers owned this, they gerrymandered this property, and basically there's a house. I'll give you the kind of tour. So this is the private property that is outside Glacier Open Space. And so this is the house, and then there's this flagpole that goes up there, and that's connected to this piece of property. It was so to keep it at 35 acres, so they would have entitlements to be able to build the size house that they have on this property. And so when we purchased this property, we knew about this, and with the prior owner, we actually built some of our equestrian and hiking trails onto this property with a verbal agreement, but we never finalized that. And then when the new property owner took possession of it, they saw the horse trails and they were like, well, what's up with those? And so we explained of what happened in the past, and they're like, well, we would also like some motorized access up there. And so we had a kind of a handshake agreement that if we can keep the trails, they could have motorized access up there on the roads that actually are on mostly the Picken County property. And so we try to work on an agreement with them to try to figure out how to memorialize this into the future. And over that time, in the last 2 years, we've gotten along really well with this neighbor. And what we have found out is, you know, the neighbor potentially wants to do some things with the property up top and continue motorized use of that area. That's kind of in conflict with the management plan for the wildlife. And also it's you know, it's a conflict too if we, you know, have trails on that piece of property too. So, you know, it is in Eagle County, so we can't rely on the Picken County Land Use Code to protect this flagpole. And we try to get some answers from Eagle County of what they could do up there, and they are allowed to do more than what you would be allowed to do in Picken. So they could do potentially a wedding venue up there or a small off-grid cabin. They could potentially, the road right now does not go straight up that flagpole, but they could create potentially a 2-track on that. And so, you know, to protect the wildlife, we came up with potentially a solution just to like, let's trade it. Let's buy that piece and try to parcel it off. There's kind of a potential problem with the Eagle County Land Use Code with open space subdivision, but also the landowner felt the price was way higher than we thought it was. We did an appraisal on it, and the two numbers shall not meet. And so they came up with this idea of like, well, you know, we also want we have an access easement They have an access easement right here on this piece of property. And we've been allowing the leaseholder of this area to store their stuff. And they don't really love that. It's kind of a mess. And they would love to potentially beautify that entrance. So they came with this idea that if we could have more control of our entrance, we'll give you more control of the flagpole. And so, on this, we said kind of a no development agreement. It's so they don't do anything with the top. We don't do anything with the bottom. They control it, but with restrictions on the bottom. They're not going to fence it. They're not going to, they're going to work with our existing lease owner. And they actually work with the existing lease owner because when this property was gerrymandered, this field right here, if you really want to add, this is the home supply ditch right here. So if you really want to irrigate this properly, you really do need to do both fields together. And so they've been working with our lessee to do it together. So we feel this is a really good win-win solution for now, for 3 years, to kind of keep them from developing up there, keep the motorized use totally restricted to 1 trip a month, that they can go up there and look at it. There's no use during the wildlife closure, and they will then control that little strip of 5 acres in green down below, and be able to, with our permission, to do some landscaping of their entrance place there. It is getting cleaned up, and so for now, until we can figure out some other issues, Dale could maybe go through those. This is kind of a stopgap measure to prevent any conflict to wildlife, and also keep our neighborly relations. Do you want to add?
Oh, just briefly, I think Gary's covered this pretty well, but we've tried everything other than what we're proposing to you and weren't able to make it work. We tried a purchase of the flagpole, and that got hung up on both appraisal issues and on Eagle County subdivision issues. We contemplated a permanent land trade, and that got hung up for various reasons with the rules over in Eagle County. So this lease trade that we've come up with, we think is a viable solution. Open Space does have a policy of trying to be good neighbors, and this is a win-win. We get to protect our wildlife up on top, and they get to beautify their driveway down below. And if the two parties after 3 years decide it's not working for one or the other, we don't have to continue doing it. We are hoping that with Eagle County, but hiring a new open space director and maybe getting some more leadership over there, that we'll be able to craft a permanent solution by and by of some kind. But for now, the Open Space Board is recommending that we go forward with this 3-year lease trade to just preserve the status quo and try to keep the uplands quiet during the winter time.
Board have questions?
Sure. Just reading in what the deal is, how confident are you that they'll stick to their end of the bargain regarding motor vehicles up there and wildlife harassment? Like, do they have any appreciation for what our objectives are on that piece of property?
They do. They also know that we have cameras all over the place. So we will see what happens. And they do, because in the past, we've been, with our cameras, they don't use it a ton before when they didn't have a restriction. They had a restriction not to do it in the winter, but they didn't really use it a ton before. So I think, they get what we want. We now, trust me, one of the two, Elizabeth, really wanted that area cleaned up in front of their driveway. So they would like control of that. So I do believe we'll be able to control that.
Excellent, thank you.
Another beautiful ranch dump bites the dust.
Well, it's always there. It can always come back.
I have a question on the AIS. Question, Kelly, too. On the AIS, down, it says restricted 1 motor vehicle trip / per month from May 15th to December 1st, and no casual visits from December 1st to May 15th. What is a casual visit?
Well, what I was trying to get at by that, in the lease that we've crafted and with RISE help, there is a provision that if they need to go up there, they can give us notice. If there's something on fire up there or some reason that the landlord would need to access the property, there's a formal provision for getting our permission. So by casual, in the summer months, they can go up once a month without notice to us, but not in the wintertime.
Not in the winter, okay.
If it's on fire, though, they should not wait for our approval.
Well, and probably they shouldn't be up there anyway, but you know how landlords are. They want access to their property.
Unless they can put it out.
Yeah. Kelly?
Yeah, so are we enforcing the cleanup or is Sorry, Amy. Are we enforcing the cleanup or is the Glacier open space lessee enforcing it?
We are doing that pursuant to our current lease.
The lessee is cleaning it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great, anybody else? So this is not a public hearing, it's a first read, separate public hearing on July 13th. So I will bring it back to the board. I know we've been working on this for a long time. I'm getting really familiar with that flagpole.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Any further question? Call a question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda. Okay, here we go with the airport. We have an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the chair to sign a lease agreement between American Airlines, Inc. and Pickens County, Colorado for operation at the Aspen-Pickens County Airport, Sardi Field. Now, are these, first of all, we have 3 of these, and I'm trying to review them hand in hand as far as they're the same, pretty much?
They're identical.
Okay, that's what I thought. Wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything. Okay, so Dan, please, floor is yours.
Yeah, we're bringing them to you separately because I like to pad the agenda.
I know,
So.
you just like to hang out with us for a
Yeah.
while.
So really, so we've been essentially in holdover, which is really where we had the lease agreement that eventually ends and becomes a rollover month-to-month agreement with the airlines for the last several years. We've worked very hard trying to negotiate with the airlines to try to get them to an actual lease agreement, and I think we've finally gotten to that point. We've left a little time in this, October 1st, for them to sign this, to allow their attorneys to give it another look over before they sign it. We have sent this to them. We've had a sort of a comment period with them on these leases. They've agreed to everything with the exception of one caveat to that. We've had, and you may be well aware that we've had a number of complaints from the public where they have sat on the tarmac for a fair amount of time after a plane has arrived, sometimes as long as 45 minutes. We did put a clause in here, we attempted to put a clause that the airline would, and we use the word endeavor, to hire enough staffing so that those items wouldn't happen. That was the only item that they balked at and asked us to remove. So we are trying to get that taken care of, but unfortunately this time we're not able to. But we're able to get them to a point where they will sign a lease agreement with us. One of the advantages of having a lease agreement rather than a month-to-month lease is as we move towards the redevelopment of the airport, specifically the terminal, in areas that the airlines will use, this provides us a better footing with rating agencies and other investment potential, that we have a long-term lease or seemingly long-term lease with a leaseholder. And it helps us with the investment grade, if you will, of that project. So that's why we're moving forward specifically, and we've really pressed the airlines to move forward with an airline agreement with us at this time. So these agreements will be for 3 years with 2 optional extensions beginning October of 2022 of this year. And that is really the crux of the lease agreement. Everything really stays pretty much as is. For the most part, we've adjusted the insurance rates per the county requirements, things such as that.
Okay, I do have a comment about the paragraph you were just talking about sufficient staffing, personnel and staffing levels. It's been brought to my attention that there's been an issue with housing of staff when they have layovers.
Yes.
And availability of van service and food service, and that the airlines require a rest period of a certain amount of time, and
correct.
sometimes staff is not able to fulfill that rest period. So they've been calling in under fatigue. I think that's what they.
Yes.
the fatigue clause or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything we might be able to do? I talked with Bill Tomsich
Mm-hmm.
briefly about some of the opportunities. I didn't know if there's anything we might be able to do on the county side or something we might want to think about trying to help them out with.
Sure. Actually, we are working with, it's interesting you mentioned Bill, we are working with Bill at the airport to try and with the Aspen Snowmass Air Service group, we are trying to work with local lodgings
Perfect.
to do that. We're having a really tough time with that right
Yeah,
now.
that's what I've heard from somebody who flies for one of the airlines.
Mm-hmm.
That's been really tough, and it's a matter of but for us to be able to fulfill the flight plan. I mean the schedule, but also it's a matter of safety. So I appreciate the efforts, and if there's
Sure.
anything the board might be able to do.
It is a regulatory thing,
Yeah.
but it is also a union item for them as well.
Yeah.
We may have to, as you know, if we can't come to some agreement with some of the lodging locally, we may have to think outside the box a little bit and come up with something else.
Great.
But,
Thank you.
sure.
Yeah, Kelly.
Well, just to follow up on that, what do their standards require?
I'm sorry?
What do their standards of lodging require?
They're rather difficult to meet. They have to be, they can't be a ground floor unit. They have to be single occupancy units. And sometimes the hours as far as check in, check out, those types of things do not necessarily match what a typical motel hotel situation would be. So it's rather convoluted.
It gets down to you have to have appropriate heating and air conditioning, and toilets have to flush, and
Sure.
they
Well,
get
I should
into
hope
the
so.
nitty gritty.
I know, how dare they, the toilets have to
I know,
flush.
I
what you
know.
mean.
But apparently there was just an issue with one of the hotels where things weren't flushing.
Yep, true.
And heated or cooling, so, yeah, and then their ability to have transportation to and from it's not like sometimes they have such a minimal amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
They can't take a bus, like, to the Element in Willits.
They can't, no.
And so many of the places don't have food availability,
Correct. Yep.
so,
It is difficult up here with that.
yes.
I have a question.
Thanks.
There is a bus at Willits. There's 2 buses at Willits.
No, but they don't have the time to take the bus.
Yeah, well, the bus is usually faster. Just saying. Anyway,
I did have another question, actually.
Oh, I'm
Nancy, if
sorry,
that's okay.
Kelly.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
How does how does this lease agreement work with airlines who sort of have come and gone? Like Delta had service for a while and then didn't have service for a while. Like, how does that work in this?
The lease agreements are actually, for Delta, for example, they are gone right now, but they're coming back in the fall. They've actually left all their equipment in the areas that they have, and actually we continue to lease that area for them because we decided if they're going to leave their equipment, they're still a tenant, therefore they're still going to pay rent. They just don't pay a landing fee. The aircraft's not operating. So from that standpoint, yes, it's an ongoing lease. It's like any other lease. They're continuing, whether they're here or seasonal, if you will, they're still paying a rent to us.
Okay.
If that answers your question, Kelly.
It does.
Okay.
What would the penalty be for breaking it?
You know,
They
that's
just pay the duration of the lease, or?
that's a good question. That's more of a, I guess, would be a John Ely question if they broke it. It gets a little gray.
Well, the leases allow for a calculation of damages and then an ability to enforce the lease to collect those damages and an attorney's fees provision to augment the damages if we have to litigate to collect. Quite frankly, though, I mean, we've never really been in that situation. The airlines themselves are a unique group of tenants. They're buffeted by a lot of different economic variables. And the more, I think, realistic and experience that we've encountered in the past is a declaration of bankruptcy to reorganize debt. And that can happen because employment numbers aren't what they expected, or they're too high, they're too low, or whatever. Fuel prices change dramatically, things like that. So we're generally in a position of having to deal with a company, a tenant that's under a reorg. In that case, federal bankruptcy law takes over, and we can't enforce the terms of the lease without going into bankruptcy court. and getting permission from the trustee there. But the leases themselves do provide for that. And the measure of damages would be how much rent or expected fees we are out of by the discontinuation of their services, landing fees as well as space rent. And until we fill it with another airline, or another airline wants to assume that space as part of their, leased area. In other words, say if one airline was out of the three and one of the other two wanted to simply expand and take over their space, then our damages would be limited, or potentially even eliminated, because we haven't missed a beat, kind of thing.
Okay. And then my last question is, since you're here, this might be out of the scope, but I'm desiring to know if there's conversations yet about their future fleet mixes, and if this lease agreement is the place where any of those agreements would exist.
This would be the place potentially in the future where such an agreement could exist. Right now, they're meeting county ordinance as far as, let's say they bring in the Embraer 175. They are meeting county ordinance as far as the 95-foot wingspan restriction. So really, they're technically operating under this lease agreement, even if they bring that aircraft. Now, if they get something larger eventually, when we can accommodate that type of aircraft, possibly sometime in the future, yes, then things may have to be adjusted, all the way down to where they're parking the aircraft, because we won't necessarily have 8 gates all for a larger aircraft, so they're going to have to work within some confines to manage the gate parking operations, things such as that. Right now, it probably wouldn't be germane for this lease because they're meeting anything that, even if they slightly tweak their fleet mix, they're not really changing the game at this airport. That being said, as far as what's taking place there, it's still a little nebulous. We're anticipating the Embraer 175 could possibly come in this holiday season, more likely a year from now. A year from this holiday season is what we're looking at right now. There's some negotiations probably going on behind the scenes that we're not privy to.
Okay. Thanks, Dan.
Sure.
Appreciate that.
My pleasure.
So this would be addendum to the current lease, the changes that you might have to make?
Probably so, yeah. If honestly, I don't, between getting into, not to get too far in the weeds, but between we get through design, construction, implementation of let's say, theoretically a group 3 as opposed to a group 2.5 airport that we have right now, that would be beyond probably the time scope of this lease agreement.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that it?
No, that wasn't my question. Can I ask my question?
Yeah.
So on your rental rates and charges, 2022 rates and charges, there are 2 different rates, and I'm wondering why. It says, it's like 4.111 says 98.13, and then 4.112 says 137.38 for the interior, and the exterior is 32 and 45. Why?
Some spaces, we have different categories of lease space. Some is exterior uncovered, some is interior space. We can even go into, and none of the airlines fall under this currently, but you have a year-round versus a seasonal carrier.
Oh, I see.
Delta is, going back to Kelly's question, Delta is keeping their equipment in the terminal. Last time they pulled all their equipment out, found that it may not have been the best idea, and had to come back and reinstall it all 6 months later. Because they're keeping the equipment, we're keeping them as non-seasonal but year-round. So they're getting a slightly better rate, but we're charging them year-round, so it actually benefits us.
Oh, I see.
It's a benefit to us, actually, at the end of the day.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
And do they also have a per passenger fee?
No, they do not have a per passenger fee to us. There is something called a passenger facility charge, which is something that goes into a bank of funds that can be used at this airport. So to purchase some of the ramp work we did this spring, that is going to be paid for via passenger facility charge fund, that bank of funds. That's $4.50 per passenger.
And that's like an escrow kind of?
It is. It's very similar, yes.
Okay,
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, I think that's all my questions. Thank you, Dan.
Steve or Greg? Steve?
So when Delta pulled out a few years ago, at that point, it was just a month-to-month lease that they were under?
Yes.
So does this long-term lease prevent that kind of a pullout from happening? Or would they still be able to do that if some circumstances arise that the airline just thinks they can't be in Aspen right now?
Sure. Well, I mean, there's nothing tying them to the air, you know, it's similar to what John was talking about as far as it's a different type of business model. It really is, you know, it's an outlier type of business model, so they could pull out at any time. But this gives us a little more leverage to be able to go back to them. Let's say they pull out to say, you still owe us this for a certain amount of time. Right now, the only leverage you would have is you have to pay us through the end of the month. Now we can say, well, you have a term, a lease, you need to pay us through X, and we can negotiate with them for some of those funds. So it does give us a little more leverage. It does give us more leverage in the case of bankruptcy, those types of things, because we can now go beyond just that month's worth of rent, back rent that they may owe us in a bankruptcy proceeding, things such as that. So it does give us, you know, there's a little more oomph to this.
Well, it seems too, from the airline point of view, it gives them like this certainty going at least 3 years into the future that
it does.
They don't have to, it's all set up, they don't have to worry about that, so they can like plug in their numbers, which probably didn't change before, but now they know they're set.
That's very true, although after airline deregulation back in the 90s or late 80s or early 90s, airlines actually wanted to go to very, very short leases. So getting them actually to a 3-year agreement with 2 optional extensions is actually pretty good. So it's sort of, not to pat ourselves back, we're a little proud of that one because it actually is a good term.
Okay.
So.
Any other questions? So we need to address these 3 items separately. So if the board is ready, we can, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd make a motion. Start with the top one. Let's see. That's American Airlines ordinance authorizing the chair to sign a lease agreement between American Airlines, Inc. and Pitkin County for operation at the Pitkin County Airport.
I'll
Great.
second.
I have a motion, I have a second, and again, this will be set for public hearing on second reading on July 13th. So I will call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All right, so the only difference in the next one is the name of the airline.
Correct.
I can make a motion authorizing the chair to sign an agreement with Delta Airlines in Pitkin County for operation at the Pitkin County Airport.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And now the third one, which is another
I can
change
do
in
the
airline.
next one. I'll just change it to authorizing the chair to sign a lease agreement between United Airlines and Pitkin County for operation at the Pitkin County Airport.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. I feel like Groundhog's Day.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Where does Sky West come into play with all this?
Sure. That's actually a good question. So SkyWest, it has 2 interests in this. One's, so the airlines are flown by SkyWest. SkyWest owns or leases the jet, but they fly under the flag of these various airlines. SkyWest is also the ground handler for United and Delta. Envoy is the ground handler for American. So that, we'll be bringing you actually a SkyWest ground handling lease sometime in the next month or so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, motion second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Good job getting this done.
A couple of quick things. I did sit on the runway after I landed this week for quite a while because they said that it was too busy at the gate.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize that was why.
It is.
And then did you say Delta? Is Delta the only seasonal carrier?
You know, technically, we're not considering them seasonal because
Right, I get that.
But yes, they are the only one that's removing themselves during the summertime. Yes.
Great. Okay, thanks.
I thought it was only elk that got on the runway, not county commissioners sitting on the runway.
We don't
Off the
consider
runway. You're slowing traffic.
I was in an American airline plane.
Well, if it helps.
Jan and I conspired on that just so Francie got the real experience of flying in and out of ours.
So I did sit on the runway on the
You too.
tarmac in the de-icing area during one of the drills, the emergency drills. And I sat there for a long time, and finally an EMT came up to check me out and make sure I was all right.
This, also when we were leaving was the windy day,
Mm.
so it was a 7-hour delay.
Oh, boy, yeah.
I got to know the airport pretty well.
And they
This
got a
was
lot
good.
of coupons.
Yeah, we got coupons.
Oh, good.
All right, Dan, you'll be coming back to us here. We have one more item.
Yes, you're not done with me yet, yes.
Nope.
Two
so
more
we
items,
have
I
one
think,
more
Dan.
between now and you.
Oh, yes, one more and then two items.
But you can stay right there.
Oh, okay.
Because Rich is over here. So Rich is presenting this one. This is an ordinance of the BOCC approving the purchase of 153 Juniper Trail, located at 153 Juniper Trail, Carbondale, Colorado.
Good, thank you. Rich Engelhardt, Deputy County Manager. You were on a roll. If you'd have kept going, Greg, you could have taken care of this one in that same breath. But yes, what you have before your board is, unfortunately, another employee leaving that's in our deed-restricted housing program. And this was a property that was purchased by an employee and her husband, and that are going to be moving out of the area. And as part of our deed-restricted program, we are, and it's been under the 5 years time frame, we're buying it back. And right now, we're going to hold on to it. It's a 3-bedroom, 3-bath, located at Shadow Rock. And we're going to do a survey, see if we've got a need for it within the organization. If we need to do something differently, we'll come back to the board with some suggestions there. But as it stands right now, we originally in the deed purchase had contributed $234,000. And what this ordinance allows is us to go ahead and purchase it outright for $390,517.29. There's a closing date of July 15th, and the second reading is for the 13th. So,
The public hearing.
yes.
And this is something you're thinking about reselling, not using as a rental, or you're not sure?
Right now, we're going to keep it as a rental and see if there's a need in the organization. Last time we did this with the 3-bedroom, there was not, and that's why we put it back out on the market and sold it. So if there isn't a need, we won't sit on it too long. We'll get it back out because their HOA dues are high, and it'd be good to get some revenue in.
Oh, they are.
If we do rent it, yeah.
And this would be under APCHA guidelines?
The rental portion, we would figure that for the employee based on the ABSHA criteria.
Yeah. Mhm.
Mhm.
What was the original purchase price?
The original purchase price, let me,
$390. I wondered
I
what
think
the.
I can find that for you real quick. Our portion was 234, and we were 61% of that, but I can get you that full number here. It was five something, I believe, so. Hang on 1 second here. Modern technology, you gotta love it, right?
So I'm just trying to make sure I'm thinking of this right. So we're buying it at a loss of what it was originally bought for? Or what is the current
we're
sale?
paying the 3% that we had on it. The original purchase price was $594. We had put 234 down, so the employee had 360 into it, and then based on the
Okay.
time that they kept it.
Oh, so they'll get their
at
3% and then we're buying out the rest.
We
Okay.
buy them out at that amount.
Okay.
And then we own the unit.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Greg, are you on a roll?
I'm ready for a motion. I'll make a motion that we approve the purchase of the 153 Juniper Trail, located at 153 Juniper Trail, Carbondale.
I'll second.
All right, motion is second. Any further questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Again, this will be second reading on July 13th with a public hearing.
Thank you, board.
Thank you. So now we're going to our individual consideration items, second readings. The first one is a resolution authorizing the board to enter into an operation, maintenance, repair, replacement, rehabilitation agreement. You didn't add any more to that in the interim? No. God, I was hoping it'd be longer. With the Robinson Ditch Company, and I heard you did a presentation at QQ?
That was on the RISD.
Oh, it wasn't, you didn't? I thought you guys talked about Robinson Ditch over there.
I did summarize it in my member comments.
Oh, maybe that.
I knew it was brought up, and everybody was really excited about it.
Cool.
Yes. So Lisa, please.
Great, thanks Kelly, and good afternoon, board. I'm Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers Program, and like Kelly mentioned, or Patty mentioned, this is the second reading of a resolution for the board to enter into an agreement with Robinson Ditch Company. The, let's see, the agreement basically spells out the responsibilities for each of the parties, the Robinson Ditch Company and the county. And in a nutshell, the responsibilities, that the county is responsible for work that happens in the river and on the banks. The ditch company is responsible for their headgate and their actual ditch. Joining me today is Quinn Donnelly. He is one of our river engineers and drafted the agreement for us. So if you have any questions, Quinn's available to answer anything. It's pretty basic, I think. It's a common thing, I think, that that people do when they enter, do some ditch work like this. So we just wanted to memorialize our responsibilities. So if you have any questions.
Does this have anything to do with the Army Corps permit? Do they require any kind of a maintenance agreement as part of that?
We have a 5-year monitoring plan with them, and Quinn can, maybe talk a little bit about that. And if we need to go in and repair anything, or if there is something that happens, we have a contract with Quinn's company and the original contractor to go back in. I think it's for a 5-year term. So we have that ability to go in if there is something that needs to happen.
Quinn, did you want to add anything? Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say this MOU is not part of the Army Corps permit. It's more mainly just basically Pickens County funded this project, and they wanted to make sure that the ditch takes accepted responsibility for their components that were part of it.
Okay, great, thank you. Steve, please.
Lisa, if the mill race silts up any, can the ditch company clean that from the bank with a backhoe, or do they have to get down in the water to clean out any sedimentation?
Yeah, so we do anticipate some, sediment accumulation upstream of their headgate from time to time. It's on the inside of a river bend. We could change that as part of the project. So we have provided an access point for them to get a machine in right above their headgate to clean out without having to get in and move boulders and big things out of the river. And then the rest, kind of that on the headgate to where the old headgate was, they can just access that from the bank.
And do they need to get an Army Corps permit to go into the mill race to clean out the sediment?
No, they're I guess, I don't believe so. I think they're exempted as part of maintenance activity, but I think if that came up, we would chat with them about that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to comment on this item on our agenda? Anyone in the room? And anyone online? If you wish to comment on this, please hit *9 to raise your hand. I'll give everybody a few minutes. All right. I am seeing no one who wishes to make a comment. I'm going to close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution authorizing the BOCC to enter into a maintenance agreement with the Robinson Ditch Company.
I have a motion.
Second.
And I have a second from Kelly. So any other questions from the board or comments? Lisa, this was a great project. Quinn, thank you very much. We've heard great things about this project for safety and ditch flow and water quality, quantity, habitat, you name it, you guys did it, and we really appreciate the work. So I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thanks,
Lisa.
everybody.
Okay. Thanks for having us as part of the team.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, we thank you for being part of the team. All right, now we are going to the airport for a resolution authorizing the chair to sign a grant agreement 3-08-003-6062-2022 with the Federal Aviation Administration in the amount of $1,663,764 for payment rehabilitation of the de-icing apron, taxi A and taxiway connectors at the Aspen-Pickens County Airport Sardi Field. Dan, hi.
Hello, thank you again. Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director. As you mentioned, Patty, this is Airport Improvement Program Grant 62. This work was performed last summer in August. It was a follow-up to the spring project we had last year to take care of some repairs on the taxiway in the de-ice area. The FAA was kind enough to allow us to use money from the 2023 fiscal year for the FAA to perform work in 2022 fiscal year to do work in 2021. And what we did is we paid for this up front, and then this is reimbursing us. 90% of the project is paid for by the FAA, which is the $1.6 million that you see here. And then 10% is locally funded. Most FAA grants have a local funding component, and this time it's 10% for us. The county covered that. And this just allows us to have you authorized to sign the grant agreement with the FAA and return it by July 1st of this year for reimbursement.
Okay, so that was a quick turnaround. I'll be happy to sign if the board approves. This is a public hearing. I'm going to open this item up to the public. Any members of the public wishing to comment on this item in the room and online, please hit *9 to raise your hand if you would like to submit comment. And I have a feeling these folks are waiting for something else. So I'm going to bring it back to the board. I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
Ready for a motion?
Yes, Greg.
I'll make a motion authorizing the chair to sign a grant agreement with the FAA in the amount of $1.663764 million for pavement rehabilitation of the de-icing apron, taxiway A and taxiway C connectors at the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport.
Okay.
Second?
I have a motion. I have a second. Any further questions from the board? Comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. And hi, welcome back. So this item on our agenda is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing the chair to sign a grant agreement 308-003-063-2022 with the Federal Aviation Administration in the amount of $4,162,155 for pavement rehabilitation of runway 15/22 taxiway connectors and the apron at the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport.
Well, thank you. Again, Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director. This was an Airport Improvement Program grant number 63, and this pays for the work that we just finished this spring, the 2-week closure. This covered some runway repairs, taxiway repairs, and a little bit of the apron. The additional portion of the apron, as I mentioned in a previous agenda item, such as changing some of the configuration of some of our gates and purchasing some boarding ramps, things such as that, will be on a passenger facility charge, which is a separate item. So this goes towards the general airfield pavement of those areas. 5% of the local match is a Colorado Department of Transportation Aeronautical Division grant as well, and then 5% is a local match. That is above and beyond this $4.162 million that we're requesting here. This is just authorization to have you sign a grant agreement with the FAA, also due July 1st of this year, to allow them to reimburse us for the work that we just did.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. I'm going to open this item up for the public comment. If there's any public hearing, if there's any members of the public wishing to comment on this item on our agenda, please raise your hand in the room or hit *9 to raise your hand if you're online. I'll give it a few minutes. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board and close the public comment. Does the board have any further questions? Steve?
So, Dan, some of the work will be done at night later on this summer. Could you describe that?
Yes, sir. Actually, the only work that we'll need to complete in August, really, during nighttime, is the grooving of the pavement that was repaired. It takes about between 30 and 60 days for that pavement to cure adequately so we can get back in and groove it. But all that can be taken care of at night and without any interruptions at the airport.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
Sounds groovy.
That's what I was thinking. So you're slip sliding away or you're not slip sliding away, right, Dan? Hopefully you're not slip sliding away. I'm going to bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion authorizing the chair to sign a grant agreement with the FAA in the amount of $4,162,155 for pavement rehabilitation that has already been done on runway 1522, taxiway connectors and apron at the Aspen Pitkin County Airport.
Thank you.
I'll second.
I have a motion and I have a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Thank
Tell
you.
them we'll take their
And I'll
money.
get those signed as soon as they get sent back through me.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. Good
you.
to see you.
All right, now we are moving on to an emergency resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving 2 memorandum of understanding, or MOUs, with the Colorado Department of Human Services, Office of Early Childhood, Division of Early Learning Access and Quality for Colorado Child Care Assistance Program, and the Colorado Works Program. And I believe we have Lindsay here with us. Hello, Lindsay. Oh, there you are. Nice to see you.
Hey everyone, good to see you. Thank you. So these 2 memorandum of understandings are historical. We've typically had them on 1 MOU in the past, and this year, because of the excuse me, the separation of the early childhood office separating from human services, we're going to see these on 2 different MOUs now. One through the Office of Early Childhood and one with the Department of Human Services. The Colorado Works will stay with Department of Human Services, while the CCAP MOU is going to go under the Early Childhood Office. It's notable to mention that there is some tension right now with the CCAP MOU being under the Office of Early Childhood. We may see an amendment. There are some bigger counties who have attorneys that are looking at the language and would like some changes in this MOU. So we may see some changes or an amendment come forward in the next month or 2. That's just amending some of the language around what the state's obligations are in the MOU, because this really does focus a lot on what the county's implementation of the programs are. So nothing huge. We'll probably see some changes there, but we want to make sure it's the MOU reads almost exactly the way that it has in years past. And then the other thing that I wanted to note was that we'll have to change the AIS, because I put that the confirmatory reading was going to be on July 6th, but it's instead going to be on July 13th. That is completely my mistake, and I apologize for that.
Okay, questions from the board? So this is an emergency resolution. We'll be bringing it back on July the 13th for a confirmatory reading and public hearing.
I just noticed they didn't give you a lot of time for this, June 1st to June 30th. So.
Yes, tell me about it. Yeah, it was a quick turnaround. I have requested from the state that they give us a little bit more time for future resolutions, like this one, and we'll see. That's why we had to come with an emergency resolution today.
Yeah. I had looked at that because I was curious, and with the June 30th date, we don't have another meeting until after that, so.
So I have a question, Lindsay, because I've been getting documents to sign that have been coming directly to me from the state, which has been a little confusing. And so because I have to check with Julia and Jeanette before I sign them. So do you know, will these MOUs again be coming that direction?
They shouldn't be, to my knowledge. They shouldn't be coming from the state. They should be coming through this pathway. Patty, if you could tell me the other ones that are coming through you from the state, that would be helpful for me to take back.
Okay.
To be able to help manage. Yep.
Yeah, because sometimes by the time I hear back from Jeanette or Julia, they've expired and we got to kind of go through the process again. So yeah, I think Julia's working on it, so maybe the 3 of us can get that figured out. That'd be terrific. Because I don't sign anything unless I have permission from Julia and Jeanette, or I get in big trouble. And I'm trying to keep myself out of trouble, which I don't seem to be doing a very good job of. All right, bringing it back to the board for a motion. Lindsay, thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve an emergency resolution of the board approving 2 memorandum of standings. What is it? Memorandums of understanding?
Memoranda, right?
With the Colorado Department of Human Services. So the two MOUs which we've been discussing.
Okay,
I'll second.
I got a motion and I have a second. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Lindsay, and we'll see what happens when they come through. Okay, I'm gonna ask the board, it's almost 2. Does the board want to take a break now, or should we do the Redstone ordinance first and then take a break before we start land use, the
Short break would be nice.
Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute break right now, so grassroots, we're gonna take 10. Thank you.
Thank you.
thinking I'm live. I'm hoping I'm live. It is Wednesday, June the 22nd, 2022. This is a Board of County Commissioners regular meeting, and we're moving on to the item on our agenda, the ordinance adopting amendments to the Village of Redstone Design Guidelines and to the 2006 Pickens County Land Use Code Title 8 of the code, specifically Section 2-30-10, 5-20-70, 7-30-20, and 7-20-100 related to the Redstone Historic Preservation Commission and development within the Redstone Historic District. So after reading that title, I think I've said enough, and I'm turning it over to Susanna Reed, who is the Pickens County Historic Preservation Officer. Hi.
Thank you, Patty. Hi. Do you need me to say any more? Just a quick run through. We are updating the 2004 guidelines document, and you should have received the red line set that is 99% of the changes that we made. There were additional changes after P and Z that I tried to indicate in there, but they may not. Otherwise, it's basically typos and stuff that changed after that. As far as the land use code goes, we updated Table 2.1 to recognize the Redstone HPC as a review body. We took out a subgrade FAR allowance in Redstone. We changed the on-site parking minimums to accommodate smaller lots and to require fewer cars on lots. We added a historic outbuilding exemption, which basically applies to historic outhouses that still exist in backyards. And then the biggest part, we took out a minor development definition that covered a lot of construction items that should be covered under the guidelines and officially weren't. And then the sign code reference, and that was the sign code was sort of the impetus for this whole project in the beginning, because Redstone is unique and has a unique set of businesses and unique character. We decided a sign code for Redstone was appropriate. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Kelly.
Regarding the HPC operating as a reviewing body or referral body, how often do their bylaws having them meet? Will they be meeting frequently enough in order to make timely referrals?
We meet on an as-needed basis, so when somebody contacts me about doing a project on the boulevard or in the district, then we schedule a meeting typically on the third Thursday of the month. Okay. We had, before COVID, tried to meet quarterly just to meet, but that kind of came apart with COVID. Mm-hmm. And but we try to be as efficient as possible and to address people's applications as quickly as possible.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for the red line. It was so much, I learned so much more. Thank you. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, question, just looking through this, I was, something about lawns, earlier,
Yeah.
if the specifications are requiring the old style bluegrass lawn imported from far away and plugged in and watered to a certain standard, it just doesn't make sense in a 1,200-year drought.
I think what we were attempting to do in there, where we use basically said a green growing surface, so that we aren't going to require a suburban lawn necessarily, but some kind of low growing and green.
Right, okay, so the requirements and even recommendations would steer away from some sort of high water, high fertilizer, high pesticide sort of.
I think everyone down there is pretty sensitive
Yeah,
to.
and also their proximity to the river too would make it make sense to be doing the right thing there. That was the only question I had, thanks.
Kelly, you brought something up about my name being misspelled.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Where
on the
was
cover,
it?
like the intro sheet or something at the beginning of the.
I'm going, where did she find that? I didn't print all that out.
No.
So, we just need that, is it with a Y?
On the red line, it's with a Y. Yes.
Oh, okay. I think I got it off the website. Okay, I'll fix that.
Thank you. Thank you, Kelly.
Uh-huh.
It's Kelly with a Y, Patty with an I. All right, any other questions?
Not a question, but I would like to recognize the members of the Redstone Historic Preservation Commission by name, because I think they probably don't get enough recognition.
They do not.
And we very rarely see them over here. So Jason James is the chair, Nancy Cromie's the vice chair, Kathy Montgomery and Dorothea Ferris are the other two, and that's only the 4 current sitting members. And then in the report, there's thanks to a lot of the previous members who did the original one, and that's, you know, it's kind of like a who's who of
Yeah,
people
Redstone.
from Redstone who have been really active over there, like taking care of their village.
Yep, they're very dedicated.
Yeah.
So I believe, John, this is just a one-read public hearing, or is this a 2?
No, this is,
This is the second.
Oh, this is the second.
second.
So this is the public hearing. All right. For some reason, I had that written for something else on here today. Maybe it's the other resolution. Okay, so this is a public hearing. Second reading. Are there any members of the public wishing to comment on this item on our agenda who are here in the room? Oh, we have 2 members of the public who are raising their hands. So DJ, would you like to present public comment? Our public comment is restricted to 3 minutes. Please give your name for the public record.
My name is David Johnson, and I own the Redstone Mountain Mercantile across the street from the Redstone Inn. And I have just found out that this document being presented by HPC would take away my ability to build a basement underneath my building, which received an exemption for this a long time ago, as did the Ice House next door, owned by Bob McCormick. We're well above the floodplain. Susanna Reed claims that we are in the floodplain. It's completely untrue. You know, I'm a working class guy. All I ever do is work. I've worked for 30 years in this valley to buy a place in Redstone. It's where I want to be. And, you know, I'd never asked Pickens County for anything. Yet all I've had the last couple of years is shutdowns and restrictions, and you can't do this. And you look at what's in that document, it's ridiculous. Everything that everybody supposedly has to conform to in the length of that document, it's completely unrealistic. They want to, and now they want to shutter up all the dumpsters. Well, you know what? We all generate waste up there. But, you know, I've never asked Pickens County for anything. You guys gave Steve Carver, what, 8 TDRs when he wanted to do so much up at the Redstone Castle? Where's my TDRs? Now you want to take away my basement. We're not even in the floodplain. And this is ridiculous, completely ridiculous. This document is you're being asked to approve it today. The public has had no chance to weigh in on this. Nancy Cromie walked by my place up there 4 days ago. I said, when do your dumpster regulations go into effect? I don't know. I didn't even know it was up for review. And she's on the board. 2 of the members don't even live in Redstone. Dorothea Ferris doesn't live there. I've never seen her support anybody in town. Kathy Montgomery is a great lady, but she does not live in town. You need to take into effect that we live in 2022 and people need to live their lives. And we need to, you know, I've got a huge, massive tree across the street from me that could blow down onto my house at any time. We've had a ton of wind up there the last couple of years, falling on things. And now my neighbor has to supposedly get a permit in order to take that tree down and protect people's properties and lives. And it's ridiculous. We have to ask permission for every single thing. Is that what government stands for? Is that we have to get permission from you people for everything that we do? You guys said you were going to do a field day on the STR issue in Redstone. Did you ever come down? That's a yes or no question.
Well, you're not. Yeah, you're presenting your comments to the board. The board is not responding back to questions, so we appreciate your taking the time.
Why?
Because that's
Okay,
not
well,
how
you
we.
cannot-
David, that's just not how we handle public comment. I'm sorry, and we are going to be we're going to be doing some provision of time down in Redstone for TDRs. Just so you know. I'm going to give you
Well,
a few more seconds here because your time is up, but I've taken up some of your time. So if you want to do
Okay.
some closing
Well,
remarks.
There's no way that you can pass this document at this time because the public in Redstone has had no time to review it. And in fact, one of your HPC members didn't even know it was coming up for approval. And, I question the legitimacy of HPC. It's not an elected board. It's appointed. And the public should be able to elect the people who think that they can tell us what to do. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Appreciate it. I believe that the HPC was involved in drafting this document?
Yes.
All the members?
All the members, going
Okay.
back to, I think we started this in 2015, probably.
Have been working on, I
And
know
we've
it's
been working on it. We did have 2 public meetings in Redstone to present the draft document that were, noticed and marginal or sparsely attended, but we did present it to the public at that time.
Okay. And if somebody has a prior approval for a basement?
Suzanne would have to answer that question. We haven't gotten any formal applications for subgrade space on the boulevard since that provision went into the code.
Okay. Okay, we haven't seen any, because it made it sound like they'd already received approval for subgrade, and therefore we were taking away that approval, which would be of concern to me, but apparently we have not granted approvals.
Sorry, as Susanna said, we haven't had any applications for that. So, right, the discussion, I guess, with the HPC was whether that was appropriate to provide that exempt space for the below grade that had not been utilized. So the proposal was to remove that. So anybody who had utilized it would obviously have that space legally. But if they had not come in to utilize that provision, if it's removed from the code, it wouldn't be available anymore.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. McCormick, I see you have your hand raised. If you would like to give your name for the public record, please.
Yes, Bob McCormick. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Bob.
Oh, good. Thank you. Yes, when Susanna Reed at the last meeting, and I just found this out just today too. So we weren't aware of any of this stuff going on. And yes, we live in town, but we don't participate in the HPC meetings. And for this to come forward like this is really a shock. But I saw it, but I went back and saw what she said, and she said that the subgrade exemption was being taken out because the town is in the floodplain. Well, we used to own 2 historic buildings, and now we own just the one, the Ice House, which is limited, and we were down zoned to 2,000 square feet or less on our property. And commercial properties might need this in the future if we in what they have, and it doesn't change the look. It keeps the ridge lines, which were lowered down to 24 feet from 28 feet. It gave us some opportunities to actually have a building that we could use as a commercial space and still have storage. This was a super important part of the 2004 rezoning, and that's why there's so much language that was cut out. And to have it taken away from us at this point is really hard to take. I mean, I've owned that building since before all the historic designation, and when that was all happening, I was totally in favor of it, in favor of not being able to build huge buildings there, not becoming another BOCC. But now you're going to turn this into just another subdivision, because people aren't going to be able to do commercial anywhere in town, even when it becomes somewhat viable. The other thing is the dumpsters. We've had a dumpster on that property for 35 years. We've never had a problem with anybody with our dumpster. It services 4 other families and 2 businesses, including DJs. And it's an important part of keeping our trash and being able to deal with that in a bear-safe way. I think that the existing dumpsters should be grandfathered in, and that they should not have to go, that we should not spend $20,000 or $15,000 for enclosure. It's just another way, I think, of some people getting back at other people through the HPC. And I'm just really disturbed by that. This is going through without really a notice, because it's really more of a rezoning than it is an HPC issue. And I would really like you to continue this and let some other people in Redstone know. Like I said, I just found out about this about an hour and a half ago. So I'm hoping that there's that you can push this forward and let people know what's happening. There was, just that misinformation that all of Redstone's in a floodplain. We are not in a floodplain. We could put something underneath these buildings or in a separate building, because we have an historic building, and since an accessory building is only big enough for a garage, to be able to do this was an important part of our plan, or somebody's plan in the future, to be able to have a commercial building in a very commercial spot in Redstone and not have it be more than 2,000 square feet. It's just hard to take that we keep getting more and more regulations and not a lot of help.
Okay, Bob, you need to start wrapping it up, please. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you very much, and I hope that you can take into consideration the fact that a lot of us have spent a lot of time and money trying to keep Redstone going, and this is another affront on the people who own property there. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
Really good. Thank you.
That was interesting. Anybody in the room? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board and close the public hearing. Yeah.
Or is there a second hearing on this?
No, this is it.
This is it. I would be, I feel compelled to ask that we continue this in order to offer a substantial portion of the business community in Redstone has just weighed in that they're feeling like they've been left out of the loop.
Okay, so staff apparently did 2 public meetings and noticed them, and nobody showed up.
Right, we know that happens in busy lives and communities, and I think that this is a significant part of their community who came to speak up. I don't know if anybody else would, but it concerns me, and I don't want to come off as, it's not a rush. You've been working on it since 2015, but I still would like to see one more round of public comment from the people who've just weighed in today, because I know it takes a lot of energy and courage to weigh in, and I'd like to just dig a little deeper.
I support that.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
The only reason we removed this subgrade space was that it just hadn't been taken advantage of. There's no real philosophical problem with it as it was written in the code, and I don't think that there's an issue with removing that removal.
So we could grandfather that space or other
Yeah.
similar spaces without too much difficulty?
Yeah, we would just allow it, but they'd have to come in through an application process.
Right, right.
So there's no, I don't think there was anything that we were trying to accomplish by removing that besides just cleaning up the code.
Right. Got it.
And what about the dumpsters?
What about dumpsters?
So the way we have approached dumpsters is that when a property comes in for a development application, then that requirement for screening the dumpster would apply to that application.
So it's not just
we're not going back and telling people that they have to do that for the ones. So essentially, the dumpsters that are there are grandfathered.
Right. The impression I got from the first caller was that he really isn't informed, and despite the best efforts that you've made and others, that he simply doesn't know what's going on, and at some point we can't take all the credit for that. He's got to, if he's not paying attention, these things happen, and I that's the sense I came away with. I know Mr. McCormick is much more active and involved, and so he's kind of articulating something that's made more sense to me. But it's, I guess the news for those guys is that the dumpsters are grandfathered, but if they're gonna make a change, a design change, then it's going to be different. That's acceptable, I think. And with the subgrade space, it sounds like this isn't being taken away from them presently.
Well, yeah,
Or
we
you
were
could revise
going to
that.
be taking that out of the code, but there was no reason besides the fact that no one had taken advantage of it in
Right.
20 years. That
the easy thing to do would be to strike those two, or make sure those are elaborated in this resolution. But if we solve the information issue, I'll put that up to the board. Or just, I would either withdraw my motion to continue and make a motion to amend it so those concerns are met. But I want to hear what everyone else thinks.
Steve? Oh, Kelly and then Steve.
Yeah, I think we could strengthen some language in here. I don't necessarily think it's fair to all the people who've worked hard on this and did a public process to, continue to go after some public participation that we may never reach the goal of. Like, you live in a historic district or own property in a historic district, it's hard for me to just say, well, I don't attend or pay attention to those meetings. It's like, okay, I don't, when they're noticed and they're happening in a public forum, we would want everyone who thinks they have some effect in this to engage, but we can't force that. And so, but, I think if there's two issues for me. I mean, I feel like we can strengthen in the language that, effective, like some effective language related to the dumpsters. These will be enforced upon, application of some ComDev permitting process. Would clarify that. And as far as the basement language, I do want to understand how we might distinguish between properties that are in existence and may have been able to take advantage of this in the past, and like empty lots, and how they might be treated, because there still continue to be some empty lots in Redstone. And if the discussion was related to how those might be treated differently, then we should be very clear about that here. And if the floodplain requirement is cut and dry, then I would say let's just make that cut and dry. And whether you're in a floodplain, regardless if you're an existing building or a empty lot, you wouldn't be granted that additional FAR. And if you're not in a floodplain and you are an existing building, then prior standards could apply. Would be my two offerings of how we maybe could resolve those issues that were raised today.
So on the subgrade, you'd say that they would be allowed to apply if they weren't in a floodplain and weren't in a floodplain and were an existing building. You would be allowed to apply for subgrade space.
Right. And then I just would want to understand a little bit more for like an empty lot, if there's a different consideration beyond floodplain that we should know about.
I don't see why we would prohibit an empty lot from coming in. That's easier to put subgrade in than existing. I don't know. Yeah.
I'm not sure we couldn't just remove the subgrade clause and let ComDev deal with it item by item if they have a feeling that something's in the floodplain. They're not going to pass it, and if it isn't, they are. So I think for the historic district to be making a designation about the floodplain might not be appropriate. I was wondering, maybe Suzanne, whether that would be appropriate.
For the subgrade.
Yeah, for subgrade.
I might need you to run that by again. Sorry.
I'm wondering
Since I
whether
was
it's appropriate
relocating.
for the historic district to be making some kind of designation about the floodplain. I mean, if they took that language out of the what is it, an ordinance, a resolution?
It doesn't.
And just let ComDev deal with it when applications came in?
So the floodplain regulations are separate from this. I mean, either, right, it's in the floodplain or not, the location where your building is in or not. I mean, that's mapped. So that's addressed elsewhere in the code. I think the issue here is, right, we had specific language in the VR and BC zone districts which only apply to the boulevard. that provided those properties to have this below grade exemption of up to 999 square feet. It would be any property in the VC and VR. So Kelly, to your point, there is no distinction between for an existing building or an undeveloped lot. This exemption is provided. So right, the proposal had been to eliminate that exemption from the code. If you're, if you don't want to do that, we would keep the language that was there, that's available. Again, as Susanna said, no one to date has taken advantage of that provision. But if they wanted to, the exemption is available, and they would go through whatever process, which would include then looking at the implications related to the floodplain.
So it would be possible to remove the whole language about the floodplain in this resolution?
I didn't see
To leave it
floodplain
in.
It's
What?
not.
What did you say, Suzanne?
To leave it in to not change it through
To
this.
not change it.
Yeah.
The below grade exemption language.
Right.
There isn't language about the floodplain. Again, the floodplain regulations are
Right,
separate
but the
from
subgrade.
Okay, just, making sure.
So
we're-
what I think we're trying to get at is we want to bring back the red line where we took out the subgrade and bring it back in the way it was so people could apply for it, go through the process and either be granted or denied of subgrade. Right?
Follow-up question on that?
Yeah.
I just said, is there any reason for historic, integrity purposes that adding a basement would not be compatible? I mean, we see it happen all the time here.
Yeah, we certainly do.
Yeah.
The issues that are actually pretty well covered in the current code language are the issues of egress wells, exposed foundation wall, that sort of thing, that are not really compatible with the historic buildings, but all that is addressed pretty carefully in the code the way it's written now.
Okay.
So they would have to follow historic guidelines in order to be able to have an acceptable subgrade. So I think the board is looking at bringing that clause back into the language.
Okay.
And clarifying the clause for containment around dumpsters will be triggered with an application or new application or revision, or I'm not sure what language you guys want to do, but which would state that existing dumpsters are grandfathered in until such time as a development application is submitted for the property.
And that applies to signage. It applies to a number of things that,
It's a trigger.
aren't new to the code.
Okay, so I think those are the two areas we're looking at clarification of language. Steve?
Bob McCormick also mentioned something about roof line or the height of the roof or something.
I didn't hear him.
I didn't quite understand
Did he say
what
that?
his point was, but there was some sort of an issue that he felt like that had been something that had been changed, that was taking away something that they had previously.
I didn't catch that from Bob's comments.
So then, just the fact that there are 2 or 3 things that they brought up just from 2 people talking about them makes me wonder if there are other things out there that if we did continue the hearing to give them a few more weeks, that the people in Redstone could look at the new things. If they weren't aware of it, they should probably be aware of it at this point.
Bob will make them aware of it.
We would give them a little bit more time to look at the guidelines and to understand, and maybe we could do a little outreach to them to explain.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. I'm just, how many times do we keep having to go back to the public and reaching out until everybody, you can only do so much. You can only, drag the horse to water.
You sound like me.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking since we are making some changes to the red line portions of it, if we just continue it at the continuation, then we will look at the language and make sure it reads the way we would like it to read. It gives the residents in Redstone a couple more weeks to look at the whole thing and to understand it better and to call and ask questions or whatever, rather than, I would feel not good to pass it today with, amendments to it. Given that 2 people called who felt like they weren't aware of what was going on.
So my question would be, what do we do the next time when 2 people call, different people, and say they weren't aware? Do we keep going on? When do we finally draw the line and say, we've noticed, we've been working on this for how many years, we've done public meetings there, this is a public notice that goes out about this. And if the board chooses to go in that, I will support it, but I'm just concerned that the next time, we've got that, there's got to be an end at some point where we move things forward, and I think that the issues that were brought up were easy to address, to clarify today. So I'll just bring it back to the board and see, Francie.
I was just going to speak to what it was like before I was in government, when there were probably notices about the Pitkin County or the OST parking lot at the bottom of my road, and all of the people who lived up Stark Mesa who are affected by it missed it. We missed it. We didn't go to a public hearing if there was one, or I don't know what there was available for making comment, but then when at some point all of us were like, holy mackerel, have you seen the plans for this parking lot? So then we went down and we met with, I can't remember who it was that we met with, and all of us expressed our dissatisfaction with the plan, but it was kind of like too late, so it's there. So I will say that when you're not in government, you may not be paying attention in quite the same way that we all are, so I can understand that there are people in Redstone who thought the Historic Preservation Committee, whatever it is. Commission, thank you. Were doing things that wouldn't necessarily affect the use of their lands in quite the way that it turned out that it is. So I think it would be a good idea to give them a chance to hear about it one more time.
Did I hear one more time? Run in there.
One more time. One more
Kelly
time.
and then Glenn.
Sure. Yeah, I'm fine to have this go back out for another round with the updated language. I don't feel like there's a pressing, policy matter at hand, since we're talking about future applications and we don't have pending applications that have to address this. But I would like to see a timely turnaround, because we got to move staff's work along too.
Right.
Just a question, but where are the public notices set up in Redstone? How easy are they to miss?
Well, for the, we sent it out in the community email that Kathy puts out. We post paper notices at the inn and at the store. And that's basically our process.
And are those official, is there not a formal location that has to be the designated posting?
It's at the inn, at the entry of the inn.
Okay.
So if you don't go to the inn, you don't see it.
Right, and the meetings are held in Redstone. Pre-COVID, the meetings were all held in Redstone, and the meetings where we worked on the guidelines were all noticed and open to the public at that time as well.
It's hard to get people to show up. I know the feeling.
Well, yeah, and I understand Francie's, because when I wasn't in government, but I've been in government for 20 years, and this is not new. This happens almost every issue. Somebody will come in and say, I didn't know about it, I didn't hear about it. And, we do more. Pitkin County tends to do more than we're required to do to notify the public and bring public comment and bring the public to the table. But I'm seeing that the board is leaning towards, a majority going towards continuing this. John, since this is a second reading, public hearing, do we need a date certain?
Yep.
Oh, geez.
Throw a date at us.
I would recommend not your next meeting, because we have a lot of land use items on that already, so I would say the next would be July 27th, the next.
I'll move to continue this to July 27th.
Will you be here?
I was gonna, we haven't talked about.
Second.
Wait. We're not in a hurry, remember? We've been doing this since 2015. We're not in a hurry.
The meeting after that is August 10th, if you're looking at dates.
I think it should go for August 10th, because by the time we notify, I want everybody down, the board, Francie and Steve, I'm tasking you with, you're going to knock on every door in Redstone and make sure people are notified of this.
Let's you and I go door to door.
Yep, Kelly and I often. You know what, we will.
Reasons to go
We'll
door
do
to
that.
door.
Can I suggest September 7th or September 14th?
September?
Yeah, I'm not here in August.
Sure.
Or July 27th.
Or July 27th.
You're not here July 27th.
Does July 27th give us enough time to notify the public and hold a meeting?
Well, she's not here anyway.
No, she's
She's here on July 27th.
No, she's not.
Oh, you're not here on July
Not here.
27th? Oh, I thought she said she was.
I could be here remotely. Well, let's see, now I'm flying on.
No, let's do September. If we're not in a hurry.
September 7th, is that what you said?
Isn't that Labor Day?
September 14th, is that a
Would
regular
be the
meeting?
14th would be your regular
14th.
meeting.
Okay.
Let's do the 14th.
Move to continue to September 14th.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second.
And this will
Any
be
further
reposted.
discussion? And I heard one more time. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
I
Sorry.
suggest that when Picken County Commissioner shows up in Redstone at a meeting, the people really appreciate it. And if we do a public meeting, somehow we need to activate a phone tree or something in Redstone so they can call each other and say, by the way, there's this meeting about the guidelines. Please put it on your calendar. Please come to it if you are able.
Well,
And if a couple of us go also, just to be
Can we
there
do
to answer questions
Can we
and
go to that
to
public
answer
meeting when
their
this is
other
a public
questions,
hearing?
because
I
they
don't
always
think
want
we
to talk
can.
about other things too.
Depends on what's going.
Yeah, I think we'd have to be careful with that because it's an item before us, and if we're all not there and call a formal meeting, then it's, the rest of us wouldn't be there necessarily. So we need to check with legal counsel before we do that. And as far as us telling them what to do to set up a tree phone, there's, a phone tree.
A phone on a tree at one time.
Patty, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Just, I guess I'd like to ask, is your direction for us to hold a public meeting in Redstone to discuss this? Or is your direction to better distribute the information with the draft ordinance that's been provided to help educate people? And so they know that when your next hearing is, I guess
I would
that's,
say both.
How might you distribute it?
We would, reach out to, obviously, there's the Redstone HBC, there's a Redstone, I think, Community Association, there's the caucus, has their own email list, they send things out. So, I think
Very
that
small.
would be our effort to try and, use existing channels to put that information out there.
Can't we do a mailing? There aren't that many people in the Redstone Historic District. Can we just mail something to them?
Mail them the whole packet?
Or mail them something that says, this is the case, please go to this link to learn about it or something.
Or do we want to hold a public meeting and disseminate the information prior to that? What does the board want to do?
My preference would be not to hold a public meeting because not have that be the priority because people will miss it. I just think scheduling conflicts will again come into play, and there needs to be another way to distribute the information more broadly. So I don't know if those channels will cover everybody. It seems like that's a lot. There will be people that are missed. I'm fine to do a short, small mailing.
With the website connection?
Right.
Yeah, I think that's preferable because the caucus, for instance, is a very small group of a few engaged people. I don't think it would touch DJ, for instance. I've never seen Bob at the caucus meeting. I don't think, maybe I have, but I just think each of those is sort of a separate group of people, and if there was some way we could be more inclusive.
So I'm going to suggest that we put the notice up in the inn and with the website connection so people know how to find the information, and that we use those other avenues that we already did. And then I don't know how many properties there are, if we even have correct mailing addresses for everybody there. Let's just have the people who are coming to be calling in at our next item, and we'll let them know we're having a meeting in Redstone. So maybe we need to look at both of those avenues and then not hold a public meeting. Provide them access, easy access to the information online. Let them know we'll have a second continuation of a second reading,
Which we public.
which will have a public hearing. I'm not gonna close the public hearing. Steve, is that okay with the
So-
board, though? We don't have the public meeting and we do the outreach through website and notices and a mailing with the website information?
I'm okay with that. And I know that in Redstone, they used to meet in the church, and now they can't meet there anymore.
Right.
That used to be the place.
Well, I know,
I
so
think
you go to
that's made it-
propaganda pizza and everybody
Yes.
gets.
Then they go to
Propaganda pie now.
propaganda pizza, but then sometimes the meetings are out on the picnic tables outside behind. They're not necessarily
Well, I
in.
think we've decided we're not gonna do a
So
public meeting, we're just gonna
that
outreach with
is, I mean, just
information.
going into the future, I think we need to resolve that. Where is a good meeting place?
I think
in
propaganda
Redstone?
pie's been working. I went to one inside and I've been to several outside, seems to
Let's
be.
have them print up some.
And they give free food.
Wait, okay, guys, we're bringing it back. We got a long way to go.
So did we
What's that?
vote?
Table tents at Propaganda Pie. If that's where they go, that's where they get their news.
We don't know that.
I feel like it could be the same issue as people not seeing the notice board at the end.
For sure.
Just try to
We're gonna,
broadcast it.
okay, we're gonna do the posting at the inn, we're gonna follow the avenues we've already tried with the newsletter, et cetera, the caucus, and then we're gonna do a mailing to the people who are affected on the boulevard, correct? And we're not gonna do a public meeting, and then we're gonna let them know that there's a public hearing scheduled on September the 14th.
As well as how to send public comment to us.
Yeah, with the information on how to do that. Okay? We got it. Now, we had a motion to continue to the 14th. We've clarified to staff the direction. Everybody good? Calling the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Susanna, please remember to come back from wherever you're going for the.
Hey Patty, John, let me know he's gonna be staying on through the meeting.
Okay.
I've tried to talk him out of it, but,
Okay.
The boss
he's
is
gonna stay
listening.
on.
You
Yes, he
didn't tell
is,
us
so-
this?
Yeah, so he'll be there. I've got a couple things I need to
All
take
the
care
rest of the day?
upstairs.
You're going
Are you
upstairs.
coming
okay.
back?
But I'll be upstairs.
Oh, okay.
John's gonna be here the rest of the day?
He's online. He's gonna
Online,
stay with us.
with you.
He's listening to us.
All right, we're gonna move on, guys.
There he is.
He's up at Williams Lake.
Yeah.
Okay, we are moving on to the next item on our agenda, which is a resolution approving the Surratt Siegel Activity Envelope Site Plan Review designation to Historic Register and Historic Incentives. Leslie Lamont. And this is a continuation from our May 11th meeting. And it is a public hearing.
Yeah. Where's
Do I
Alex?
mute or I unmute myself? No, I don't.
Did Alex leave?
Okay. I think he just, he
Hi.
just ran
Alex.
to the restroom.
He's been here for hours and now he's
Okay,
not here.
where's my map? It's a PDF.
Did you get over there, Greg?
There it is, okay. Okay. Great, but I don't want to share it right now. Stop sharing. No, it's not part of my deal today. Okay, can I have that chair? Sorry.
Sorry for your long
I'm
wait.
short, I'm little, as Cindy
Oh,
said.
it's all good.
It happens.
Yeah, no problem.
All right,
Okay,
can we,
did
There he
you,
is.
I'm sorry, did you already read the title of what we're doing?
yes,
Okay, so I don't need to.
no.
Okay. So, this review of the application, the board first heard at your May 11th meeting, and you continued it to today so you could do a site visit. The board conducted a site visit on June 10th, I believe.
And which
So-
members of the board were present for the site
The
visit?
members of the board who were present were Francie and Steve, and Sarah Adams, Susanna Reed, and myself, and Suzanne Wolf were all there. Greg had a flat tire.
I had a flat tire and I missed it. I apologize.
So in today's memo and packet, I just want to call your attention to a few additions that are in there that rolled in after your last meeting. Although it is not required by the land use code, we had a little bit of a conversation at the last meeting. It's not required by the land use code when you're historically designating a property that you also have to cap your ultimate allowable square footage, floor area. But the applicants are committing to cap their total residential floor area on the property to 5,750 square feet. In the Emma area, the total that one could build out their property is 8,250 with a GMQS allotment or a TDR. So their capping their property at 5,750 represents a 2,500 square foot reduction in the maximum allowable floor area on the property. The applicants have also agreed to put a conservation easement on the little over 6 acres of irrigated pasture land that are in the back of their property. The applicants have also agreed not to construct a pond on the property or a greenhouse. Based upon the size of their property and our GMQ, our floor area exemption language in the code, the only ag building that they could build exempt floor area is a greenhouse, and they have also committed not to build a greenhouse. And I just want to remind you of the historic orchard on the property that in the first application, they are putting an activity envelope around the historic orchard to preserve the historic orchard. At the site visit, the board asked for a couple things. And they asked to see a map of how conserving the 6 acres ties into the rest of the conserved land that is in the Emma area. So this orange, purple square here is the Sarat Segal property, 2250 Emma Road. And all the green, this map, this great map was prepared by Paul Holsinger at Open Space and Trails. All the green shows what is already conserved in the Emma area.
Which green? The Kelly green?
All the green and the different symbols determine, I think, Paul, do you want to? The different symbols hashing determines, I think, how they came into being conserved.
Yeah. Paul Holsinger, Picken County Open Space and Trails. The yellow hash marks are conservation easements. The green areas are fee open space, so properties owned by Picken County Open Space.
Which green areas? There's like
the Grace open space there and the Shippey open space kind of on the edges. And then Emma open space has 2 because it's actually a conservation easement over our fee owned open space. It looks like there's just a shaded box too that kind of confuses it, but yeah.
Oh,
maybe if you
that.
just click off to the side, it might disappear. Nope.
No.
There you go.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, so all that area south of the purple square is all just conservation easement, actually owned by Tom Clark.
And the purple is the 6 acres?
The
Yes.
purple is the entire property.
Entire property.
Mm-hmm. And then when Sarah makes her presentation, Sarah has a map that shows the other historically designated properties in the Emma area to give you context in this neighborhood. So what I'd like to do is just recap for you what it is that this overall proposal, what you'll wind up with on the property. So for residential, as you saw on our site visit, the applicants are in the process of remodeling the Dozany residence, which is the building closest to Emma Road. And with that remodel, the residential square footage will be a little over 1,700, almost 1,800 square feet. The non-historic log cabin, we looked at that funky addition that will be taken off. That's about 100 feet. So the non-historic log cabin will wind up at 663. And the brown house currently is smaller, but if you were to put a cap of 5,750 on all the residential square footage, the brown house could be added on to or torn down and replaced or remodeled in its current location with garage and basement would be 3,295 square feet. So that gets you to your 5,750. And also something that we talked about on the site visit, the historic designation, the covenant that goes with that, would require any kind of site plan review for anything to happen to the Brown House. And things that we would look at in that would be location of the Brown House today and any redevelopment of that and how that would complement or conflict with the historic properties.
Just the location or the design as well?
Well, we would have scenic view review because you can see it from Emma Road. So there would be scenic review goes into site plan review as well. Do you want to answer any?
Yeah, and there's also a historic review just to make sure that the new construction is compatible with the historic buildings.
So it's not glass and steel? Or...
Right. Good question, Francie, thanks. You asked that on the site visit too. You answered that. So the agricultural buildings, this is what you wind up with on the property with the ag buildings. The chicken coop is not changing and the barn is not changing. So this is your total square feet of development that is on the property. And the resolution that is attached in your packet reflects the additional changes to the application. It talks about using the covenant to, using the covenant specifically in items number 2, 3, and 6, conditions numbers 2, 3, and 6 in your resolution. That's where we reflect the cap of the 5750. That's where we require the conservation easement for the irrigated land, and talks about the historic covenant capturing all these items. So with that, if you have anything that I missed that you want to add, I'll turn it over to Sarah unless you have questions.
Yeah, let me see if does the board have any questions for Leslie or for Susanna?
Yeah.
Just
Wait.
Go ahead.
You guys need like signals.
I was just
Francie, go
saying
ahead.
no. No, I was just saying no.
Oh. You can say no. Greg, please.
Pardon me if for my, and I apologize again for not being there at the site visit. My question is this one, and I'd love to hear your arguments or have a conversation about it. I think I like everything I see here. My biggest choking point is that, we allow a TDR, which means a 2,500 square feet of space will fly around somewhere in the county and land in a giant bloated monster home and create more bloat for a monster home. I'm just wondering why landing the TDR on site on this property wouldn't be a better alternative. I think I'd be more comfortable off allowing it to grow from 5750 to 8250 on site, because at least we know where the TDR is landing. And I'm just wondering if that could ever be part of the equation. Like, land it there, the value's there. We don't have to worry about it flying over to Red Mountain or dropping down in some
Crystal
other
Valley.
Crystal Valley, wherever. That's my biggest concern, but I'm eager to hear a response. And also, one other thing, since I have the floor, thank you. The greenhouse. It's an agricultural property. Agricultural properties here need greenhouses. I'm bringing that up because only from my own ignorance and not knowing, is there no room for a greenhouse? Why wouldn't a greenhouse be appropriate on this piece of land?
My question.
And I don't know if the question's for Suzanne or Leslie or for you all, but why are we prohibiting a greenhouse?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm gonna, but let's first talk about the TDR. Is it allowable to land a TDR there coming off the property onto the property?
So in the Emma area, 5750 by right on the property, the potential to go up to 8250 using a TDR or growth management.
Okay.
So that potential is available. Again, in this case, they're asking for the TDR as an incentive for the historic preservation and all of the other things that they're agreeing to. So, they're looking at, let's have, less development on this property, obviously, right, understanding that TDR goes somewhere else. On a receiver site that's either been approved, has been approved through the code, either by right or through a review process. So, that's the receiving end of the TDR. I think if you thought it was more appropriate to have the floor area here, I guess, right, you'd be looking at the incentive to them would be to say, keep this floor area with the property and not have to use a TDR or compete in growth management to do that. But then you're basically saying, by right, you could develop up to 8250 on this property.
I think the other issue, at least my understanding in reading the packet, is that the TDR, the sale of the TDR, number one, they're reducing the house, the development square footage on the property to pretty much match up with what the TDR, 2,500 square feet, between 57.5 and 87. So we're looking at those numbers, but also the need for renovation and maintenance long-term, their plans for the historic orchard, and the tweaks they need, the investment they have to put in for the historic preservation per the historic preservation guidelines. So I think that's something we need to take into consideration here. And I also know that the applicant came in for 2 TDRs and has revised that down to 1, seeing the, the attitude of the board with issuing TDRs and trying to be respectful of that. So Greg, and so I think.
I want to speak to that issue.
Okay, the greenhouse.
Yeah.
So, and it said the applicant chose not to do a greenhouse.
And Sarah said she would cover that in her presentation.
Okay, thank
She
you.
would answer your question.
Okay, thank you.
Both of those at
Okay,
the same
all
time.
right,
I
let me
just
let.
wanted to say something about the TDR thing. So, if we're going to do a conservation easement on the 6 acres, could we not purchase the conservation easement and with OST funds or something, and not give a TDR because we don't, as Greg said, we don't know where the TDR is going. We're proliferating them at a massive rate, and they were a great idea for a long time, but I think they've maybe reached the end of their greatness. So I just wonder, is an outright purchase of the conservation easement an option? We've done it in other places, and
I have to go back to the Open Space and Trails Board, and I don't know if they've had an opportunity to review that, but.
no, I'm sure they haven't, but.
Yeah.
It's just, I think also a consideration there would be the value. Again, there would have to be an appraisal, but the property is basically fully developed as is. So it wouldn't be like you're buying down a development right by purchasing that conservation easement. So again, that would be a whole part of, I guess, sorting that out with open space. What is the value of an outright purchase of that property versus a conservation easement? I think what it abuts behind is also just in conservation easement. So it would be isolated. It's not like it abuts other county-owned open space properties. So again, those are all things that would be considered in that process.
I'm gonna go to Kelly.
Just
and
to
then-
clarify, so that 6 acres is not developable on its own.
The property couldn't be subdivided to propose to establish another development right there. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Greg, and then we're gonna go to Sarah.
Right, I'm just thinking if we were to grant the extra 2,500 square feet on site, that actually increases the value of the property in the house fairly dramatically, maybe more than the value of a TDR. So it's not like we're taking something away, just trying to figure out how to keep the development and the value on the property.
Yeah, I think we understand the balance that you're trying to reach. My background's in historic preservation. I've been doing it since 2004. And in talking to Lynn and Alex in their intent for the property, and also experiencing the Emma neighborhood, which is right across the street from where I live, I don't think adding 2,500 square feet of additional development on this property is appropriate. I think you almost throw the baby out with the bathwater with trying to preserve something, preserve the Emma neighborhood, preserve a historic ranch, and understanding for future generations how that ranch worked.
Are there
and
no
the
other
relationship of those buildings, and then you start adding more square footage, you start to lose that context, and then you're just kind of making Emma even more developed than it already is when we're trying to do the opposite. And I know there's a balance of where is this TDR going to go, and your code dictates that, and you have control over where the TDRs can land, especially with upcoming code amendments. But as far as the package that we've put together that works for Alex and Lynn, and I think is in the spirit of your historic preservation program. That's why we haven't proposed incentives that add additional square footage to the
Right.
property. That's not something that they're interested in. They're not developers. They just want to enjoy it the way it is and have some money to have upkeep for the 3 historic buildings that are, they need some love. But I can cover that in the presentation.
Yeah.
We're in a neighborhood that allows the TDRs, and presumably there are larger houses in that neighborhood. Is that correct, or am I wrong?
I don't know what the square footage is of the orchard, the Cherry Lane and
I would
Apple.
say 8250 would be highly unusual in this part of Emma.
Yeah.
With, just off the top of my head. I mean, clearly if you go
But it's
to
it's
different
allowable.
parts of the Emma Caucus area, up Sopers Mountain Ranch, someplace like that, we've certainly seen larger homes.
It's allowable, it just hasn't shown up yet.
It's allowable. I mean, I think you see the TDRs mostly in the UGB, where it's by right, where the people that are in the UGB can afford to buy the TDRs and use them. I think this, along Emma Road, at least my experience has been that the houses just aren't as big as the 8250. I think putting the square footage on this property would be a detriment to not just the property, but the neighborhood as well.
Okay, Kelly had a question, then
Yeah, I
Sarah.
was gonna say similar to Greg.
Okay. All right, so Sarah, please.
Wait, only done this a million times, hold on. Right, I just I like to make it full screen. Those headers bother me. Okay. All right, so I'm Sarah Adams with Bend & Adams. I'm a local land planner. My background's in historic preservation. I have a Master's of Science in Historic Preservation and Building Conservation. And like I said, I've been doing it in the Valley for a really long time. Alex and Lynn own the property. They've owned it for about 1.5 years now. And we also have Scott Broughton behind me as backup in case anything happens or I have any technical questions. But we're happy to be here before you again. Thanks for the hearing in May and your comments. We've made some amendments that we'll talk to you about, and we're really hoping that we can come to a resolution tonight. So existing conditions, I just wanted to bring this slide up again since Kelly and Greg missed the site visit, just for a quick orientation. The property is accessed directly from Emma Road. It's very visible from Emma Road. You can almost see it from the bike path as well. There's 5 existing buildings on the property. We have the main what we call the Dossigny residence. This is where the historic Dossigny family grew their kids, raised their children.
Growed them up.
Yeah, all of that. We have the historic chicken coop right here, and we have the historic barn. You can see in these 3 photos, the architecture matches. It's pretty obvious that these are 100-year-old buildings to anyone who's going by and that they all relate to each other. We have a log cabin that actually looks like the oldest thing on the property, but it was built in the 1970s. That's good historic preservation for you. It gets to fool the public. This was put up by Mary Zordell when she owned the property. She moved it from somewhere with a bunch of different logs, pieced it together, needed some rental income, and that was in the early 70s. That is not proposed to be designated. It doesn't have any integrity. We don't know where it came from, but it's proposed to stay as part of Alex and Lynn's vision for the property. And then finally, we have the brown house at the bottom. That is located here. It's facing the pastures that we're proposing to put in a conservation easement. The brown house was originally a garage that was converted into a residence in the 70s as well. So when we talk about our residential floor area for this property, what Leslie was reviewing, that 5750 cap, that includes the Dossigny house, the brown house, and the log cabin. When we talk about the agricultural floor area, that's the barn, which is here, and the historic barn and the historic chicken coop. So just to talk a little bit about the history, that's why we're here. This is the historic Dossigny Ranch. The Dossigny family consisted of Joseph and Sidoni Dossigny. They both moved to the Mid-Valley area from the Val d'Aosta region of Italy. You can see it's the mountainous region right near Switzerland and France. And the terrain in Val d'Aosta was really similar to what we have Mid-Valley here. They actually moved or immigrated separately, met Mid-Valley, married, and had 3 children. This property they purchased in 1907 and had it until 1950. They built the 3 1920s buildings that I was pointing out to you that are proposed for designation. What's important about the D'Aussigny family is not just that, you know, they immigrated over here and they had a farmstead in the Mid-Valley, but their relationship to the community Mid-Valley, to the Woody Creek Italian families, the Wagners, the Cerise families, the families in Emma, in Basalt. I mean, this is part of a tradition of the community bringing over similar people, everybody having community meetings, helping each other build their houses, helping each other with their farming, loaning money. I mean, all that's documented in the Basalt archives and the Pitkin County archives. And it's a really great sense of community that I think needs to be explained to the public, not just through articles that are published in the paper in the Historical Society, but also through signage that we're proposing that would be part of this designation as a way to kind of place this property in the context of the greater community. And these are just typical working class people, and I think it's important that we all remember the working class people that fed the miners, that fed people from Aspen down to Glenwood. So talking a little bit about vernacular architecture, I put this in the updated application, but it's sometimes a bit of a hard concept to wrap your head around, especially for historic preservation, because we're not talking about any old shack that's been around for 100 years. We're talking about a specific style of architecture that's local. It's based in local building practices. It's supposed to be really practical to your climate, to what your function is, to what you're trying to do. It's usually really modest. A lot of times it uses local materials or whatever was available. And so that's what we characterize as vernacular architecture. And I think that this ranch specifically falls into that as a working class ranch, where they weren't trying to put all sorts of, you know, gingerbread or fancy things onto their building. They needed a building to raise their kids, to have their cows and their horses and their chickens. And I think that's what's most important about this property. As a bonus, there's the apple orchard that also showed not just where the D'Aussigny family lived at the time, but also how they lived. This apple orchard can be linked to the apples at the Emma store and to apples that are also found along East Soapers Creek Road. I think that's a really interesting link that we would also explain on the interpretive sign that we would provide of how this community really, they shared everything. They shared their wine, they shared their apples, they shared their potatoes. I mean, they really tried to have a vibrant Mid-Valley agricultural community. And I think before I move off this slide, one other thing I want to say, because I know we talked a little bit about designating a chicken coop at the last meeting, is that it's not just about designating a chicken coop. I mean, 2250 really stands on its own. I don't think you would have the support from Susanna Reed and from planning staff and from the Emma Caucus if this was just about a little shack. I think everyone within the community understands the importance and the discretion needed in granting a TDR, and the reason that there's support for this project and for the request for a TDR and a density bonus is because 2250 really stands on its own. Not only are the 3 buildings in their original locations and they're unaltered, and you kind of get that they're old and they all relate by style and color and just the way that they're built, but there's the D'Aussigny story behind it. I mean, it was not easy to dig up the D'Aussigny family history, and I feel very lucky that we could actually find some photos of the D'Aussigny family and where they came from and how they met, and really have a good story for people to kind of take away and feel some sort of relationship to this property. And that's really what makes this more special than just an outhouse or a shed or you know, an old, you know, hog pen or something like that. So just a reminder, I'm sure you all know, the Emma Road context. I showed this slide at the last meeting. And I think it just helps kind of ground the importance of 2250 to the rest of the Emma story. We have the Emma Schoolhouse where the Dawsoney children went to school. 2250 is the top two photos. Across the street is a barn just at the border of the Eagle County and Pitkin County border. That's on the inventory. I don't believe that's on the register. It's just the barn here. And then down the street, right before you turn from Emma Road, on that 90-degree turn where you get into Eagle County, we have 2 designated properties that we talked about at the last meeting. They're also vernacular, but they're a little more fancy. I mean, they're not that kind of working class farmstead that you see at 2250, and I think it's important to tell the whole story of the neighborhood and not just the fancier buildings or the families that maybe had a little more means or access to those building materials. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the amended proposal. Leslie touched on this, but I don't know, I like charts, and so I can kind of see how the chart shakes out. So as discussed, we are requesting 1 TDR and the density bonus. As Leslie mentioned and Suzanne Wolf mentioned, we have the 5750 baseline. There is the ability to add the 8250 with the purchase of a TDR competing through growth management. We think it's most appropriate for historic preservation, for the context of the Emma neighborhood, to limit the floor area, the residential floor area, to 5750. That results in a reduction of the maximum build out by 2,500 square feet. As far as the agricultural floor area goes, right now there's about 2,000 square feet between the existing barn and the existing chicken coop. And we looked at the other exemptions for agricultural floor area in the code. Again, the idea of wanting this to be a really great preservation project and wanting to somehow offset the idea that a TDR is created out of thin air, that all of a sudden you wave your wand and you have 2,500 square feet of floor area that lands in the county. So we were trying to come up with ways to make up some of that square footage that comes along with the TDR by reducing square footage on this property. Said a different way, because I can see, in the city, the TDR program requires a property that's historic to remove floor area from their property that they could use, and they take that floor area and they put it somewhere else. So there's no net gain of floor area in the city. In the county, you have the ability through a voluntary program, a voluntary historic preservation program, to create these TDRs. And I think we can all understand the feeling and the burden of creating and adding more floor area to what you already have in the county. And so we were trying to offset that by coming up with ways to reduce the amount of floor area on this property, knowing how uncomfortable it is to place it somewhere else. So where there's a reduction on 2250, it would be landed somewhere else, but there wouldn't be a complete net gain of floor area in the county. To answer your questions about the greenhouse, that's just exempt floor area. So when in talking to Alex and Lynn, they want to have horses. They don't want to have a greenhouse. I think if they want to grow plants, they can do that outside. They could also figure out how to do that in the barn. That's not something that they were interested in, and they were trying to, again, reduce the amount of square footage on this property with the thought of, we have these 3 great historic buildings. They're in their original locations. We don't want to start adding things to this property that's going to distract from the historic preservation aspect of that. As far as the density goes, this is the same as it was in May. Right now, the code allows 1 single-family home and 1 CDU. Right now, there's 3 residences on the property. We're requesting to reduce that to 2 residences. The log cabin and the brown house don't have building permits. So we were asking to legalize the brown house as part of the designation request, and then remove the log cabin as a dwelling unit. It would still be used for residential purposes, like an art studio or an office, but it wouldn't be considered a separate dwelling unit.
Separate from what?
Like its own dwelling unit. So you're allowed to have one unit of density, one single-family home on the property. And right now there's three kitchens, 3 bathrooms, all of that in each building. And so we'd reduce that to 2. The code allows you to have 1. So we're asking for that second to be part of the designation benefit.
And then change the function of the log building for,
It would become an office, but it still counts towards that 5750 residential
the square footage
floor
would
area,
count.
but it wouldn't be considered a dwelling unit. So, because it wouldn't have a kitchen and.
So the 2 dwelling units would be the Brown house and the Dawsony original
Correct.
house.
That's right.
And does the log cabin now have bathrooms and kitchen?
I believe it does.
Yeah.
In its own way. It may not be the best, but.
It can be inhabited.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to rephrase, I
Yep.
think so how should we be thinking of, this is super helpful, I think we should have similar charts for all of these applications. Because this is what the process I go through of like, oh, what can we do, and what are we getting, and what are we giving
Charts.
up, and, so thank you. And I guess I'm wondering in the density column, like, I would think we would consider the log house sort of like a CDU in the proposal. Is that a fair analogy there?
I mean, it could be. It doesn't have a deed restriction on it, and the intent of Alex and Lynn is to just have it be an art studio and a office, I think. I mean, just some sort of residential square footage, but not have the full kitchen and all of that. They're trying to reduce the existing density on the property. So yeah, I mean, in theory, it could be a CDU that we could apply for through community development, but that's not, they just haven't gotten there yet.
Sure, okay, thanks.
Francie?
So the activity envelope for the apple trees, is that just to preserve them the way they are because they're not in very good shape? Or does it mean actually returning them to productivity, or what does that mean?
So the activity envelope basically means that there's no development within that area. Alex and Lynn have already gotten an assessment of the trees, and they have plans working with, I believe, Aspen Tree Service to bring them back to being fruit producing and to look a lot healthier than they do right now. I mean, they're, I think, over 100 years old, or at least close to 100 years old since the Dawsony family put them in. That, they're going to do their best to save the ones they have and bring them back to life. But the specific activity envelope means that there's no development in that area. So we're preserving the orchard the way it is and trying to bring it back to life.
But there's no development in that area anyway.
Well, it could be part of an activity envelope where you could put development, and we're saying we don't want to do that.
But not according to the rest of the proposal.
Right, so we're saying that this is part of the proposal. This activity envelope is the best way for us to preserve the orchard the way that it is. That's the intent. It stays the orchard. Alex and Lynn have their tree people come and make the trees happy again, and that's the plan.
But if we don't approve this, that makes a different story. We wouldn't be preserving the apple orchard from development.
Yeah, Alex and Lynn could.
Well, we would be, because we're saying there can't be any more development on the property anyway.
Well,
that's part of the application.
that's part of the proposal. If this proposal before it goes away, it's a whole different ballgame. It's not a threat, it's just a fact.
That's just how it is.
And to add to that, there are efforts throughout the valley to bring back heritage apple trees.
Especially,
we have some at Lazy Glen that they're doing, and there's some in other areas of the valley where they're.
Oh, they're doing it anyway. So.
What's that?
Except we have a
They're doing
tree
it. I mean, they're doing it anyway.
Yeah, but
Whether
I'm
we grant
saying
this or not, he's
yeah.
doing it, which is nice.
Well, I'm saying is that gives them an opportunity to maybe do replacement of some of those trees that don't survive with some of our other heritage apple trees that are being started on other properties of open space.
Right, and that was a recommendation of the caucus, and it was the intent of Alex and Lynn anyway, and so we just formalized it in the application so everyone understood that what the intent was is actually in black and white signed on paper.
Okay.
So I just want to, what it would look like in the end is we would have an activity envelope around the existing structures, and we would have an activity envelope that would be specific for the orchard. So it sets it aside, and calls it out differently. If we didn't have the activity envelope, someone in the future could come in to seek to amend the activity envelope and say, I really want my new house to be on the corner right on the road. Something like that.
Well, speaking of the future, somebody in the future, I share the concern with Greg about the greenhouse. If we prohibit the development of a greenhouse, we're limiting the agricultural potential of this agricultural property. And so I'd rather not have that in there at all, because if Alex is not going to build a greenhouse anyway, we don't need it in there, and I would rather see it as a possibility in the future, and I don't see it as detrimental to the integrity of that property.
Yeah, I think we'd be happy to leave it in. It was, again, we were just trying to show.
Reduce the square footage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
reduce
I get
the
that.
square footage, but I mean, I definitely see your point. I mean, we have a greenhouse, like I understand the importance of that and the values of growing your own food. So I think that's an easy thing to add, to remove from the proposal. The last thing I wanted to point out before I move off this slide is the pond. Steve, you brought this up at the last meeting, and it really helped us think about this property as more of preserving a 1920s or 1900s ranch, the entire property and how the ranch functioned as opposed to the buildings. And so we do have the pond, the prohibition on a pond in this application, and that really drove us towards the conservation easement and reducing floor area on the property and really trying to honestly keep the property the way that it is right now in the future. So we just talked about this real quick. This was my slide to show you the dark purple is the 6.13 acres that would be placed in the conservation easement. And then the historically irrigated orchard land is about 0.75 acres, which is right here. And then the white is what you traditionally see as your activity envelope. You can see the 3 buildings that are proposed to be designated right here. Access remains the same. The log cabin is here, remains the same except for removing that weird 100 square foot addition that's kind of falling off anyway. And then the brown house is right here that in the future could be redeveloped, as Leslie pointed out. It's not the plan right now, but there is that potential since the property's not built out right now.
What's the square footage of the brown house right now?
1,100, 1,200? I got it.
So we'd be granting the possibility of adding 1,100 square feet to that house.
Yeah, I think it could about double in size, maybe a little more, just visually, but that's thinking of it above grade. The square footage includes basement, it includes a garage. If they want a garage, they can't park cars in the barn. You know, so it's an all-in number for residential. It's not just thinking of it above grade. And the last thing I wanted to point out is we've talked to Susanna Reed about maybe removing some of these trees so there is more visibility of the property and where to appropriately put the interpretive sign so that people can stop and see the property and then kind of put together the context of Emma as they're riding their bikes or walking. So here's the historic context map that Leslie promised I would show you. The blue is 2250, and I showed you this in May, but I think it's important to point out again, in green are properties that are either on your historic register or on the historic inventory, and the importance of kind of this missing tooth in the middle to connect the history of the area where you're starting at, if you're coming off the highway or the bike path, you're starting at the schoolhouse and then proceeding across Emma Road and starting to understand what life was like back when this was more of a fully ranching and agricultural community. And this map I created using the open space and trails maps that they have online, which are super helpful, to show let me go back, it's historic plus the open space, what's already either in a conservation easement or owned by Pitkin County. So again, here's historic, and then you add on the conserved open space. And what I think is really important in telling about this map is how much protections can be placed in Emma with the addition of 2250 on the historic register, and also placing the pasture in a conservation easement, that Emma really does start to have really good protections against big houses and further developments and subdivisions. So I think it's really important to kind of see how 2250 plays into the bigger picture of Emma.
Excuse me, what was the name?
Sure.
What's the name of the development to the west? That street, the neighborhood there.
Right here?
Apple-
This is the Orchard
That's
Estates.
Orchard Estates, and on the other side is Horseshoe Drive, right?
That's right.
Right, and so what I'm hearing is that we have an approval overlay in this area that allows up to 8250. We just haven't seen any houses built to that yet.
That's right.
In either of those areas, they're older neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
There is one where we had that meeting though that didn't look large, but it was
I
quite
don't think
large.
she's 8750 though.
No, she wasn't, but she was more than 5750.
She's in Eagle
I
County
thought.
also.
Oh, she was?
Well, and I think it's also important to remember that 8250 is the code today. And I think we all expect the code to change pretty dramatically next year as a part of your task force and all of the work that you'll be doing with the community. And so while that's the number today, I don't know what the plan is for the future, but I don't think it's going to be going up. Is my guess.
That's probably a good assumption.
Right?
I'm sorry, what was the pink on that one?
Oh, which one's pink?
Peach.
Peach? Okay, this one?
Nude.
This? Right
Whatever,
here?
beige, yeah.
That is, I believe, Pitkin County owned open space. Is that right, Paul?
Oh, okay, got it. Okay,
Oh.
perfect. And
Where'd you
then I
go?
have one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
The water rights on this property, I think I'm reading if I'm reading this right, it looks like there's about 2 CFS and they're really old.
They have senior
Is
water
that
rights on this
correct?
property. That's
Yeah.
right.
Is
Mhm.
2 CFS the
I don't know
amount?
exactly the number. I could look that up if you want to know what it is.
Well, I guess I just
but the-
wonder if the conservation easement would contemplate like the water remaining on property and if that's been
Yeah,
discussed.
In this case, that might not be possible, given that I believe the water is owned by the ditch company.
Yeah,
not by the
okay.
property.
It says decreed to home supply ditch. Is that, okay.
So the water is controlled by the ditch company as opposed to an individual shareholder or property owner that's using the water.
Do we gain rights to the ditch company through ownership,
Of an easement.
qualities of an easement?
Not typically, but we can assert elements of control in the context of the conservation easement. For example, the water has to continue to be applied to the property to the extent present in the ditch, things like that.
Is that pretty much our standard conservation language when we try and keep water on the?
Standard language.
We're not
I
going
think
to water
is
them.
But
Yeah,
Patty.
and we've encumbered incorporated water rights in our conservation easements before. You'd have to, one more step, you have to just notice the ditch company, I think 60 days prior, but you can tie them to the property through conservation easement.
yeah, I think that's probably a good idea because we try and do that elsewhere just to make sure that that property gets maintained and irrigated.
Yeah, I mean, I think the intent is they're historically irrigated lands, and that would remain. It's a, I mean, that's what Alex and Lynn have already been doing, and there's no desire to have that just dry up and
Of these
die. You know,
owners.
of the
For
pasture.
these owners.
Excuse me?
For these owners.
For these
We have
owners,
to
correct.
think about
Yeah,
future
yeah,
owners.
no, absolutely,
This will
100%.
owners because this will run with the land.
Right.
Yeah.
This runs with the land. I just want to explain what Alex and Lynn are, what's acceptable to them.
Okay, I think Greg is
Just,
next and then
just
Steve and then
since
Tracy.
Paul's back at the table, so what specifically do we gain from the conservation easement? It sounds like this land is undevelopable already. So what is gained from putting this into conservation easement?
Yeah, so the value, the classic monetary value is not there, but we do gain the ability to oversee the stewardship of the property, ensure that those prohibited and permitted uses, such as new fencing, new wildlife-friendly fencing, continued irrigation, noxious weed management, all of our standard stuff is being taken care of. It also, what I've seen throughout my tenure working and stewarding conservation easements, it just gives you also a constant contact with these landowners. So if they do have questions or anything like that, it gives you that door, which is also pretty helpful.
Okay. Is that something that's appealing? Like, are you excited about this?
the way I put it was.
Or is just another
Sure,
piece of property you've
sounds
got to
good
look
to me.
after?
Yeah, I'm gonna be there anyway, and you know, it's always good to have more in our portfolio,
right?
Because you never know what's gonna happen in 50, 100,
Yeah.
200 years.
And I think that's where our heads were, is, you know, we know, like you said, what Alex and Lynn want to do, but it's more thinking about future generations, the next owner of the property, and what that looks like. But I just have a few closing comments, if I could wrap it up.
Let me just see, Steve, do you want to wait for, Francie, can you wait for?
I can wait.
With the water rate things.
Yeah, mine does
and
too.
It's an idea.
Okay, let's let her finish and
So
then
we
we'll come
could
back
come
to that.
back to that as one of the points
Yeah.
to discuss.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sarah.
So I just want to conclude the presentation. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you listening to all of this again and our amended proposal. And we really think this is an exceptional property, and the community benefit for future generations is proportionate to what they're asking for with the historic incentives. And I, not just because I have a historic preservation background and I moved out here from the East Coast, but Pitkin County has a really successful TDR program. And I think you should be really proud of that. It's something that is, everyone knows about it throughout the nation. I studied at Columbia. We knew about your TDR program and all the great stuff that you've done here. And I think that sometimes gets pushed to the side when we're thinking about the impacts on the other side of the TDR coin. Not just all the rural land that you've conserved and preserved from development, but also all the historic properties that you've enticed property owners to come in and voluntarily restrict their property through the use of TDRs. I know that there's an initial financial incentive for, in this case, Alex and Lynn, to come to the table to go through this process, spend a year of stress and risk to see what what the answer is as far as, you know, requesting a TDR in exchange for designation, and wanting to do that, you know, can take a lot out of a person, but the community benefit is forever. I mean, once this is protected, it's protected in perpetuity. It runs with the land, no matter who lives there. And I think that's really important. I think you also have a really successful voluntary historic preservation program. That is not easy to do, to have a good voluntary program where you have a balance of incentives but also restrictions. To have a property owner want to come in, restrict their property, reduce their property values, and then make sure you have the incentives to balance that out, to make sure that people actually do want to participate in the program. When Alex and Lynn bought this property about 1.5 years ago, they didn't know much about historic preservation. I don't think he knew much at all about TDRs. They just loved the property. They saw that through due diligence that the property was listed on the historic inventory, called up Susanna Reed. She came over and talked to them about the history of the property, and they got really interested in not just the history of the property, but the benefit to the community and what that could do to the history of Emma. Once I dug deeper into the Dossigny family, I think it really convinced them to bring this forward through a voluntary designation, and to put their plans on hold while they went through this process. Just knowing that it was important. Like I said, they're not developers. They envision this as being their place in the community. Right now they live up in Aspen and they want to move down to Emma, have their kids and grandkids enjoy this property, but they really love it the way that it is. Going back to the success of the TDR program, this might be a roundabout way of thinking about it, but the program has been so successful recently that they've reduced their request from 2 TDRs to 1. So you already have less TDRs being requested because the value has gone up so much. So finding that balance point of what makes sense for me to voluntarily designate this property, to be required to fix these old buildings, which is really expensive and time consuming, in exchange for designation. So they reduced their request from 2 TDRs to 1. Down the street, they were granted, I think, 2 and 3 TDRs for the 2 different properties. So again, that's kind of a silver lining to the situation that Pickens County's in with the TDRs. I know there's a concern about where TDRs can land. You brought that up, Greg, right at the beginning of the presentation. It's something that's on everyone's mind. This city talks about it all the time as well. It's the concept that preservation of one property means a larger home in someone else's neighborhood. And how do we balance that out? And that's what we were trying to do by restricting floor area on this property. But I also think, like I said, with your code amendments coming up and the ball really being in your court as to where TDRs can go, how they can be used, what impact TDRs have on other neighborhoods is in your hands, especially next year when you do your code amendments. I would hate for that to get in the way of protecting this property. Francie, at the last meeting you talked about the value of a TDR. Yes, they've gone up a lot. The last TDR sold for about $2 million in March of this year. But since then, there have been 9 sitting on the market. So there's 9 TDRs on the market that are unsold. So I think we may have hit our ceiling. I think the supply and demand is starting to figure itself out a little bit. But this market fluctuation is exactly why cost and value of TDRs is not part of the review criteria for granting TDRs, because it changes so fast. When we talked to Alex and Lynn about coming in with a designation and knowing they didn't want to add square footage, we talked about TDRs, and we were at 2 TDRs because the value is so much lower. The value went up and they said, whoa, okay, we only need 1 for the work that we need to do. I think that's important to remember, is to not make your TDR decision based on the value, because it's changing every day. Also to note, Alex did some research on the TDR, because their intent is to use the proceeds from the TDR to go back into the property. Not just using local workers to do all the construction, which goes back into the economy, but they also need to do a lot of work on these buildings: new windows, roof, siding, foundations. They're over 100 years old. But Alex and Lynn found out that 40% of the cost of the TDR goes towards taxes. So that number, while it seems really big, really does start to balance itself out with the amount of work they need to put into the property to meet the preservation guidelines and requirements that come along with designation. So this is really your opportunity. When I was at the city working as their historic preservation planner and senior planner, I would tell people, once it's gone, and that's true in this industry with historic preservation. The Historic Preservation Officer supports this, the Planning Department supports this, the Emma Caucus supports this project. Open Space and Trails enthusiastically supports the conservation easement on the pasture. We've really done everything that we can think of to bring a reasonable package to you in exchange for historic designation, and we really look forward to hearing your comments on the amended proposal. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Steve was next. Kelly, and then Greg. Well, I've got Steve, Francie, Kelly, then Greg.
So I'll just talk about the water rights thing here. I actually have a list of 4 things, but I had an idea when the water rights and the conservation easement discussion was going on. Since the people in the home supply ditch own shares in it, could there be a provision put in there that this property could not sell their shares of the home supply ditch off the property? I think that would be a good solution, something that could happen. The home supply ditch is a senior water right with a whole lot of water in it that is a really good water right. It's exactly the kind of water right that the Denver Water Board and different Front Range entities are looking at to buy out or to lease it, to buy the water in 1 year to just send it down the river and just dry up a whole bunch of farm ground. They're looking at land in, more in the Fruta Loma area, far closer to the Utah border, but And I think any water right that's a really senior water right is in jeopardy right now of being approached by Front Range entity to buy it out to satisfy compact call.
Yeah.
If this property could not sell or lease their water off the property based on just a provision in the conservation easement, that would protect this one property anyhow.
Yeah, I think that's what John was recommending, that's kind of, he was giving us a brief description of the standard language within conservation easements, which would keep the water on the land in perpetuity, because it would run with the land.
Yeah,
I don't know if we need to be more specific, I'm looking at legal counsel on that, or.
Restrictions that ditch companies have in place typically prevent the alienation of shares and therefore the use of the water beyond their decreed water right area, because that would totally mess them up. In shorthand. So the idea is that there's a restriction that you can't sell to anyone else your water right or your shares of the ditch company unless it's to somebody else already on the ditch, so that the water is just shifted around, but it's still being diverted by and utilized through the ditch. The restriction that Paul and I both were alluding to is that you restrict the owner of this particular property and their ability to convey those shares to anybody else. That keeps the water on the property. Usually that's padded with some flexibility, simply because the home supply ditch is a big water right, and it can be improved in the future.
Okay, so the tentative suggestion would be to include the water stays on the land in the conservation easement, however the wording is, it would stay on the land.
And we've done that with several other home supply ditch holders, Billy Grange, Glacier Open Space, Picken County, restricted our water rights, and Tom Clark's property.
We also did it on other water rights like Bill Phil's.
Yeah, and Emma Open Space.
All right, Steve, you had 3 other
Well,
things?
I might as well go through my points. In terms of the TDR being used on this property or elsewhere, I had the same thought in my mind that you spoke about, that this is not an appropriate site to build an 8250 house right behind historically designated buildings, that it would dwarf the other buildings in front of it and would, I think, detract from the historic significance of the place if you built a house that big on the property. The way it is, the Brown house, I think, would be around 3,200 square feet, I think was the figure, which is a, more modest, much more modest size. It could be much bigger, more like 5,000 square feet or something. So I think I would be in favor of giving them the TDR and not building the way bigger house there in where the Brown house sits. When you look at the square footage of the whole deal, they're limiting the square footage to 5,750. The TDR allows a transfer of 2,500 square feet, which they could conceivably do the 8,250 on this property, 8,250 total square feet. So it's really a wash in terms of this total square footage in the county. It could go on this property or it could go on some other property. So I'm not concerned about awarding them a TDR in this case, especially given that they're going to be using the proceeds from the sale of that for, putting it into the preservation of the historic buildings. I think that's really good use of the proceeds for them. When I stood in front of the Dawsony house and looked in when we were there on the site visit, the first thing I noticed was the steep stairway, and it took me back to 1961. And the Paul K. house on our ranch had a steep stairway just like that going up to a loft up in the upstairs. I hadn't thought about that for years, and I saw that stairway, and that just flashed into my head. Then I stood in front of the house, and I realized that I had been in a house just like that on the Arlene property with another Italian family, which is now where the Field subdivision is proposed. Their house was probably maybe the same design of that house. It's really if you could look at it, it was the same design, same shape of roof, same dimension, pretty much the same dimensions. Then today I was thinking of on the Albany property where the golf course is, Aspen, what is it called?
Roaring Fork Club.
Roaring Fork Club. So the Arbanese were another family from Val d'Aosta. Their house was very similar to that one. So this isn't the only house in the valley that had Italian settlers living in it that were very similar. That just speaks to your vernacular architecture. This isn't the only example of it in the Roaring Fork Valley, because I can think of 2 others that were very similar from Italian immigrants living in the same kind of a house. So I think, to me, when I started thinking of that I think this is historically significant. And when you look at where the different homesteads were, the different families that lived there, they were spread out pretty far from the other farms around, and most of them in the Basalt area were Italian people living there. I started thinking up in Capitol Creek, there were 4 ranches in a row that were all German immigrants side by side on Upper Capitol Creek. And so I think, they probably bought a place there because there were other German-speaking people living there. And I think that was a common thing in this valley, that, when the immigrants were coming in and they were keeping their culture and their language kind of in the neighborhood. And I think that same thing is true of the Basalt and Emma area, that, that culture of the European immigrants coming and keeping their culture together to quite a degree. In terms of the greenhouse, I too would think that allowing a greenhouse would be okay, because that might be what saves a lot of ag operations in the future, is having the possibility of a greenhouse. If it's only 1,000 square feet, and I think siting it is really important. And if we were going to allow it at this point, I think it would have to be located on the site plan where it would be, so it doesn't detract from the historic buildings. So it'd have to be somewhere behind, kind of near the Brown House or something. I'm not sure exactly where, but I think that, to me, that it would be okay to have a greenhouse on there. I'm not opposed to that. And then the water rights was the other issue that I had on my list. So just in conclusion, I'm in favor of approval of this application. It might still be tweaked some with the greenhouse idea and how the water rights plays into the conservation easement. So I think there's a couple things maybe still to work out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Becky, you're next.
Where's the water in the ditch come from? What's the Roaring Fork River? So, just wondering whether that flow we're expecting that flow to continue so that they actually can remove water from that. And I'm wondering about ponds for irrigation if the water level gets low and you might want to fill it in the spring. And so this would be a case where the pond would be an agricultural pond, and I'm just wondering about excluding that. It seems like an appropriate place to have an agricultural pond given the possible future of the flows in the Roaring Fork River, but
Depends on the decree for the water right.
whether or not it can be used for a pond.
Elements or
Mm-hmm.
anything like that.
Mm-hmm. But we're saying that there will never be a pond, or just that, I mean, in perpetuity, there would never be a pond, or?
We're saying a pond is prohibited.
Yeah, this was based on Steve's comments at the last meeting, and maybe it's best to be more specific that I was gonna say a residential pond, but a pond that's not for a decorative pond.
Aesthetic.
What do people call it? The
Aesthetic
vanity
pond.
pond?
Vanity
I can't deal with that.
Yeah.
You know, a pond for irrigation purposes would be allowed. I think we can easily add that language into the resolution if that's the intent, thinking towards the future.
I'd like to see that along with the greenhouse, just to preserve possibly the future of agriculture on that property. I mean, hopefully the Roaring Fork will never drop so low that all the water won't come home. What's the name of the ditch?
Home supply.
Home supply.
That's a good idea, though, Francie.
Okay, and then I wouldn't support the removal of trees along the Emma Road there. I think the number of people who are going to stop and want to look at that compared to the value of trees is at best a trade-off and at worst a loss. I think removing trees is not in the best interest of our environment or the integrity of that property, particularly when you're saying you want the property to be like it is now. Well, taking out some of those trees definitely changes that. So I didn't like that part of the proposal, removing some of those trees so that they can look in better. It's kind of like the one up on Castle Creek. So that's my comment on that.
I think we're happy to leave the trees. That was just based on.
Well, I don't know how
comments
other
from
people
Susanna
feel
Reed.
about that, but that was sort of my feeling about it. And then I guess just in general, in terms of the historic preservation, I know you guys probably picked this up for me the other day. You know, it's cute there. I can understand why Alex and Lynn wanted to buy that place. As I said, I lived on Horseshoe Drive, and you know, it's nice. I'm not the history buff that you are, Sarah, and so it just seems like, I don't know, it's tough for me to imagine giving a TDR for the historic preservation. I'd be more interested in giving it for the conservation for future owners. I understand you're not going to build out in the field, Alex, and we don't need all these protections for you and Lynn, but we might later if your kids don't want to keep it, you know, that kind of thing. So I wasn't convinced of the value of the historic preservation, but I wouldn't vote against it because I like the conservation aspects of this proposal, and I also like the diminution of square footage. So I'm not sure that the historic preservation will, my concerns about that would interfere with my vote for this. I am not at this moment about to jump on a TDR, but you'd make a compelling argument, Steve, that the square footage is just being removed from this property and put somewhere else, and that was fairly convincing to me. So I'm not quite sure of my position yet, and you have answered my questions, so thank you.
Thank you. Kelly?
Yeah, I just have a question, and we have a public hearing for this, right?
Yes, we do.
Can the Brown House be condominiumized and sold off separately?
No. Based upon our last discussion about historic preservation, I added a clause in condition number 2. The covenant shall also limit the maximum allowable residential floor area to 5,750 square feet, and the property will not be further subdivided or parceled or otherwise divided into multiple lots, units, or sections, and shall not be held by multiple ownership interests, period. And that's language that John and I discussed would be the best language to use. in these kinds of projects.
Thank you.
Learning from experience.
Mm-hmm.
Greg?
Burned.
Yeah, Sarah, you brought up something I just wanted to say. If we approve this, you've hinted that TDRs, there's 9 of them on the market now. What if the value drops back to 2018 levels and the TDR is worth 200,000? Presumably you're planning to spend an awful lot more than that to do the historic preservation. What happens then? What obligation do you have?
Well, if this gets approved tonight and everything gets recorded.
Do you have a buyer?
That's the way it is. That's why I think when you consider TDRs, at least when I'm sitting on this side of the table, it's hard to hear cost and value be a part of that conversation because it can change so fast. So that's a risk that Alex and Lynn are taking.
Risk.
That's their risk.
I just want to make sure that's clear because there may be other options.
Absolutely.
The question was, you're prepared for that. Say the value drops back to 200,000 where it was for decades.
Make you happy, Greg.
Well, I'm just thinking, what happens then? All of a sudden you don't have the cash to do this whole thing, and does the deal fall apart?
Well, it would already be designated, and you already have those restrictions, and the county would already have.
He's already obligated to do the improvements.
They're already obligated. That's the risk, and that's with the balance that everyone has to weigh.
I want to hear what Alex has to say about
You
that.
just have to get close.
Greg,
I know, he's on the spot.
I don't know how many TDRs have been sold since day one, but I believe there are at least 125 to 130 that have never been sold. And one assumes, which has been told to me, that people are keeping them for themselves, that they want to have something for their own property. That would be one explanation. And the other would be speculation, that they would rather hold them and see if they go up from like 218. But who would not sell those when they reached 1.5 million if that was their strategy? So it's impossible to predict.
Right.
They might have gone up to 2 million plus just because of the influx of people during the pandemic. People that came in here and got a house and wanted to add on to it and blah, blah, blah. When we started this, I believe they were about 350,000.
More about that, yeah.
And so
That's
two
right.
would have been 700. I never thought about them going back to 200,000.
Thought I'd bring it up.
That's a long way down.
I don't think they're going to, but I have no.
We would hold the TDR if that happened.
We'd hold on to it.
I think I would hold on to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you'd add the property on the property, you'd add it on the site then, perhaps.
Well, we wouldn't be allowed to through
Wouldn't
this
be able to do it here.
project. He would hold it.
No, I would hold it
And sell it.
to
yeah.
sell it later, yeah.
Yeah.
Hope it goes back up.
Yeah, I have a question about that.
Okay, because we do need to have a public hearing here, so Kelly and then Francie.
I mean, there could be income generating on this property. There's nothing that precludes like a rental or something like that, or whatever our short-term rental.
Right, wherever you guys land.
Well, our long-term rental.
Yes,
You know
yeah,
what I'm saying? There's-
correct, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, nothing, because we have put some restrictions of that nature on other land use proposals that have come before us. We're not considering that. I'm not suggesting that here. I'm just saying there is other things. I mean, ostensibly, there could be an ag lease or something, which
You can
never
sell
is a lot of
apples.
money, but, yeah. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Nothing wrong with an old apple.
Could be.
Francie, please, and then I am going to open the public hearing.
Are you obligated to spend a lot of money on preserving these buildings?
Yes.
I think so.
They have to be held, they have to be maintained, and they haven't been maintained through no fault of anyone's. It's just, it takes a lot of money to maintain them properly. They're 100 years old. So, crumbling foundations and things like that have to be fixed. Siding has to be.
Do you have an estimate of what kind of expense?
You're going to be leading this.
Yeah.
She knows very well what needs to be done. But I wanted to say too, that when you take a TDR in 2015, it might have been worth 200,000, and you take inflation in this valley, just in housing, forget GDP, it's gone up tremendously. And it was going up before
COVID.
the COVID. And it got to be where it was $1,000 a foot, you know, that was what property became
Building,
worth.
mhm.
And it certainly must have been half of that in 2015. So there is a parallel. It got out of hand beyond that maybe, but to do what we're going to do is $500 to $800 a foot to repair and remodel, you know.
In the barn? Because it would just be
No. The biggest remodel will be in the Doceny house.
I see.
And that's a $500,000 or $600,000 remodel. And to re-roof any of those buildings, which we plan to do, is about $35,000.
So what if you can't sell the TDR? Are you likely to run out of money, and then what legally happens then?
I'm not liable to run out of money.
Okay, good.
Well, in Pickens County, I mean, Susanna Reed could speak to this, but Pickens County, just like Aspen, has specific requirements for maintenance and upkeep of historic properties. And so Susanna Reed can drive by and say, hey, your roof looks like it's about to fall in. You have an obligation to fix that. This is a designated property. And there's tools, not just at the local level, but at the state level that can come in, and grants and things that you can make it happen. But I think the takeaway is that if this is designated, then Pickens County has a hand in the maintenance and upkeep of these buildings. They can't just fall down because Alex and Lynn have run out of money. That's not an option.
So the voluntary nature of this really ceases once we provide approvals for the.
Correct, and that's why, and that's why you have incentives, exactly, because that's why designating a property decreases the value, because a buyer comes in and says, well, I don't want this building, or I don't want to maintain this, or I just want to let it fall down and then deal with it, and that's not allowed.
So the obligation carries on.
Runs with the land.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you know, I have to say, that's a tricky bit of business. That's not an automatic thing. If, for example, the property owner in receiving a TDR decides to have a great trip and buy some property along the way, it's just gone. That money's gone. It's not in a trust. It's not being held for property refurbishment or repair or anything else, or even into the future as repairs are needed 10, 20, 30 years from now. It's just not. The only thing you have is a restriction on active activities. To try to get money where there is no money is a more...
I caught that too.
Living a turnip, they say.
Yeah, is a much more difficult prospect. You'd almost have to ask yourself, are you ready to foreclose on it?
Yeah. That's what I was wondering.
I don't think we've had any of those issues happen in the past, so we have a good track record. Let's keep that track record going. I'm going to open the public hearing on this. We did continue it from our last meeting. So are there any members of the public wishing to comment on this item on our agenda? If there anybody online, please do *9 to raise your hand. And if there's anybody in the room. Okay, I'm going to bring it back.
Do I count?
You count.
Is in the room, I mean?
No. You're not the public. You are the applicant. So let me do this, and then the floor will be yours. So I'm going to bring it back. Don't let me forget to close this, because I'm not sure where we're going to go if we continue. Do I need to continue the public hearing, John?
Well, you don't need to, but I think it's probably advisable.
I'm going to keep it open for now, for if we decide to continue, but don't let me forget to close it before we end the meeting, this meeting. Okay, please, sir, would you please give your name for the public record?
My name's Alex Surratt, and I'm the applicant. It's been hard for me to sit here for the last hour and not say anything, because I felt like I could add to the conversation as much as anything. Also, this process doesn't really allow you to check out our financial wherewithal. The Fights own this property, and they were with very low-income people. And they did as little as they could or had to do to keep living there. And the irrigation was not one of them. And the picture that you have on your first opening shot shows the land before I bought it. And there's a big 40-foot container there that was used for storage. And there were 2 or 3 trailers with boats on them. And there were 2 or 3 RVs. and things like that. Lynn and I want to make it look really nice. That's just the way we are. And she's working, I'm working, we both have income. There's a big layout in the beginning. First of all, you buy the property, and then you spend several hundreds of thousands of dollars to fix this up, some of which we wouldn't have to do if it wasn't historic. That's harder to do. And it also restricts how we even remodel the Doceny house. We can't just do anything we want. So as I listened to your input, we tried to respond to the input to make, when we could, to take in what's important to you and what you request. And when it comes to a greenhouse, I mean, I just don't see me using a greenhouse. So it doesn't bother me to take it off, and it doesn't bother me to leave it on. There's always the resale. Anything you do that hurts the resale value, whether it's 2 years or 20 years. And I understand that it's hard to control the covenants 20 years from now. I don't know how that's done. But certainly our intention would be that we would honor our commitment. And we're going to do that if we application is approved immediately. You know, we're ready to do all of that. And make this a place out in the country, out in the rural area where we can enjoy to live. We'll continue to harvest hay. Somebody that didn't put this under conservation might decide to turn in the apple orchard to hay as production, which we won't do. We didn't ever think about that. But it's nice to be in the community because growing hay is really big around here. And there are all sorts of people that help you do it, that harvest it for you, for example. And it's nice to be a part of that. It's nice to continue that tradition. We could do marijuana, but that's already been,
No, not Nemo, my God.
that's already been tried once. It was hemp. It was hemp though, right across the street.
Like you, right?
I don't know what's going to happen to TDRs, and that's such a, you can't get your hands around it. But I do think it's reasonable. It's the methodology that you have to incent somebody to take on this challenge of maintaining a historic property versus a property that doesn't have those conditions.
Okay. I haven't made any comments, so I think the historic nature of this is priceless because it's something we haven't normally preserved. It shows a different era, a different lifestyle, and I do have to acknowledge that my family in-laws history comes from the Caparellas and the Madalones. They were from Italy, but a different part of Italy, and they were the miners up here that the Doceny family fed. So there's a lot of history there. I think part of our history is not just Victorians with gingerbread or not just red brick houses. It's the diversity of our history in this valley that we need to preserve. And I think the fact that you can start at the schoolhouse with the buildings across the street, the Mather House and the old store, and drive down that road or ride your bike down there or walk down that road and see all those different buildings of historic nature is beneficial. I think it would be a great addition to the website we're hoping to create, so people can pull that up and say, we can drive down this road or ride our bikes down the bike path and tour these great houses along here and see these different forms of history with the agricultural history in this valley. I think the connection with the conservation easement to the other conservation easement is again priceless. We try and do that all the time to connect. It's just like connecting fishing easements. I'm always grabbing those fishing easements. Oh, recreation easement. When we can, because eventually they will connect, and this is just furthering that in that neighborhood. And to have the caucus on board with it and historic preservation on board with it and staff on board with it says a lot. And I think the awarding a 1 TDR in light of the expense, thank you very much for cutting it down to 2, because I could probably not convince some members of my board to go that way. But I think there's just a huge benefit to the neighborhood, to the community, to the valley, to preserve this property. And I can't wait to see it transform. I agree with you, Francie and Steve. I agree with you on the greenhouse. I think we should not prohibit it, allow it in the future if need be. I don't know where the board stands on the pond, but doesn't mean it has to be built now. But if we see a change, I would rather not prohibit that for a pond for agricultural uses only. I'd like to keep that in there. We're already talking about the language in the conservation easement about keeping the water rights on the land. And I agree with Francie, leave the trees. You know, just walking, you know, driving down there, we're, you know, we want to keep those trees along the roadway. It's just, you know, they'll get old on their own time and who knows what'll happen, but in the meantime, I think we should allow them to live. So that's pretty much where I stand on this. I just appreciate the effort that you've taken to really listen to the board and their concerns and come back with a little more incentives for us. And I think that that's really, really appreciated, and I thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna bring it back to the board. If I don't sneeze again, I've stopped sneezing as much, so I'm on a good roll here. So, where does the board wanna go?
Open the public hearing.
Open the public hearing and I can keep going.
Yep.
After a lengthy discussion about the public hearing, by the way. We've got 2 more items on our agenda too. So I'm looking to the board for either comments, questions, or for a motion.
Well, the 2 points that they have offered were the greenhouse and the no pond. I was thinking how ponds used to be built in natural places for ponds. They weren't built out in places where there's no water. Like in a big piece of flat area where there's no natural water there, you wouldn't build a pond there. So, and that's like the vanity ponds that are being built. People build them in places that an old timer never, you know, that'd be an idiotic thing to do, because you would build a pond where there is a natural flow of water down through a, you know, a little swale or gully or something. So I don't know how would we want to word that, allowing those 2 things?
Would we want to allow
Or,
for a pond? Let's see if the board wants to even go there.
Maybe we don't, maybe we just approve what they have requested is the other option, and not worry about
Well, I think
a future
Francie's,
greenhouse that somebody could.
I think Francie's concern was in the future, if we're seeing issues with ag, we don't even know if the Salvation or Homestead Dish would allow them to use it for a pond. It was just an opportunity if in the future with climate change and issues that might be a possibility. But I don't know where the rest of the board stands.
I would
Not
just
big
say,
pond
it seems to
fans,
me
just, you know.
a pond to me represents an evaporation opportunity. I don't see it as as a benefit, and I appreciate you removing it, because to me, the ponds really don't make sense.
Okay, I can go with that.
I feel like the age of the water right is more
important.
relevant to the delivery of ag water here than.
So we will leave the prohibition of ponds in, I'm hearing from the board. Greenhouse, allowing in the future. We would like to leave that as a possibility in the future.
But I think the wording in the approval should be that the greenhouse is not in front of the historic buildings, but has to be
Over by the barn.
It'll be
Somehow
directed
behind.
by Susanna Reed as part of historic preservation.
Mhm.
Just as will any additions or any new house or remodel of house, everything will go through Susanna.
There's lots of room over by the barn.
Yeah, to tuck it in. And
I'm
it'll be-
working on revisions to the reso that I'll cover with you guys.
Okay.
Before
So
we're
as
done.
we go through, so I think the list, is there anything else the board is missing on this? Water rights will stay with the land, no pond, possibility of a greenhouse, keeping the trees. Everybody wants to keep the trees on the road? Okay, got it.
If
Yes,
I could
Steve?
comment on the trees, I drove by there driving a school bus now, mind you. My eyes are on the road, they're not looking at farmland on either side, hundreds and hundreds of times. And I never really saw this property until I walked on it with you a couple weeks ago. Because, you know, if you're driving down the road, I wouldn't stop and look at the property. And the trees kind of hid the house and everything. Were back in a grove, you know, a little bit in the grove of trees. You could probably see the barn more than anything, but I think I would agree with leaving the trees like they are. You don't have to be able to see the property to appreciate it.
Okay, so trees are in, pond is out. Okay, greenhouse is in. Anything else we're missing?
I'll just make some comments.
Okay, Kelly's gonna make some comments.
Okay. Glad the focus wasn't on the chicken coop today.
I kinda like the chicken coop.
What's that? Oh, it is on. It's on. Yeah. Okay. I'll just talk louder. I guess for me, I've had a little bit of a change of heart. I worked on big land conservation legislation in New Jersey, where we also would have loved to have a TDR program that would have helped with the goals of that. So I do just think our TDR program, while needed,
New Jersey,
and water quality that fed like all of northern New Jersey. Yeah. So yes, our program needs tweaking, but the fundamentals of it, I think, are still really valid, and I want to honor them. I've been riding my bike a lot lately, because who wants to sit in all that traffic? And I just have noticed in my travels through the West End, like, something that's dawned on me. I was like, I wonder if anyone went through 2 years ago and like photographed the West End, and then go through now and photograph the West End, because it has changed so much. So many individual homes in that neighborhood have just fundamentally changed, and there is a real, I think, just, I don't know if loss is the word, but alteration of what were designs captured in a period of time that now reflect this modern period of time. And I think feeling that sense of loss a little bit is what is motivating me to support this application. I think because it is a modest application compared to some immodest historic preservation that our board has dealt with recently. So, saying that, that's been my thought process in coming to want to approve this.
Okay, I am going to seek a motion.
So could we have Leslie read the amendments?
Let me tell you the amendments, and then you can.
Okay.
And then we don't have to come back and do this again.
No,
Okay.
we're still going to be here, so.
I know, but no. Okay, so number 10 of the recitals in the resolution, I had a clause in there preventing the development of the greenhouse. We'll strike that. So number 10 will just read, the applicants agree to place a conservation easement on the irrigated pasture land. Then nowhere in the recitals or the conditions do I mention removing trees. So we're good on that, right? I do in recitals number 16H, I say construction of a pond will be prohibited.
So that stays.
Is that where you guys landed?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't
good.
like it, but
Okay. So then, condition number 2, where we talk about recording the covenant, I will leave the language in there at the end of the sentence that says, and prevent the construction of a pond. Number 3, where we talk about the conservation easement, I will add a sentence that says, the conservation easement shall include language restricting the water rights to the property, preventing their sale off of the property.
If that's okay with Mr. Ely.
Is that the right language?
Is that the place to put it?
Or we can just wait until we put it in the conservation easement.
You can address it more broadly and less precisely in the terms of the resolution.
Just say the water rights will stay with the land?
Yeah, something like that, and then it could be affected more precisely in the context of the conservation easement.
Okay, so I'm gonna add a new number 4 that says the water rights shall stay with the land.
Yeah.
Unless the board wants to take it another notch and say must be continued, or continued to be used on this land. In other words, not moved someplace else. If you want to see the irrigated pastures stay irrigated, for example.
Right, that was
But I
the
thought we
point.
weren't supposed to be specific.
You know, you're far from the specifics.
Okay, all right.
So the water rights shall continue to be used on the land. On this land. Is your land.
Sounds like a song.
Okay, and that's a new number 4. And then the old number 4, where we talk about recording the activity envelope, I'll add language there that a future greenhouse shall be located on the activity envelope and site plan.
Shall be or is approved to be. If they don't want one, they don't need to build one, but the option is open. So is that what?
It doesn't mean they have to build it. It means if they build it, it has to be.
We're gonna locate it in the best location in the activity envelope.
Thank you.
If
And
they
that
choose.
activity envelope will get recorded, so it's on there.
Right.
Okay?
Steve has a question.
I think we should say of no more than 1,000 square feet, which
I
is
agree.
today's, we might change we might allow 5,000 square feet or something in the future perhaps, but
That's 20 by 50, that's pretty big.
I
Okay.
think the 1,000 square feet, what we're saying is okay today, let's leave it
Bigger than
at
my
no
house.
more than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then finally, I need to add language
I'll
that
come live in the
says,
greenhouse.
the covenant shall require a historic interpretive sign to be approved by the historic preservation officer.
Yes,
That's it?
that's it. All right. So we need a motion. Steve?
I would like to make a motion to approve the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners designating 2250 Emma Road Historic Resources to the Picken County Historic Register and granting incentives for the designation, including a density bonus for an additional residence and 1 transferable development right, and granting activity envelope and site plan review approval
As amended.
as amended.
Perfect.
I'll second that.
Okay, and before I call the question, I'm going to close the public hearing. I didn't want to forget that. Bring it back to the board for comments. Again, I want to thank you. Yeah, I can't wait to see the progress. And it's a beautiful piece of property. It's a beautiful neighborhood. So I'm going to call the
So,
question. Yes?
one more comment. I will, every time I drive by there now, I'm gonna slow down and look at your property.
Just don't be driving the bus, Steve.
I don't drive the school bus anymore.
Okay.
I'm past that.
I'm calling the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
I didn't answer.
Oh, you didn't, I thought you did. Any opposed?
But I think I will go with aye. No, I was just concerned about the
TDR.
I mean, I was convinced about the reduction in the square footage, so, yeah, okay, aye.
Thank you. It's because I agreed with you on those points. I knew I could get you. Okay, so the board, we have 2 more items on our agenda. I'm not sure how long this next one will take us, but I would like to take a 10-minute break.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good job.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for your comments.
Sarah,
Good luck, Alex.
I was wondering during our hearing, like, what your
those houses? That is just.
Horseshoe Bend was a guest and that is really a historic. I've never been right to it. I think it is right before the
It can only be used.
Where is the Seacat Route? It's in Adams. Also, it's in, did it say Westminster? Oh, wait, I actually have it.
Ready? 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. Today is Wednesday, June the 22nd, 2022. This is a Board of County Commissioners regular meeting agenda. And the next item on our agenda is a land use action, resolution denying an appeal of Conundrum Creek LLC of the Community Development Director's determination of an employee housing impact fee. Suzanne, please.
Thanks, Patty. So this is follow-up to the item that you had the full discussion about on the 8th of June. At that time, you gave us staff direction to come back with a resolution for you that basically agreed with the director's determination of the applicable employee housing impact fee, and bringing back a resolution to that effect. So that's what's in front of you. I did note that the numbering on the resolution number should be 2022, not 2019. But otherwise, the information is correct in terms of the findings made in the resolution. And the be it further resolved directs the Pitkin County Attorney's Office to enforce the terms of the deed restriction. So that is all. And I know we provided this to Mick, as Mick Ireland is the representative for the applicant. Didn't have a conversation with him, so I don't know if we were expecting him to show up online or if he had planned to attend, but obviously this is just the.
If it's not a public hearing, does he still have, is he part of this at this point?
Does he have to?
No, but I mean, can he, if he comes in, do we allow him to do a presentation?
You don't have to entertain a presentation if he wants to make a couple of comments.
Okay.
Maybe this is the way of.
I don't see him on here anywhere. Okay. All right, so the board has this resolution before us. We heard this item at a meeting, what was it, on the June 8th? So Kelly, you were not here. Do you have any questions?
No, I've read through the resolution as long as the rest of the board feels it captures what the discussion was. It's clear to me.
Yes, it does. Suzanne did a great job putting.
With
that
Rye's help.
discussion. Yeah.
Credit to Rye, too.
Okay, I think, I don't have any questions.
I guess I do have a question. So, we affect this denial, what would their next step be? What is the recourse for the applicant?
Well, pursuant to the resolution that's in front of the board. Pursuant to the resolution in front of the board, it would be incumbent upon them to sue for relief from the BOCC's determination. And it's also incumbent upon our office to enforce the terms of the covenant. So either way, I think we're heading next door.
Either way, we're what?
Heading next door.
Because we have no tools
hopefully
with
it'll be
which
next
to have them pay the rest of the fee, except to go to court, right? Yeah.
Probably.
Okay.
I do want to clarify one thing that was brought up at the last meeting. The applicant said that they had paid the 31,000 something. I know that staff, would you just clarify that for me?
They had apparently submitted a check, which I was never able to actually put my hands on. It was not deposited. You know, we followed up with the treasurer's office to make sure. So, right, there was no additional,
And
funds received
the
or-
applicant representative did say that the check was deposited and taken out of his account, and
I don't know that they ever confirmed that. I think that was very unclear at the last
Okay.
meeting.
To me, if they
on our
had, they
end,
would
we
have
had-
presented us with the check.
Right. So we had not seen anything on that, and when we had checked in with finance, they had not deposited a check in that amount.
Okay. So does the board have any more discussion or questions? It's
No.
not a public hearing.
I'm ready to proceed, support our staff.
Okay, would you like to make a motion?
Let's see, what would it say? I will make a motion to deny the appeal by Conundrum Creek LLC of the Community Developed Director's determination of an employee housing impact fee.
Steve, do you have any comments?
I'll second it and then I'll have a comment.
Okay.
So I was the one who voted no. It was 3-1 vote. I was the no vote. Given that the board approved the denial, I will support this resolution because I support, the decision of the board from last time.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments from the board? So we have a motion, and Steve has made the second. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Suzanne. So we are now moving on to the next item on our agenda. So I'm going to take a deep breath here and get ready to roll. This item on our agenda is the fourth reading of an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners. I told Akron it'd probably take us 10, so. Board of County Commissioners amending Title VI of the Pickens County Code to adopt laws pertaining to the licensing and regulation of short-term rental of lodging units and residential property. So, Mr. Ely, please.
Okay, this is the fourth reading, levity aside. The board last entertained this ordinance on May 11th, and at that time voted to approve it with amendments and send it to this fourth reading. The amendments that the board orally presented at the meeting were that the principal residency requirement and associated language that related to that requirement would be deleted from the ordinance as well as the code amendment language. The board was still concerned about the impacts caused by short-term rental activity, but the board determined that other limitations incorporated within the licensing process would at least meet those concerns for this initial period of licensing of STR activity. The board focused on 3 particular additional limitations. First, that the overall number of licenses would be limited, and that limitation would be based upon properties that had already been engaged in short-term rental activity at some point in time during the last 5 years, 5 years being from the last reading or the last action of the board, which was May 11th. So from May 11th, 2017 to May 11th, 2022, if the property had been used at any point in time during that 5-year interval as a short-term rental, then that property would be eligible for a short-term rental license. If not, then it would not, at least at this time, be eligible for a short-term rental license. The board also discussed a couple of other limitations. Number 1 would be the limitation on the number of nights available for rental during the course of a license period. The license period is 1 year. So during 365 days, or 66, the property would only be available for rental for 90 nights. The board also amended the ordinance to reflect a minimum duration of stay to be not less than 4 nights. Obviously, somebody could stay at a short-term rental less than 4 nights, but the fee and the booking time would reflect 4 nights of occupancy. So even if, well, not to say the fee, but even if the property was made available for a weekend and not 4 nights, it simply would not be able to be rented out again until a 4-day interval, a 4-night interval had passed. So with those 4 amendments, the board passed the ordinance and forwarded it to today's date. The attachments in the packet are first the ordinance itself and then the code language. The attachment is the version of the ordinance and the code language that existed on 3rd reading, but the language that the board directed to be deleted and to add has been inserted, interlineated into both of those documents as a red line. So you can see what language has been taken out by the line throughs and what language has been added by the interlineation, and all that is in red ink. I'm not sure if you think it's valuable for me to go through all those changes.
Does the board need John to go through all of the changes? I do have a quick question about the 4 nights. So if, excuse me,
So-
does it still count as 4 nights against their 90 days, excuse me?
Yes, and it would.
Okay, whether or not they rented, it's still a 4-day term.
It's, I mean, for no other reason than that you just don't want to get it too complicated for us
Okay.
to manage.
Okay, to try and keep track of that.
So you were asking if they rented it for 4 days, but the people only stayed for 2 days.
Right.
You're saying does 4 days go towards the limit, or does 2 days go towards the limit?
4 days
correct?
goes to the limit. Yeah. I just want a clarification of that.
I'd like, can I ask how we're gonna proceed? Are we gonna have public input and then have commissioner comments, or?
Well, we're gonna have John present, we're gonna ask John questions, and we're gonna go to public, and then the board will come back to the board after that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Kelly,
Kelly?
Um,
You pointing at me? I just asked you a question.
it's kind of
I
indiscreet.
am wondering why we deleted the definition for applicant. I think that there's, even though we've removed the principal residency against my personal preference, I think it still would make sense that we would say an applicant has to be a natural person.
Well, you know, that's a valid point. The only reason for the insertion of the definition at all, though, was to affect the residency requirement, that the rental property would be somebody's, some human's, principal residence. Without that requirement, defining an applicant is a bit redundant. We can insert that. It's just that you have to recognize, and I'll have to give a nod to Gideon Kaufman simply because he pointed it out, and I'll give him that nod because a lot of his comments track my notes before we get in here, which is kind of humorous. But there is based on my own observations, not any studied survey or anything like that, that if property is not held in the name of a natural person, it tends to be held either through a family LLC or a family trust in our county. And neither of those two vehicles are necessarily excluded from eligibility for a short-term rental license. And so if you say the applicant has to be a natural person, it kind of confounds the situation. Are we prohibiting that type of ownership? What does that mean? So if we put in here that an applicant has to be a natural person, then I would probably say a natural person representing the titled owner, and that would not limit the eligibility of a property based upon how it's titled.
Okay.
So that's, we can certainly do that if that's.
Yeah, let me chew over that a little bit. Because the functionality is to have a direct person that we, can be accountable for the activities of the short-term rental, which is part of the application requirements separate from the definition. Right, yeah.
Well, while you're chewing on that, Kelly, the section, what is it? 650-052, which is the application procedure, it at one time required certain information to demonstrate a principal residence. That's been deleted as not necessary, but that leaves that particular paragraph worded in an awkward way. And so I was going to suggest a different language, that the license shall include a property owner's name and nothing further on that. The form of government issued identification. I neglected in deleting that, but it doesn't have much relevancy. But I could add into there the same intent that the property owner, regardless of who or what that might be, needs to be represented by somebody who is acting on their behalf and is responsible for the application. I was thinking to do it that way simply because the representations made on the application are representations that staff will be relying upon, and to have someone who is essentially signing off on the application and being responsible for it seems to be more appropriate way to go.
Okay.
So maybe think about that as to which feels better.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, John, you have more?
No.
Okay, does the board have any more questions for John? Okay, now we're gonna get to the fun part. Andrew, are you ready?
Ready.
All right, we're gonna open the public hearing. Members of the public will get 3 minutes to speak. We have a timer. I will try and not be rude when I tell you you have 1 minute left. It's kind of hard to interject. We ask you to give your name for the public record. And we're gonna start, I think we have some people in the room. So I'm gonna start with people in the room. Would you like to come forward? And you can come up to this chair with a mic. Red light would mean the mic is on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
you for letting me speak. I think I'm a little late to the party on, this is the fourth go round. My name is Julianne, one word Julianne. Last name is Kyle, Keil. So I'm an Aspen local of 9 years, and I own a condo in the core. And last year I rented it 89 days for short-term rentals, going on 3 years of STRs through the licensing through the Aspen City. One of the draws to buying in the core, despite the high prices, was the ability to offset my costs. I'm reliant on that income. Aspen is my primary residence, so I don't have the luxury of just leaving my home for months at a time. I rent peak holidays, Christmas, New Year's, 4th of July, to make ends meet. The financial benefits to Aspen are the rental tax, obviously, that my short-term rentals produce. But the other cost that I'm not sure that this has been spoken of earlier, short-term renters come for a vacation. They spend a lot of money in Aspen at restaurants, retail, on the mountain, off the mountain, that long-term renters and local residents don't necessarily spend. So the money by prohibiting short-term rentals that this city is going to be bypassing, I just can't wrap my head around why we want to have so many regulations and what the function is that we're doing. I know in my building I have 12 units. We have 2 long-term rentals, and the rest of us intermittently do short-term renters. And frankly, it's nice to have units that are not congested by long-term renters. You know, it's nice to just have a unit that might sit there and be rented for a weekend and then not rented again for 2 or 3 months. The owners might come in for a week and then go. It actually keeps some of the congestion down in a small building. To prohibit short-term rentals, my biggest concern, and I know a lot of people who do short-term rentals, is the black market. Thank you. The black market. You can put regulations and restrictions. People are going to work around it. I mean, you even said yourself, you have to mark off 4 days, but people might only stay for 2. When people start going on the black market, that now the city of Aspen isn't making the money that it would have made if we didn't prohibit 90 days or 4 days or whatever it is. So I'm just appealing to looking at it from a perspective of those of us who are locals that want to remain local, but the only way in which we can do this is by short-term rentals, because we just don't have the luxury of just leaving for months at a time. So that's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you. And just for clarification, the city is coming up with their own regulations which will affect your property, but I appreciate your concerns because it gives us a broader view. But the county regulations will only apply to unincorporated Pickens County.
Okay.
So, but we were hoping to try and work kind of hand in hand with the city, but that didn't happen. It doesn't mean in the future it might not come back together with some more like regulations on both sides and with Snowmass Village too. So, but we appreciate, and thank you
Yeah.
for being so patient with us.
No.
today.
So I was going to say too that even though our regulations won't apply to you because you're in the city of Aspen, the comments you made apply to short-term rentals anywhere in the resort areas. So we appreciate your comments.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for waiting.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, others in the audience wishing to make comments, please come forward. Give your name for the public record. Hi.
Hello, everybody.
So you came in for our meeting and got to vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
I figured two birds with one stone. My name's Patrick Sullivan. Sorry, I'm not. It's so funny. I'm not good at public speaking.
You're
But
just speaking to
anyways,
us.
It's just
uh,
us.
You guys.
Yeah, we're not everybody else.
Them and the ether. But anyways, I've been out here about 11 years now. Moved up here as a ski bum. Was a ski tech at Aspen Sports originally, and done a ton of different jobs in this valley. And the last 2.5 years I've been renting, and the house I rent, the owner decided, basically every house I've lived in, which is about 5 different homes in this valley, we've been kicked out because somebody sold it. And we sold, the owners would sell, and it'd be someone's second home or someone else's primary residence, whatever. Kind of the same boat at this point in my life. We have been living in this place for 2.5 years, and Airbnb as well to help subsidize the cost of living, because as you all know, rent in this valley is insane. So being able to subsidize that cost has been really huge for us. And we recently just got the opportunity to buy the house, but it's $2.5 million, and everything in this market is insane. We have 3 huskies, and there's just no housing for us here. So we are super dependent on the Airbnb that comes to us. We live here year round. My girlfriend is a yoga teacher here. I do a lot of online stuff, and I also work with several companies here in the valley. But moving forward, we have our main house, and we have 2 guest cabins that aren't like permanent dwelling units. They don't have kitchens. They really are unique to this whole conversation, only because the 90-day limit, we don't rent our units for much. So a 90-day limit moving forward, like with the cost of the house, our income would have to be $25,000 to qualify for a loan in the bank, which we don't make that. But the short-term rentals that we bring in on those other 2 units help to subsidize that, and it's going to give us a window, because we're owner financing for 5 years. And once 5 years is up, we're hoping that we have enough income at that point, or hopefully the property value as well has gone up, but hard to say. I guess a talking point that I wanted to bring up was
You're kind of winding down on time.
okay. But yeah, anyways, I just like I said, we've lived here for a long time, and this to us, I understand that there is a big housing crisis here, but I think that the issue is also way beyond just the short-term rental stuff around the valley. There's a lot of people coming here and parking money basically in ways too. So
Thank you, Tucker. We appreciate it.
yeah.
Thank you, Patrick. Thanks for your patience.
So, Patrick, are you in unincorporated Pickens County or within the city?
It's funny, I didn't really understand that as unincorporated Pickens County. We're unincorporated Aspen. We're Medicine Bow Road, Brush Creek Village.
Okay, you're in unincorporated Pickens
Yeah,
County
so
then.
yeah, we're
Unincorporated.
Okay.
yeah. So this is me.
Yeah, you're here.
That's one way of looking at it, unincorporated Aspen.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the street address, like, the mailing address is Aspen for.
Yeah,
everybody.
technically.
Yeah.
it's a-
Yeah.
and all that. But yeah, I guess all I was really saying is that I grew up in Denver, long time local in Colorado, but I think that the Airbnb stuff has led an opportunity for us to actually own a home here at some, which is great, but obviously the houses here are, I think, a little out of
Yeah.
range for most people.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, anybody else in the audience who would like to speak? Okay, I'm going to open it up to the people who are online. So those who would like to speak, Gideon Kaufman, we're going to put you on the clock, Gideon, so for your 3 minutes. Thank you,
I
Gideon.
won't take that long. Thank you. I wanted to thank John for his clarification and echo his comments on form of ownership. as many properties in Pickens County, as you know, are owned either by LLCs or trusts. And to address Kelly's concern, the manager of the LLC or the trustee of the trust can and should be held accountable for any representations made in the application. So even though the form of ownership is an LLC or a trust, you still have a real live person who is responsible for whatever goes into an application and can be contacted if there are any issues. Thank you very much.
Right. Gideon, that's all?
That's it.
All right.
Happy summer. Well, I got 2 more minutes. I'd like to wish everyone a good summer, a happy July 4th, and stay safe and away from COVID.
All right,
You
thanks,
too.
Gideon,
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Missed
So
that
next is
already.
Lisa Wagner. Please give your name for the public record, and is she ready to go?
Lisa, I gave you permission to talk. Are you able to unmute yourself?
Okay, do you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, and we will just give your name for the record, and we're ready to go.
I did unmute.
We can hear you, so please.
Okay, it's Lisa Wagner. I couldn't come to, you can't hear me?
Yes,
Why
we
can't
can
you hear
hear
me?
you.
Oh, okay. So, couldn't make it to the meeting. Would have been a long meeting again. Working with my bed and breakfast. I wanted to just make a point about the application process with the property's owner's name. And it says, John, you did driver's license or state issued identification card. I still think we need to have voter registration and a federal tax return. I would like to see that in on the process. And the other thing is, I'm still on board to have later on after this process or what have you, is to have the commissioners come up in Stenchel and keep village residential as residential and not short-term rentals. Because I just see people still buying here and renting out. But I know now that people cannot apply for a short-term rental license after, I think it was May 20, I can't remember on here. But anyway, you're moving along. You're going to find out how many short-term rentals there are. And again, Redstone's unique, and we want to keep our neighborhood and don't want it to be just people coming and going. And my other question is, how do you oversee 4 nights and 90 days?
Okay, is that it, Lisa? Or we're not going to respond to everybody's individual points now?
That was my question to you.
Okay, we will bring that up as part of the
No,
board's
the question.
Lisa?
Okay, you're getting cut off a little bit. Okay,
We'll
that's fine.
we'll
And
bring-
that's it.
We'll bring
Thank
up
you.
your issues
Yes?
as part of our, we will bring up your issues as part of our conversation.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Lisa. All right, next we have Alyssa Crimes. I'm so sorry about slandering people's names. Yeah, that was close. Alyssa?
Yes.
Okay,
Hi,
Alyssa,
everyone.
please give your name for the public record and we will start the clock.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Elisa Cranes, and my partner Matthew and I own a home in Redstone on the boulevard, which we rent when we or our family isn't able to use it. I don't want to be repetitive of the comments I've previously made during these meetings and in the letters, but I do want to highlight once again that the public voice, the voice of the community of Redstone, is not being heard or considered by the board. These 3 minutes aren't used to engage the public. This is not community engagement. We're just checking some box and watching the stopwatch. This is not engagement. As a community, we need a dialogue with the commissioners, with the board, before any decision is made on how to regulate the vacation rentals. The community means every stakeholder, including businesses and residents. We said this in letters, we sent this in emails, we made presentations, we wrote proposals that we've sent over to you over the course of the last year. We can't be any more clear on how important this is. You are in public service, and the public has been very loud about voicing their need. The public has been very clear that before any ordinance is passed, there has to be a study and a proper public engagement. I don't need my whole 3 minutes going over the same thing. I wanted to get this message across. Let's stop pretending this is public engagement and actually engage with the public and have a dialogue with all the community stakeholders in Redstone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, next on our list is Dan Soner. Dan, you need to.
I'm sorry, Dan, I think I muted you accidentally. Could you unmute again?
Dan, can you unmute, please?
Boom, there we go. Can you guys hear me?
There you go. Start the clock, please. For Dan.
Awesome. Okay. So my name is Dan Soner. I'm a full-time resident of Redstone, Colorado. I'm going to echo what Elisa said in the sense that this is not the democratic process. And, the lack of studies, the lack of information and data is alarming. You guys know this. And, I've sent emails, Elisa sent emails. We've all sort of done our best to raise awareness that the proper steps are not being taken. And this is not how I want, this is not how I want my communities to be governed. I don't believe that the residents are being heard. I don't believe that that we're planning for the future. And I would like to see that changed. I sent an email out yesterday, and the only person to respond, we had a really short conversation, but the point being is that only one person responded. And I understand that you guys can't read every single email, but the point remains. So please look at what Eagle County has done. It's a perfect example of what we're asking for in Redstone. As a resident, I've been working with the short-term owners to draft a plan, an idea, a concept of how this could all play out. And I believe it's a very, very, very strong example of how the community can work together for a goal that is sustainable in the long term. If you guys ignore it, if you don't read it, that's just sad. And so I hope that you guys have received that plan from Matthew and Elisa, and I truly hope that you consider it.
Thank you, Dan. You still have time, are you? Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your comments.
Yep. Thank you.
Next, we have Jeff DePalma.
Oh, can you read me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Jeff DePalma. Thank you for taking the time to hear from me again. I would like to object to the board's latest version of the Short-Term Rental Alliance, in which the previous restrictions and compromises have been abandoned in favor of a strict 90-day limit. This will adversely affect people like us to the point where we may have to sell our family property. I've spoken a couple times before, but I think it bears repeating what my particular situation is. We have a small 2-bedroom house on 2 acres of land. This has been in our family for 20 years, and we have rented it for the entirety of that time. We have close relationships with our neighbors and have never had a legitimate complaint in all that time. We are not a party house. We are intimately involved with our management company and the day-to-day management of our property. We are not located on Redstone Boulevard, Snowmass Village, or any of the other contentious locations. And we plan on retiring to our little house as we have deep roots in the valley. So, especially in the current climate of rising inflation and looming recession, I believe a lot of fellow responsible homeowners will be in our predicament as well. That is, being forced to sell as a direct result of this ordinance. So I implore the board to at least reach some type of compromise, possibly in one of two ways. One, increase the number of available short-term rental days to 240 days a year. This will increase the current 25% of the year available to just 66% of the year available for rentals. Or two, institute a version of the previous Clapper compromise to increase available rental days for those that would apply for it. The previous criteria of 10 plus years ownership and 5+ years
You have
rental
1 minute,
history,
Jeff.
Institute a version of the Clapper compromise to increase available rental days for those who would be eligible. The previous criteria of 10+ years ownership and 5+ years rental history would be sufficient. So I urge the board to not take such a draconian action of a strict 90-day limit from the onset, but rather a more measured approach, especially given the current economic conditions and the plight of homeowners such as myself who are responsible. Again, thank you for your time again.
Thank you. We appreciate it, Jeff.
No problem.
All right, next is Grafton Smith. Grafton, you need to unmute.
How's that?
That's good. Please give your name for the
Okay.
record.
Grafton and Phyllis Smith.
Start the clock.
And I was trying to figure out where the 90 days came from. I'd read the earlier versions, and the version that the version that I had read was the previous version of this, and I was actually pretty good with it. And then all of a sudden, just recently, I read these new the new revised version, and it's I felt like to paraphrase the gentleman, or to parrot the gentleman before, it was a bit draconian. It's going to be a huge effect to us. Now, I wrote an email to this effect, and I'll try not to cover that ground. What I wanted to make a point of is that we're acting like this is really a bad thing. I have, we've been doing this for a while, and we've gotten feedback from the people who have stayed with us, and invariably, they really enjoy it. And a perfect example was that last winter, we had a group of 8 women who all were sorority mates. They're all in their 30s and 40s. And they came out and basically had a 1-week slumber party. And there isn't another venue in Aspen that would afford them that luxury. And another example is we had a family, it was a grandmother, her kids, and grandkids, and because of the house type atmosphere, they were able to stay all in the same unit. She was able to cook and entertain, and that just doesn't happen anywhere else. So, like I said, just want to get back to that.
1 minute, Grafton.
We seem to be treating this as a bad thing, and there's a great amount of good, and there seems to be a great demand for it, as evidenced by the number of people doing it. And also, I'd like you to seriously consider addressing this 90-day window. It really is probably the hardest pill to swallow in this proposal. Phyllis? No? All right. I don't know if that's 3 minutes or not, but I render back my unused portion.
Okay, Grafton, thank you. Thanks, Phyllis. Yeah, Steve, if the board has questions and stuff, just add a list so we can get through the public comment and we can bring it back. And is it MJ? MU? MJ? Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please give your name for the public record.
MJ Deitch, thank you for having me. I have to say I'm a little confused with the 90-day thing as well. I called in December. I live in Chicago, and we tried to get an application. We were told you can't do it except for you had to be in person. That's what I was told on the phone. I was assured that it was going to open up in September. I flew out for a meeting, and all it was a bunch of information on poster boards. So I'm not sure who's got the applications, if we're still allowed to get applications. I see you asking questions. Am I saying something?
No, I was just asking staff. I think you're relating to the city.
So yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, we're in Aspen. We are like near the Alps.
Yeah, this ordinance only affects Pickens County, unincorporated Pickens County. The city of Aspen has their own process. They have their own meetings. They have their own application process.
Okay, see, that's another problem. I can't seem to get the right answers for things, and I'm certainly not getting emails on anything, and I'm not sure where or how to go about getting that.
Well, the property that you have is in the city, so you would need to direct your questions to the City of Aspen Community Development Department.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Glad we could clarify something for you.
Yes. Yeah, thanks.
Hopefully that'll help. All right, next is Nicole. Please unmute. Nicole, if you would like to speak, there you go. You can just give your name for the record and we're ready to go. Nicole, are you there?
Nicole, you're unmuted in Zoom. We want to make sure your phone or computer is not muted as well, because we can't hear you.
Nicole, we're still not able to hear you. There we go. Okay, Nicole, you're on. Just give your name for the record, and we'll give you your 3 minutes. Yes, we're not on.
Saw you mute and unmute in Zoom. You may have the keypad on your phone muted or a headset muted.
Okay, Nicole, we'll try and come back to you. We won't take you off the list with your hand raised. So we're going to go, you need to try and figure out what else of your devices might be muted so we cannot hear you. Because on our Zoom screen, you are unmuted. So we're going to go to Mr. Waldorf. Chad, please.
Yeah, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. My name is Chad Waldorf, and I want to thank you all for your thoughtful consideration of this matter. You've heard from me plenty over the past 6 months, so I'll try to keep it brief. Owned a house in Woody Creek with another family since the late 90s. We all lived in Pickens County in the early 90s, working for the Ski Co., or in the case of my wife, the Little Red Schoolhouse. Between our families, we've spent 6 to 10 weeks a year there for decades and feel like we've been a part of the Pickens County community for 30 years now. We also rented our house on a short-term basis to help pay our mortgage and cover house expenses. We're very firm in not allowing parties or at our home, although I must confess that a couple of weeks ago, we did donate the use of our house to the Aspen Community School for their year-end overnight retreat, which resulted in a few too many cars parked on our road. It was a valuable lesson learned for us, as we will certainly require carpooling when we donate the use of our house to local groups again. I'm appreciative that y'all recognize that the lines are somewhat blurred between full-time and part-time residents and are willing to allow us to continue to responsibly rent our home some so that we won't be forced to sell it and abandon our plans to ultimately retire there. In terms of the current proposal, I would humbly request that you consider something a bit shorter than 4 nights and a bit longer than 90 days in terms of the minimum and maximum. even if it's 120 days. And I would submit the following two thoughts on that front. One, I would remind you that allowing us to rent our house for 90 days also means that we are not allowed to rent our house on a short-term basis for 275 days a year. This is a big change from the current no limit that we have. If you limit us to 4 months of short-term rental activity, that is still removing a very significant 245 days a year per house from the short-term rental cycle. This is at least a more incremental change, which brings me to my second point. Having worked for two governors in government, I've always thought it more appropriate when limiting property rights to do so incrementally. If you and the community ultimately decide that allowing us to rent for 120 days is too long, it will be easy to revisit the issue and cut us all back to 90 days. But the converse is not likely true. Regulations rarely are relaxed once they are implemented. If you decide to go longer with it today, there just likely isn't going to be an impetus to ever move back to 120 days if you start with 90 days. If you aren't satisfied after trying an incremental approach by banning short-term rentals for 245 days a year, you can always limit it further in the future. Finally, once again, thank you all for your thoughtful deliberation on this important issue for our community.
Thank you, Chad. We appreciate your time. Okay, so the only one we still have left is Nicole. Is that correct?
Bob McCormick.
Oh, Bob McCormick? Oh, Bob McCormick. Sorry, Bob. Thought your hand was still up from the last time. So, Bob, if you want to unmute.
Are you there?
Yep, we're here.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I am still here. And
your name is?
My name is Bob McCormick. My wife Debbie and I own the historic Redstone Ice House here in town. We have in the past provided you with a letter signed by all of our immediate neighbors in support of our continued short-term rental. We have not heard anybody express a concern in our town about what we have done or what we are doing and whether or not we should have to stop this on our commercially zoned property. We feel we offer a special experience in our lodging there. Our guests love it. We just had a small family, 2 adults and 1 special needs child, and they had such a great time there. This is it's emotional to think that these kind of people will not be welcome in Redstone in the future if you take away these short-term rentals. We're asking that you pass the least restrictive resolution possible today at this time. We especially want to be able to allow 2 adults per bedroom plus 2 children. We only have a 1-bedroom place, and our short-term rental it's great for small families. It's affordable. It's one of the few affordable options that small families have to enjoy what we have in Redstone and have enjoyed for a long time. We support regulation and licensing and especially the further study of what the impacts are on Redstone, both negative and positive. I think this is an important thing going forward. I think this is what we need to do as a community and not just listen to a few people that have a problem with a couple of their neighbors and think about the vitality of our business and our town in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. We appreciate your time. All right, we're going to go back and try Nicole again. Nicole, we're going to give you another opportunity here you're unmuted on Zoom. Oh, yeah.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please give your name for the public record.
Wonderful. My name is Nicole Elkind, and I apologize. I was obviously having some trouble, but here we are. So thank you very much for coming back to me. I appreciate it. My sister and I invested just about everything we have in a little condo that is in the core. And at the time that we purchased it a few months ago, that was when the city had put the moratorium on being able to get a new permit for short-term renting. And I'm just a little confused, and I apologize if this is a repeat. Is it now the case that if you are in the core, like we are, that we can go ahead and go through the normal channels to get a short-term rental permit? Is that correct?
Nicole, I'll just answer your question very simply. You need to be addressing this to the city of Aspen. Pitkin County's ordinance does not apply to you. It only applies to unincorporated Pitkin County.
Okay, so then is the city of Aspen also having conversation, and is the moratorium in place then through them?
Yes,
or?
it's not a county moratorium. If you have questions, you need to call the City of Aspen Community Development.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nicole. We appreciate your time.
You have a new person at the bottom.
And then we have Allie Long, and you need to unmute. Okay, you are good to go. Please give your name for the public record.
Hi, my name is Allie Long, and I'm a property owner and short-term rental owner in Redstone, and had the opportunity to interface with the board previous months also. So I just wanted to reiterate and reinforce what Elisa, Dan, and Bob all just shared with the board. We've been working on, and I'm sure you're aware because you received it this week, a proposal that was put together to the board with some really great points and some reinforcing some ideas of what Redstone thinks is right for the town of Redstone. And I just want to kind of reiterate a portion of that. And so, I think what I'd like you to hear again is that, people in Redstone are talking to each other, and we're in agreement that it's clear that the board needs to strongly consider the following before they put in place any short-term rental regulations that affect Redstone. And those are, number one, to immediately either prioritize or separate out Redstone from the ordinance, as Redstone is obviously, from the comments, disproportionately affected by the proposed regulation. Number two, to establish a licensing program that incentivizes short-term rental owners to obtain licenses so that appropriate data can be collected and analyzed to develop future permanent regulations. Number three, to consider all current studies showing the lack of connection between short-term rentals and the affordable housing crisis. Number four, to develop countywide strategies for affordable and local housing outside of short-term rental regulations. Five, to consider the positive role that short-term rentals play in the health of Redstone as it pertains to the spirit of the master plan. And a couple months ago, I know the majority of the small business owners in Redstone submitted letters stating that they were not in favor of the currently proposed regulation. And number six, to consider the potential negative impacts of such regulations on the overall health of Redstone through all seasons of the year. And as you've heard from previous months' public comments, Redstone business owners struggle in the winter, particularly. There's a lot of people in Redstone in the summer, but not so much in the winter and the spring. And so limiting owners to 90 days, those 90 days are primarily in the summer, and it would really affect businesses. I appreciate you all.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have Andrea Garr.
Hello, hi.
We can hear you. Please give your name for the public record.
I'm Andrea Garr. I reside
at 433 Redstone Boulevard, where I operate two businesses, one a lodge and one a gallery. I've made my feelings known on this subject, but I just quickly wanted to say two things. One is that I forwarded a petition, which is the voice of Redstone Boulevard, to the commissioners. It was signed by 28 full-time residents of Redstone at the beginning of this process in 2021, and it has never been officially publicly recognized by the commissioners. In fact, our commissioner has specifically stated that, in her opinion, Commissioner Jacoba has stated that, in her opinion, the majority of people in Redstone are opposed to licensing, and that's just not true. 28 full-time residents signed a petition which stated that they would not support anything less than 30-day minimum for short-term rentals on the boulevard. So I would appreciate if the commission would publicly notice that petition. Number two, as far as existing short-term rentals, I mean, you're going to do what you're going to do, but I recall at the last meeting you stated that you hadn't done an inventory, you really had no way of knowing how many short-term rentals operate presently. But one suggestion I have is perhaps you begin the process with existing short-term rentals who have complied with the law and have collected and paid sales tax. That would be one way to recognize who are existing short-term rentals and begin with them, and that would narrow down the process, and then consider the other short-term rentals who have not been complying with the law and decide whether or not to license them. So that's all I have to say for today. I appreciate all that you are doing, and I hope that you will separate Redstone and treat it differently, because it is different, and we do have our own zoning, as you know, and we do want to preserve the historic nature and character of our neighborhood. So thank you, and I can't wait to hear how you decide. Hopefully, you will decide shortly how you're going to proceed.
Okay, thank you, Andrea.
Thank you.
I believe, unless there's anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak?
DJ.
Oh, DJ, thank you.
Oh yeah, it's that guy again. I would like to reply directly to what Andrea just said. A lot of people who signed that petition have actually reiterated their stance because they know how seasonal Redstone is, and in a debate that has been taken back and forth with a lot of innuendo and accusations, as you know, I did supply you guys with facts which showed the traffic patterns of Redstone over the last 5 years. There's been a big drop in traffic the last two because of COVID and mudslides, and we're on our way to another drop in traffic because of gas prices. And to put any limitation on STRs and village commercial would be an antithesis of what village commercial stands for. And also, I don't think any regulations need to be put on village residential during the slow 6 months. You guys have seen the data, hopefully, that I sent, that a lot of Redstone residents have seen as well. And, some of the people leading the charge against STRs who came out with a petition that wanted to ban them outright completely in the entire town are not even open in the winter. So just would like to remind the commissioners of that. Please examine data and make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you, DJ. All right. I'm not missing anybody, right?
We're good.
We have nobody else in line here with a hand raised. Okay, I am turning it back to the board for discussion, for comment, for where are we going from here? Steve, please.
Well, first of all, to respond to some of the public comments, it sounds like some people are actually doing what we would call a bed and breakfast operation, where the people are staying in the own home the home where the owner is living and present in the home while they're renting it out. And those are not part of this, our STR rules we're coming up with. And Philip, yours might be one that I think the people who are staying in your house, the people who are renting, is what I gathered from you, plus in the two little cabins. And I think that probably could be classified as a bed and breakfast operation and not a short-term rental. The two little cabins, I'm not sure about. I wanted to, that's like a separate, unique issue for one person, probably.
The distinction you're drawing, Steve, is correct. The distinction between a B&B and an STR.
So, and then also we had callers who are actually in the city of Aspen, which we were explaining to them as they went along that the Pickens County regulation does not apply to people within the city of Aspen, only to unincorporated Pickens County. So I thought, I mean, a lot of our concerns been about Redstone and what to do in Redstone. And I truly think that in Redstone we should have a different set of regulations. I know that at one of our, maybe our last meeting, someone said that they thought what we were proposing would be okay for Redstone Boulevard, which I think most of it would be that the people doing STRs would be the ones who would be allowed to apply for a license. However, it appears to me that the 90-day limit for Redstone probably doesn't work, because if you look at their tourist season, they probably need more days to make it work, to have, you know, the tourist economy operating in Redstone to support the commercial establishments. And I'm not sure how to go about doing that. If we could just eliminate Redstone completely right now, just separate them out and go ahead and hold a meeting in Redstone and have a dialogue with the residents there and try to work out what's the best deal for Redstone that is the best for the people who don't want STRs and those who do want STRs, because there are both elements there.
Yeah, and Steve, I think at our last meeting, we were very clear that we were going to hold a meeting in Redstone, hopefully later this summer or early fall. And the way this ordinance is written before us now, it doesn't really take effect until I think September on the time frame. So we could try and fit that in, but right now people in Redstone are able to start their application process if we put anything on the books and start to move forward with that. So Redstone will have its time when we go down to Redstone and meet with the people in Redstone and address their issues, because the nature of the beast in Redstone is different. And so I thought we were really clear in our third reading that we were going to be doing that. And I think the intention of the board is looking to the board to still do that.
When he's done.
Yeah.
And I'll answer that then. If you
Okay.
want.
Steve, are you done? Or
Yeah,
you have
go
more?
ahead.
Francie?
In answer to that, I'm not convinced that we actually need to have a different thing for Redstone than the rest of the county. I think the whole county needs to be licensing STRs and following most of the prescriptions that we have in here. But as I told you I would, the last time we talked about it, I would like to propose that we go through with everything that John's written into this ordinance, except for a limit on days. And I think we should, including that you have to have some history. We can't have new people come in and buying houses and applying. I don't know what's happening with my throat, I'm sorry. And sort of in line with what the last speaker said, I think it was he, second to last, that it is much harder to go from restrictive to lenient than from lenient to restrictive. So I'd like to propose that we don't worry about the number of days, but that we do all of the other things that we've talked about doing and that John has written incredibly clearly. And we just continue to assess, and that gives us a chance to talk to Redstone and listen to Redstone people and make changes later. But it's my impression that majority of people that we've heard from think that the 90 days or any particular number of days is so restrictive that it really will hurt them, and I don't want to do that.
Looking at Greg or Kelly?
I'm gonna wait.
Greg?
We're still hearing all sides of it. Today we heard more from people who, think it's onerous, but, I've also heard from people who think that we've been so relaxed with this that it's ruining their quality of life in their neighborhoods. So it's a tough one. We're trying to figure out how to please everybody, and that's not going to happen. I appreciate what Francie and Patty have just said. Why don't we? It's not going to take effect till September. Redstone can begin application process now. Regarding the number of days, the whole point of the number of days is to hopefully incentivize people to long-term rent. Somebody talked about having done this for 20 years. That how did they short-term rent for 20 years? The technology didn't even exist back then, as far as I know. So presumably they were long-term renting and they were making a go of it. Now all of a sudden they have to short-term rent or they can't survive, and I'm not buying it.
Short-term rental's been going on for a long time before Airbnb and VRBO.
Okay, well, the question is, how did they do it? Were they doing it online? Was there some technology I didn't know about for the last, So the thing is, I think what's happened is Airbnb, VRBO, all those have made it so easy and possible that people can do it very easily. Before that, they probably long-term rented, and that's the gist of the conversation. So, it's the thing that we haven't talked about, and I haven't heard anybody here online talk about, is that what is the burden on the community or the commons, on the transportation network, on the highways, regarding the people who have to service STRs. I don't think all these people are doing their own laundry. Kudos to them if they are, but they probably have housekeepers coming in. And so we're creating an industry here which takes up a lot of room on the highway, and it takes from, it's a burden on the public. So it's not just something that's harmless to the population. And that's what I think we're trying to address here. We're trying to solve carbon emissions, yet we're promoting businesses that are heavily carbon intensive. We're trying to lower the number of cars on the highway, yet all of a sudden every former long-term rental now has a daily turnover, which probably means laundry and sheets and housekeepers. So, we talked about how monster homes would have 100 visits a day from the various florists and chefs, but now all of a sudden every house has that, it seems, with people coming. I don't know the scope of that problem, but it certainly is part of the problem, and it's part of the concern that I have. So I think there ought to be a limit on the number of days. There ought to be incentives to long-term rent, as we've seen in other communities where, you see some creative ways of trying to get people to put the properties back into the rental pool. The arguments that it has no effect on long-term rentals and workforce housing, I think, is wishful thinking at best. So I think part of what we're trying to do is solve some of those problems. Addressing an issue that's come up, and it's changed the DNA of the culture of our community and how our community functions. And that's a tough one, and there's a reason it's been taken so long to work on this, because it's a hard question. So do I have an answer where to stand? My inclination would be to say, if we think it would make a difference to go to 120 days instead of 90 per year, I'd be willing to consider that. But I also want to see the applications and the licenses and an understanding of the actual impacts going forward. And I also want to appeal to the people who think they can't do anything but STR to consider we're not regulating long-term rentals here. And that's still an option for them. It's a strong long-term rental market also.
I'd like to respond to his environmental things after Kelly.
You can go ahead.
In terms of the environmental impact, I've been thinking about that a lot, and I think that a long-term rental has a much more severe impact on the highways than short-term rentals. If you have a long-term rental in Redstone, those people are getting in their car every day to go to their jobs. And so I don't see how an STR is going to be worse that way. We have no bus service to Redstone. It's a no. It's not even a starter, as you know, with RAFTA. And so having tourists come through and stay for a few days, and in this document that Matthew sent us, all of those services that are being provided from Redstone, except for the cleaning, and they're trying to solve that problem right now. So they're not creating a whole lot of traffic on the road in order to service these buildings. And in Pitkin County, as in Philip's case, most of these places are not none of them are mega mansions that are doing their short-term rentals. They're just middle-class people, and they take care of most of those services themselves. They don't have florists and chefs and stuff. We're not talking about Aspen.
Well, I'm sorry, I think you might have mistook me. I wasn't saying that short-term rentals have florists and chefs. I was saying that we used to complain that the big houses had so much traffic, and that the STRs are bringing that in.
Yeah.
So
Anyway, I have thought about that in response to what you said.
So would the guests not be included in that carbon footprint?
Would guests?
Well, if you've got a guest and the turnovers every night, that means you've got a housekeeper arriving every day.
Well, we don't have turnover every night. We've already solved that problem with our ordinance if we pass it. It's every 4, I think, right, John? Every 4?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I just want to clarify, mega mansions are doing this. They're buying them just to do this. We have houses on Red Mountain. We have houses up Independence Pass that are doing this. So it's not just people who need to pay their mortgages, it's people who came here to make money off of our community. And clarification, people did used to rent them short-term years ago. I don't know how they got it out there, but so many places were rented over the holidays, especially Christmas, 4th of July, same thing, rented short terms, and people would rent them only during those high times, because then they would go away, rent their homes out, and pay for their property taxes or part of their mortgage. Some people paid for their entire mortgage back then. So it has been going on, and I know there was
Sure, yeah, over the holiday rentals, I agree with that.
Yeah, but so they were technically short-terming, and I just want to make it very clear again to the public that anything, we don't have public comment, anything over 30 days, right? 30 days or more is considered long-term, and you can rent it without going through a licensing process. Just want to make that very clear again to the public.
And I have one more response to Greg. If I can remember what it was now.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, you said it's changing the DNA and everything. I do think that short-term rentals have changed the face of tourism across the country. Pretty sure most of us have stayed in STRs when we go somewhere. I haven't, but so I don't go anywhere.
I haven't.
But
She called my sister's house a short-term rental.
but I think it is the face of tourism, and partly because it's so much more affordable in so many cases. Yeah, there are some that aren't. We know there are lots of places in Aspen that on short-term rentals are not affordable for most people, but they change the face of the kind of people that come to a community. You know, we have more families and that sort of thing. So, yes, it has changed. I don't know if that's bad or good or no value.
It's just different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right.
Well, and I'll jump in now. I mean, I guess perhaps more high volume and high frequency, and that's, the intensities of growth that we're feeling related to this transformation of use at such a high volume than what was possible in the past. And I think that's what we're wrapping our hands around here. I'm not sure our board's going to get to consensus on this, and I'm not sure that's a bad thing. I know we strive for it, but we are also representing an issue that is divided in the community, and therefore maybe it makes sense to have a divided board to represent those perspectives. In the scheme of the whole STR conversation, I think we're at a very moderate place. If you're looking at the conversations that are happening all over the country related to how to regulate short-term rentals,
in such a highly touristed as well as environmentally sensitive place, and, with the environmental values that we hold and profess, I think we're being very moderate compared to what others are doing around the country and the world on this. And it, to me, is a good starting point for any reevaluation or any conversation about taxation related to how we might want to tax to mitigate for any impacts that we're able to measure, as well as services that we need to provide and therefore fund. There's just such big conversations going on there that we haven't even embarked on that aren't implicating the short-term rental proprietors on this. So, I continue to hope that we move forward here. I think the diversity of perspectives on our board is from having no regulation to having, more regulation than what's before us today. So, I would like to see us, I think, get this really going. And we can have even better conversations as we continue to revisit this topic, because it's not going away, nor do we want it to. I think short-term rentals do play an important role in our economy and in our ability for people to access, our public lands affordably, which they own. They're not just for the people who live here. So I am sensitive to those opportunities as a person who does stay in short-term rentals and needs to do so affordably with a family. But I don't look for short-term rentals with the presumption that they're going to be available to me, right? I don't try to rent somewhere on Lake Michigan and just assume that there's one that I'm going to be able to take advantage of. It has to, I think, come in the context of protecting and valuing what makes this place great and what makes our community great. Let's get it done.
Okay, there was a question about enforcement of the 90 days or the 4 nights, and I'm not quite sure exactly how we're gonna do that. Maybe Cindy, Cindy, you're here? Come on down, Cindy.
You gotta be on the hot spot at least a few more times.
Yeah, okay, good. Well, the board had authorized us to hire an enforcement officer. We've held off on that because we haven't really known where we're going yet, but we do have a position that we can hire to help with that. And so we'll just have to
And there will be an affidavit signed by the applicant at some point saying I rented this amount of time, or?
Well, it's open-ended in the regulation in that the administrator of this code can change what is required from time to time, depending on how it's working out. But there is an ability for the administrator to audit the records, and that includes sales tax receipts. That includes publicly available information just by monitoring advertisements on the 50 or 60 websites that advertise short-term rentals. You can see when the place is advertised as available. You can see when some of them will even have a calendar on there, and you can see when it's booked.
And follow up from complaints.
Okay. And the other question I think was still outlying here is the 90 days versus the 120. I've seen both numbers.
Or none.
Or none. I have a feeling the board is leaning towards not none. But is the board comfortable with 90, or would the board like to see it go to 120 for this first period of time? Steve?
So I have a modest proposal to make. If someone wanted to rent short-term rental for half the year, 180 days, they would be required to rent their house long-term for 6 months of the year.
Or live in it.
They couldn't rent it for 160 days and rent it long-term for 160 days.
No, 180, half the year.
Yeah, if they weren't still living here.
Well, some of the people don't live in them, they just do it for
Yeah.
an investment and they hope to move into it someday. If they wanted to rent it for 120 days, 4 months, they would have to rent it for a 4 months season. I'm thinking of a season when an employee could actually live there. So they could rent it for a family or an employee for a 4-month period. Then that would allow them to rent it short-term for 120 days.
So that's a whole new thought.
It's tying short-term
Process.
rentals to long-term rentals and increasing, potentially increasing the amount of long-term rentals that are out there.
What if they can find somebody to rent it for a long term?
Well, yeah, there could be a lot of issues, but that's a new proposal. I think Kelly has a,
Yeah, I would, I don't think that there's anything in this currently that precludes that. And I think where, at least I've observed kind of success in that effort from other communities has been through a different incentives conversation, which I believe this board is gonna have, and our housing staff are coming up with a menu of things for us to consider. I think we have a really rich database now of people to poll as to what incentives might be effective for them. And so I would rather focus those efforts separately and allow, this ordinance to not prohibit that. I think if somebody's income generation is the bottom line need for them, then giving more options to them or allowing for more options to them would be my preference, while still having, I think a modest limitation on the short-term rentals that they can do given the impacts that they generate.
So
I've said that in a
modest,
very long-worded way.
we know a lot of people in the past used to rent long-term for the music festival or for, the teachers, the musicians, all of that, and they would rent them for the summer for 2 or 3 months, and so they would still be allowed to do that. And then those days would not be counted into their 90 or their 120 because they weren't under the license. So then they could short-term over the winter season. So they needed that income to pay for their mortgage or whatever, they would still be able to do that under that provision. So that is still allowed. There's a lot of things that people are saying we're not allowing. There's a lot of things people aren't saying that we are still going to allow because of state law and because it's the direction of the board.
And we would want.
And we would want,
Yeah.
exactly. So Steve, I think Steve's idea is something, like I've said in the past, 3 hearings, and I'm gonna say it again. This is a living document. It'll be coming back to us. We just are trying to get something on the books so we can see what works, what's out there, what people come forward with us, to us and say, hey, this really worked for me, this really didn't. We can't get anywhere without having something on the books and start getting some data, some actual data, not, pulled off necessarily, but what's happening out there and how this is affecting people's lives. And so it could be coming back to us in 3 months. It could be coming back to it. It will, I truly believe this will be coming back to us within this next year, if not sooner.
I'd like to make a motion.
Steve's got his hand up one more time.
so the number 120 days has been tossed out and, mentioned more than once today by different people. And I was actually the one who said the 90 the first time. I just was tossing out a number, 3 months. 120 days would be 4 months. It's like, that could be just as logical, and maybe we start a little less restrictive and try the 4 months the first year and see we get the data that way, and I think it would be more palatable to most of the STR renters who are out there.
How does the board feel about 120? Is that worth a compromise? It's not a Clapper compromise.
It's not a big compromise. I'd rather see 180 if we have to do a limitation and try it. And that's what I was going to make a motion on, that we accept the entire ordinance but change the number of days
So
only.
180, or would you accept 120?
I'd like to make a motion at 180 and see what happens.
Do like half a year.
Yeah.
So it's not a year-round hotel, which is what we
Yeah,
have now.
I'm a half a year I'm comfortable with 120. So, but you can make a motion.
Okay, I make a motion that we accept the ordinance as it stands with one amendment, that we change the 90-day to 180 days.
Do I have a second for that motion? Okay, 1, 2, 3, chances are gone where that motion fails, no. Okay,
I'd amend your motion to 120 days.
And why? Why 120? Talk to me about that.
Well, I don't believe that it's easier to make something more restrictive than less restrictive. I'm not really sure that it makes a huge difference. If we have to change something, we're responding to what's happening in the market. We have to start somewhere, and I think we've had, it's such a large target. We're just trying to hit the target and get started so we can understand it. We've been accused of not doing it. It's amazing what all we've had to go through to get to this point, yet we're still accused of not knowing what's going on. So maybe it's time to establish the licensing program, set a limit. I think 120 days seems fine to me. And then we'll see what happens. Let's give it 6 months or 4 months. We'll see what the response is, see how things are going. And I'm still concerned about the increased impacts of the number of people that the STRs represent. It is the equivalent of dozens of hotels. And I want to keep that in mind as we're discussing this. So I'm trying to temper the influx of people, the equivalent of dozens of hotels, with the freedom that people need in order to make a living to stay in their homes in Aspen or in the community, in the county.
It's not Aspen.
Well, in the valley.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I think the reason that I'm thinking 180 days rather than 120 is the people who spoke about the seasons in Redstone, like the two people who are really opposed to this, they're closed in the winter. And so all the other businesses who wrote us the letter about they don't want it to be so restricted. I can't remember exactly what their letter said, but it was signed by all the businesses except for those two. They're trying to extend the vitality of Redstone beyond June, July, August, and September. So that's why I think 4 months is a little bit short so that they can go into the shoulder seasons, if not winter. So that was my thinking on that.
Steve?
Well, when we have the dialogue with people in Redstone, maybe we arrive at a different number of days for Redstone than the rest of the county.
As we said, as I said, I'm not putting words in everybody's mouth, Redstone is different. The issues that have come forward, the participation from Redstone has been different. And that's why we are reaching out to actually go to Redstone, sit down with them at a point, hopefully sooner than later, and revisit their specific issues. And we may at that time, I'm not saying we will, we may at that time choose to do something that's different for Redstones based on their specific issues.
One other Redstone issue I keep meaning to bring up, we might want to allow unlimited in the commercial zone district.
That will be part of the discussion
And
when we come back.
that's something to talk about when we're meeting in Redstone.
Yeah, and I want to just add that the information we got that was put together, this very specific, will definitely be part of our discussion when we go to Redstone. I'm not going to let this slip by. They put a lot of time and energy into this, and I'm keeping it with my growing stack. And real quick too, I'm going to add that I'll add it later. We have a motion, we have an amendment to the motion. Will the motioner accept the amendment of 120 days?
No.
Okay,
have
then
to
the
start over again.
motion will not be seconded.
I'll second.
The motion
120.
with 180?
No, the 120.
No, we have to withdraw.
No,
It
great.
was
No,
asked
that
as
was an
It
amendment,
was
so
not accepted.
so that motion failed,
Oh, you
right?
tried to do an
So
amendment.
we need a new motion.
Oh,
Fails
okay.
for a lack of a second.
Right, so we need a motion with the 120 days.
I'll make that motion with 120 days.
I'll second that.
Is that clean, John? We're good?
spotless.
With the 4-day
With the
minimum.
4-day minimum, yeah, and then
Still.
I want people again to know that this will be coming back, and we appreciate all the comments. And so people know we did get an onslaught of comments just this last couple of days. The board does read them, and I apologize if we've had a lot going on, if we have not been able to get back to everyone. But again, I want people to know that the board greatly appreciates the time that people take to submit public comment. We do take it seriously. That's why we are on a 4th reading, because we have been doing our best to listen to the public and their issues and concerns. And we appreciate everybody being patient with us, how they come out at the end of this vote that I'm going to call.
Wait a minute. I have a few
Yes,
other
sir.
things before you.
Kelly
Okay, I'm
had her
not
hand
calling
up.
the question.
Okay.
I'm not calling the question. Yes, John?
Oh, it's okay. Greg's comment like triggered a
Uh-oh.
thought for me. No, and I just was calculating, 90 days based on like the 200 short-term rentals we know of, which is probably really low, and the additional that will come in under this is 18,000 lodging nights. So that's the equivalent of 65 units per night.
That's the equivalent of our population.
Well, and that's just lodging unit.
Yeah.
If you have a 10-person capacity, then that's
Yeah.
10 people in that unit. So it just was a different way for me to think about, like, oh, how many hotels is that? Like, if it's a 10-person lodge,
Thank you so
then
much
it's,
for sharing that
you
with
know,
us.
and that's at 90 days.
Yeah.
It goes to 24,000 at 120 days. So even though the impact is dispersed, that's
It's still an impact.
Yeah, that is an impact. Those are the numbers of people and the influx of visitors, that we're thinking about in the context of this.
Okay. So, John?
So before the vote, the board votes on the motion, a couple of outstanding issues. Kelly and I were having a dialogue at the very beginning of the item where we talked about changing the language in a couple of different
for
possible
applicant?
places. I don't know if you've had enough time to chew on it, Kelly. My suggestion would be to amend section 6-50-050 or 052, I'm sorry, the applications for licensing shall include. And number 1 is the property owner's name, and after that should appear a semicolon followed by a signed application submitted by an owner or someone acting on an owner's behalf and is responsible for the contents of the application. And that covers the gap in the, if that's acceptable.
Where were you on that?
It's page 927 in the packet,
It's under.
Yeah, I'm there.
defined terms.
I got it.
Okay, and John, that's one.
The other thing, just so the board is aware, Cindy and I were just noodling on the effective date of the regulation. It still stands at 90. There's a consensus over here that 90 is enough, but I just want to bring that up and make sure that the board is still okay with that.
That would be
90 what?
90 days after the vote,
Oh.
establishing the regulation
Okay.
will be, the regulation itself will go into effect. So 90 days for people to get themselves licensed so that they don't have any interruption in their business type of thing. Just
Yeah, fine.
End of September.
Yeah,
That's fine.
all right.
Anything else, John?
The other thing, just to point out to the board, the charter reads like this in regards to ordinances. An ordinance may be amended by the board at any time during a public meeting prior to its final adoption. But if amended significantly in substance after the public hearing, an additional public hearing shall be required. That's has been required leading up to this point, because the changes have been actually quite dramatic, and so the judgment call was easy. Personally, I don't feel that going to 120 days from 90 days is a significant change that affects the substance of the ordinance or the regulation. However, I would appreciate if the ordinance were amended to include a recital that the board finds that changing the the limitation for rental to 120 days is not a significant change in substance. That means it's a legislative finding, and it's a part of your legislative act, which is given great deference by any court on review.
So we have 3 amendments to the ordinance.
2.
We have the
language in
applicant,
for an applicant.
change to 120 days.
120 days.
And your
and the
addition.
recital. That's true.
3,
Yes.
John. I can count. I don't have to have a computer.
You're way ahead of me, Pat.
I'm so far ahead of you.
I gotta
I
take
don't
my
know.
shoes off.
I have a question before we vote as well, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
So in the proposal that was submitted by Matthew, he had recommended that we had a graduated licensing fee depending on how many days you were going to be renting your unit out. Is that something we could do outside of this?
The way the fee is currently set up in the regulation is that it will be established by the code administrator with consultation with the board.
Thank you.
And the way that'll be done in reality is to try to determine how time-intensive this regulation is to administer and how time-intensive it will be to process an application and issue a license. And then, of course, the other back-end time that's involved with response to complaints, enforcement of the regulation, etc. You assume a number of license applications that come in, and the cost of that is divided up by what you anticipate, and that's kind of what it is.
So it wouldn't be affected by somebody who says they're going to use the whole 120 or whatever gets past their days, as compared to I only rent it out for a week at Christmas?
I think in the future you might be able to figure a way to discount the cost of an application, but right now, the way the applications have to be processed, whether you intend to use it for a limited amount of time or the full 120 days, it's the same amount of work. It's the same cost for this program.
I
The
see.
idea is to have the applications, and the fee associated, cover the cost of this program. This is hopefully not going to be making a hit on the general fund. This will be a self-sustaining program.
Okay, great, thanks.
Just on that note, I heard that the city was contemplating something like a $4,000 per bedroom fee for everybody who wants to do an STR. And I had somebody come to me and say, well, I only wanted to rent over, a couple holidays, but if I have to pay a $4,000 per bedroom fee, I'm going to be maxing out my STRs in order to pay for that. So in a way, it creates an incentive to do more STR renting. And so I want to make sure that that's not how we're constructing, if the fee covers the cost of the program, that makes sense, but hopefully it doesn't become a revenue generator.
When the calculus is done, like I said, the fee, the program code enforcement, code administrator will consult with the board as to the fee. If the fee appears to the board as something that's too steep and might have all sorts of unintended consequences as a result, the board can decide, what it wants to do. If the program costs X and we're dividing that up on the applications and the fees, you want to reduce it to something other than X divided by total, then we're going to have to backfill the cost of the program. And that's a decision the board can make.
Well, I appreciate the creativity of the people who put that proposal together, and it might be something we could work to. If somebody's going to rent only for Christmas and New Year's, and maybe eventually that could be sorted out if we have the metrics to measure it and understand that that's what's actually happening, then perhaps that would be
part of the learning curve.
But that's not going to happen this time around. We'll have to become more sophisticated.
It would be difficult to anticipate how much of the 120 days will be rented out. So it's a difficult proposition. But the future is wide open, right? And the board, as I said, you can decide what the county's fee can be based upon what you're willing to do to the overall county budget.
And staff will bring that back to us when a fee's been established, or we have guidelines, so the board will have a chance to review that in a work session. Yeah.
Patty, I may be able to comment on that.
And where's this voice
if that's
coming
okay.
from?
All the way from Montana.
I couldn't see you. I was not paying attention.
That's okay. And so I think the short answer is yes, Patty. We can bring a fee structure back. I will tell you that what staff is looking at right now is on a percentage of value as determined by the assessor's office in order to cover the estimated cost of the licensing and enforcement program. And so we appropriated $300,000, so that's our initial target to raise. But in the analysis that we've been doing is there does seem to be a pretty good association between property values and what nightly rates are demanding. So instead of doing just a flat fee, we're going to graduate the fee based on a percentage of property value. And it's looking right now like that would come to 1 to 1.5 nights worth of rent. And so to Greg's point earlier, I don't think it would drive a lot of additional rentals at this point. Now, the board in the future may want to look at whether we could establish any impact fees, which would require a study around the other issues that you might want to mitigate. But staff is working on that, and the fee structure will come back to you, and I don't think it will be a fee structure that would encourage additional rental nights or that sort of thing.
Great, thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
Patty?
Yes,
Did
Kelly?
you poll the board on the 120? I heard Francie say no.
No.
I wasn't sure.
I thought I heard.
Thought I did.
I thought I
Steve
heard
and-
Francie say no because it's too hot.
She wants 180.
too
Kelly
high.
wants 90.
You want less. So you guys balance each other out.
I'm at
Steve and I are at
120.
120.
You are too?
Yeah.
And I would support 120 for this first year.
So, John,
And
do we
see.
need to amend Greg's motion to include your changes to the ordinance?
Yes,
I'd
if
make
it's
that-
okay with the maker of the motion
I
and the
would
second.
amend it.
And who?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. So, any further discussion? I cannot believe this. Happy birthday or happy
I do have
retirement.
further discussion. I know this is our fourth reading, but I think this is about our 20th conversation. 20th at least,
Oh,
I think.
20th?
You know?
I'd go up a bit.
Yeah, so I just want to reflect, we've really been debating this from all sides for a long time.
With anybody who stops me at the grocery store, on the street, up and down the valley, around the world, we've been hearing from people. And we appreciate it, and we do take it to heart. Pickens County is very supportive of public comment and public involvement, and we apologize for people who this comes in at the last minute, but that's also the nature of the beast, and many times people come in at the last minute because they just heard about it, and we do understand that, but there's a time and a place where we just, in this case specifically, we just need to get something on the books to move it forward so we can see where it's gonna go and what we learn, what the community learns, what the community shares with us, so we can continue this to be a living document and hopefully, you know, make things better in our community and try and bring our community, our sense of community back to some sort of level. Because I truly believe we're losing that sense of community for many reasons. So, I have a question, I have a motion, and I have a second as amended on the table. I'm gonna close the public hearing. Yay. And I'm gonna bring the question back to the board. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those are against?
Aye.
Oh,
Nay.
Is that an aye?
it's a 4-1.
Last minute.
Thank you, Kelly.
Three.
No,
Thank you, Francie, I
I've been
understand.
compromising all along to move this forward.
Okay, so Francie, I believe you are gonna escape us to head.
Yes, I am going away.
She's going to go dance with those
here?
darn
Aren't we
wolves
done?
again. I know Kevin's there, I know
I
he's
do have
there.
a couple open discussions.
Kevin Costner,
Oh.
Dancing with Wolves. So, open discussion. It's been a long day,
I
Cindy.
did have one thing for open discussion, Tori's letter about,
About the tax question?
yeah, that.
That's gonna come up,
That was on my list.
yeah. So can we start with open discussion? I don't have anything for open discussion. Greg? Let me look at John P. John Peacock, do you have anything for open discussion? Okay.
I think I'm done.
Okay, Kelly?
I think Steve had something.
Steve?
Well, I just wanted to mention to John, we talked about this with Rich yesterday about the opting in or opting out on the opioid money from in the opioid settlement agreement. The deadline is July 31st that we have to decide, as well as our municipal partners need to decide by that time.
Careful out there.
So that's something we wanted to put it on a work session. Hopefully when you're here, and then also when you've been able to talk to staff about, what sort of the ins and outs of the program.
Yeah, John, we have time on our work session on the 5th and the following week, the 12th, I believe. Those work sessions are pretty freed up, so I'm trying to fill them as best I can. All right. Kelly.
Okay. Where to start? So I guess I'll follow up. I understand you guys discussed the letter regarding the Aspen Times
And
yesterday.
I think 2, if not 3, have signed, and I'm in the process of.
I've heard from everybody.
Extremely well written.
Francie and Stephen.
Which one was that?
The letter Kelly wrote about the.
Oh,
Aspen
yeah,
Times.
that was great.
So I'm going to send it tomorrow.
Can you
And I
just put my
have
name
a
on
critical
there?
mass of electeds.
Can you add my name, or do I need to do it?
I'll do it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
But
and it was extremely well written, Kelly.
you.
Very good job.
I did want to revisit the conversation. I don't know if you guys talked about pulling Pickens County ads and notices and having those go to the Aspen Daily News. Did that come up yesterday?
We talked about how we could go about doing that, and we needed to talk to John Peacock to see how we determined to put ads and notices in one paper versus the other, and what would it take to change that?
And John Ely may be able to help me here, but the statutory requirement is that we have to advertise in a paper of record. And I think either the Times or Daily would qualify there. I guess I'd ask John if we need to do some more research on that. I think really the decision to use the Times has been based historically on our survey data that shows that's where most readers get their information. So I don't know that there would be necessarily a barrier to us making that decision to change.
I
But
think the board is
John-
looking at trying to do that, and maybe you could bring us back something, or someone could, at our work session next Wednesday. Our work session is next Wednesday, not Tuesday. Guys, notice that.
Oh, yeah, thanks for the reminder.
Yeah. Okay, John?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we needed, I think we pass a resolution every January about where our public notice
Which is out here in
is,
the.
or now it's online, I think, but I don't know, I
That's
didn't know
correct.
if the paper was part of that, if we needed to reissue a notice.
We
about
don't
the
do it
paper
on
of
a,
record.
on a continual basis, but we have established it, gosh, years ago now. But
Okay.
That's the paper of record for all notices and for all clerk and recorder business, et cetera. And it started out with, over the years, it's gone back and forth with the way that the law has changed. But since my time around here, it's been with the Aspen Times, because the board that made that switch, and it's been there ever since, determined that it was more appropriate to use the paper that had a demonstrable circulation rather than, which it did at the time, rather than the daily. That's all. Since then, the law has changed in and out and sideways. So I would have to take a look at it to see where we are these days as far as a requirement for a publication. My sense is we could probably use either paper. So I think it's something that the board should think about.
Okay.
Kelly, you can go
Well,
on.
I would, why don't
Are
we-
you,
why
well, I
can't we
want
do
you to
this right
be
now?
here. I guess we would need a resolution
Somebody
or
could make
something, I
a
don't know.
motion that we consider one or both local, the Daily News, or the Daily News in addition or instead of as the paper of record. Could we not just say that?
Well, like I said, I'd like to check. I mean, I haven't
still
looked
wanna
at that
look into
stuff in
it.
ages.
Okay.
And so it's.
So we can we can agree to direct staff to look into that.
And what I heard is you want to talk about it on Wednesday next week, so.
Okay. That's,
I'm just going to talk. The chairman
act
doesn't.
as chair.
The chair and the vice chair are both gone. What do we do?
At CCI, we tried for several years, for many years, I think, to have a state statute changed so you are not required to put the legal notices in a printed newspaper. And I think it actually got passed once and then vetoed by the governor when it finally got passed.
That's true.
So I think it still is a requirement to have it in a published thing for counties, not for cities or special districts, I don't think, but just for counties.
Okay. Okay, and so it sounds to me like the direction you'll bring back the conversation about whatever formal process we need, and that the board is supportive of pulling our ads from the Aspen Times and having them go to the Daily as permitted by law. Okay. Thank you, everybody. And then the second thing, I don't know if you guys had the chance to read. I do want Patty to come back for this. So my third thing on my list was just acknowledging that COVID vaccines are now available for the 6-month to 5-year-old crowd, which I'm so excited about. Still have to figure out where Aloysius can go for his shots. And who's just COVID negative as of yesterday, but looking forward to that. Yes. And again, this is, I mean, really historic, like, push of vaccine development. Nonetheless, even after 3 years or 2.5 years of
Congratulations. I know you've been waiting a long time for that.
Yeah, it is a relief. And then I wanted to talk about the letter that you would have received from the city councilors individually signed regarding housing.
Rachel's letter.
Yes, Rachel was the genesis of this, and I will own my part in it, because at every option meeting, Rachel has been really laying on, like, why isn't the county doing anything? The county needs to be more of a player in the provision of housing, which is not really part of APSHA's view, but she did, they did lay out other ways that funding would help support APSHA's programmings. And so I just said, hey, Rachel, I bring your concerns to the board, but maybe you just want to articulate them directly, and have the council articulate them directly to our board, so that you guys aren't hearing a filtered message through me, and that you hear it directly from them. And so that's what I wanted to just introduce the conversation about that, because they did have a pretty direct ask of our board.
I will tell you what I have told Rachel, I have told Tori, and anybody else who asked me. I'm not opposed to putting a question on about housing, but if we put it on now at this late date, I'm afraid it would fail, and then it would be years before we could bring it back. A question of this magnitude needs to be well thought out, it needs to be well written, it needs to be well vetted before we put it on a ballot. I've been through that with our road tax. We worked our butts off and it failed. RAFTA spent years with their question, getting it prepared and ready, and working that so it passed. So I don't have a problem. I think putting it on in November is not a good idea. I think unless we've got commitment from the board, I'm looking at putting on a question to fund our ambulance services in November. And I have taken on the fact that I will work with it, John Peacock, and we're hopefully going to get some language here together. I will not be able to put in the effort this year to try and get a housing tax of some sort on a ballot and get it passed by November. But I appreciate the city's concern. I know we've talked to the city about looking at expanding their housing childcare sales tax that they have. But that would we've asked the city to help us with that, and I haven't heard anything back from them on that issue. And that would take a vote of city taxpayers, county taxpayers. It's not just a one question ballot question, because it has to be approved to expand. It's a lot more complicated, but it's probably more likely to have passed. It's not because I don't want to help fund housing. It's not because I don't think we need funding for housing. It's because I would be fearful of putting it on in November and having it fail, because it would be years out until we could put another question on. And I just have concerns about that. So I think you know where I stand.
And I appreciate it.
Steve, please.
So I always thought that APSHA is multi-jurisdictional housing authority has the authorization to take a taxing question to the voters, to raise money, to buy property, to invest in housing. APSA's never chosen to do that. To me, I think APSA would be the appropriate entity to do that, to start raising money that would flow into APSA for, it would be changing the MO for APSA, not just a managing, but also, now my throat's going south.
I stopped sneezing, so thank you guys.
It's getting late.
So just put that idea out there. What would it be more appropriate for we as a county or for APSA to do it? And if we as a county do it, I believe it should be countywide, including the residents of within Aspen and Snowmass Village would be have the same tax as everyone else.
Well, I think having APSA do it is more in-depth. Don't they have to then kind of be a standalone?
Yeah, Eption doesn't have a, they're not developers. I mean, we don't have staff on APSA that is focused on development of affordable housing. We've partnered through like tax credit things in the past, and APSA has some management staff for the properties that the city owns, but APSA manages on their behalf, such as Trescott and, Aspen Country Inn. So it would be a real, I think, reorg for APSA. And I'm not sure APSA has the trust from the community right now to successfully go for a taxing question, whereas, the city and the county have successfully developed, and Snowmass Village has successfully developed housing with high credibility over time. So those would be the flags for that idea.
I think we would be faced with some challenges of trust, though, because we are reflected as part of APSA. So I think that would be there, not maybe as much as APSA standalone ballot question, but I think that would still be something we would have to address if we were to put a ballot question on. I just am concerned about the time frame. And wasn't there a deadline, John, that you have to notify the clerk's office about a ballot question?
July 29th.
Yeah, it's off.
So we've got, that would
We've
give
got a
us a
month
month.
to contemplate it.
And do we have staff available? And do we have the wherewithal? Who's gonna take it on and get it through the finish line and get it passed on this board? And I've said that I'm looking at, we need to fund our ambulance district because of issues, and I think that is something I would like to see put on the November ballot, but it's up to the board. If the board wants to go for housing.
Well, what my concern with this is that, and honestly, I just got this letter minutes before the meeting. I have not digested it. My biggest concern is that that they want to raise money for housing, but for me, that's not specific enough. I want to understand, and I think we actually need to have a community conversation about who are we housing, how are we housing them, because the mix has changed and the sentiment, I believe, has changed. And it's worthy of a longer and larger conversation.
Well, and I think your point is really well made. When BOCC did their recent tax question, they identified 3 different places where the money was gonna go. They were very clear.
Specific
and they did it
uses.
on polling the community, and they actually had one other idea that they pulled off because they thought that would create a lack of community support. And because they were very careful in choosing their issues as part of their tax question, I think it passed by 70-something%, which is huge for a tax question.
Right.
Other than open space.
Well, we'd like to
and
be
growth.
successful that way when we do come out for housing.
Yeah, I don't want to do it and fail because it
Yeah.
would be years before we could put it back on. We have never put the road tax back on, and it was a lot of work. We did a lot of dog and pony shows on that one.
2 other options for us. One is to continue pursuing the RET, the state legislature.
4 years to go.
The other is to pursue the lodging tax, which we don't have, but we could spend that on workforce housing for supporting the tourist industry.
Well, and that would be part of the discussion as far as what kind of a tax question we'd want to put on. But unless you know staff that's hanging around in here ready, waiting for something to do.
She's underemployed.
They'll be.
Yeah, but Gotcha would have to come to every meeting with her. That would be okay. What do you think, Kelly?
Yeah, I'm totally sympathetic to the urgency. I mean, I feel like I've articulated this sense of urgency to our board, for a number of times and over the year and everything. And my feeling was when we talked about this in January, our board didn't have consensus. And I don't think our board is any closer to having consensus. And, I would not want to put a question like this without our board having consensus and the full backing of the board for a tax question. So that is the hazard that I see. I mean, I would like to articulate that to the city as well as the work and progress I believe we have made over the last 6 months from our January retreat through our April and June retreats on this topic. About, the partnerships we're pursuing and the investigations that we're doing and the staff resources we're dedicating. I think that maybe when budget time comes around, we can consider the questions related to APSHA and perhaps with more of our current sales tax receipts or something, consider those asks. Because APSHA is, they're not fully funded and they're not fully funded for the goals of the program. And so I do think that can be within our purview in a more quick turnaround than, in a thoughtful way than necessarily going after a ballot question right now. I mean, I have thought that our horizon was to consider one for 2023 possibly. And so maybe we just need to see if there's still alignment around that possible timeline as we work out what our consensus is as a board.
I could go there. I just think this November, and I know the city's not going to be happy, and I apologize for that, but this November would rush it, and the risk of losing, again, it would be devastating for us to be able to do anything in the future. And we did just also increase our housing impact fee significantly. We've been looking at that for the last 2 years, right? And so it's not like we're ignoring the issue. We're doing what we could do, and in order to do a tax question right, we need some time, we need a commitment from the board, from staff, and from the community, and we need polling and community. I mean, it's not just write a question, we're putting it on the ballot. It's a lot more than that. And it's gonna take time
I guess
and
I
thought.
just feel like too that any housing projects we might want to fund, in 2023, like if we're serious about going after, a sincere effort on a tax question, like, perhaps we pay for that what we need to, or create the match that we need to, for those in the next year, in the next 12 months. So that would be my.
Okay, but I appreciate
on
the
that.
city letter, and I kind of had a feeling where it came from. And I know Rachel.
They did all individually sign,
Yeah,
what I mean,
Rachel's
to-
committed
is
to
the
it, and I appreciate
commitment
that,
from
and
the
I
whole
hope they
board.
understand that we are not shrugging our shoulders and saying we're not gonna do anything. It's just that we are trying to make a better choice of doing something that actually will get done. Okay.
That was all of my open discussion.
Would you like a motion?
Please.
No, we cannot vote on it,
No.
A motion to adjourn.
Oh, to adjourn?
To adjourn.
How about that one?
I thought now we're taking a vote on this. We're gonna
I'll
vote to put it.
second
No,
Steve's
wait.
motion.
No, wait. Is there nobody else has any further? I have one more further. Cindy again, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. And I wanna know how you're gonna ride your bike home with the whiteboard and those roses.
No, it's not gonna happen. I have to make several trips.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. Well, we know we're gonna see you at, not only, but you better be prepared for the 18th. If you thought it was fun today, just wait.
We're gonna have fun.
Yeah.
And thank you.
All right.
I'm very honored. Thank you.
Now, I will entertain a motion. I was really going towards 7, but I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Did you make?
I would like to make a motion to adjourn.
And I'll
Okay.
second.
You're gonna third and I'll fourth, and we're gonna, okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor,
Aye.
please signify by saying aye. Thank you.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you,
Thank you.
John, for joining us. All right, thank you, Grassroots, thank you, not Skylar, but Andrew, and thanks for helping me get my computer so it wasn't dancing with me, because I'd move and sometimes I'd just go like this and it would move. I was like, oh, is that what it was doing? Oh.